Chapter 1473. After I came to the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, I accidentally got into a conflict with someone and had a big fight. Unexpectedly, my master took a fancy to me. My master is the sect leader of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. She took me in as a pro-disciple. Later on, I was tested to have a rare innate demon body. Therefore, I was made the saintess of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Xian Yanqing explained. Innate demon body, is it a type of innate spiritual body? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That was possible. After all, the cultivation level in the divine wilderness continent was too low. Some heaven-defying talents could not be discovered or discovered. However, it was different in the Yuanlu continent. Moreover, there were many types of innate spiritual bodies. For example, Yin Feng's innate spiritual body was the worst among the innate spiritual bodies. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, he could only transform into an inferior earth spiritual body. Some strong innate spiritual bodies could transform into a medium earth spiritual body or even a superior earth spiritual body or even stronger. Xian Yanqing's innate demon body was probably extraordinary. Therefore, she was made the saintess of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that Xian Yanqing's cultivation was higher than his. She had reached the peak of level 3 Martial Emperor Realm and was only a step away from level 4 Martial Emperor Realm. Lu Ming finally understood why Xian Yanqing did not go to the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. It was very likely that Xian Yanqing had already broken through to the Martial Emperor Realm and could not enter the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. Following that, Lu Ming briefly explained his experience along the way. Shao Qing, that Lu Yu doesn't seem to get along with you? Lu Ming asked. That's right. She and I are both saintesses and are qualified to compete for the position of the future sect leader of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. She brought you to see me because she wants to damage my reputation. She doesn't have good intentions. Xian Yanqing explained. Although there was no rule in the Sky Universe Demon Sect that forbade the Holy Maiden from associating with others, it was generally hoped that the Holy Maiden would try her best not to associate with others before she broke through to the Saint Realm because it would distract her. Lu Yu had purposely brought Lu Ming here to find Xian Yanqing to let others know that Xian Yanqing had a boyfriend and that they were dating. This way, the higher-ups of the Sky Universe Devil Sect would have a bad impression of Xian Yanqing, and their chances of competing for the position of Sect Master would be lower. This was the reason why Lu Yu had brought Lu Ming in. Xian Yanqing's lips curled into a smile as he said, if she wants to compete for the position of Sect Master, then let her. After all, I don't care about the position of Sect Master. Shao Qing, regardless of whether you have a heart or not, you still have to be careful in the future. Lu Ming asked with concern. Yes, I know. Xian Yanqing nodded. The two continued to chat for a while. Meanwhile, the news that a strange man with a cultivation of the second-layer martial dominator realm was the boyfriend of the Holy Maiden Xian Yanqing was spread across the Sky Universe Demon Sect, causing a great uproar. A second-layer martial emperor trash is the Holy Virgin's boyfriend? This is ridiculous. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I'll let him know that he's not worthy of the Holy Maiden. Voices filled with anger and jealousy could be heard from the mouths of the young men. That being said, Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming were unaware of this. The two continued to be intimate with each other. A few hours later, Lu Ming, it's rare for you to come to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. I'll show you around. There are some nice places in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Xian Yanqing said. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. The two came out from the palace and walked in the air while holding hands, taking a stroll in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. However, before long, they were stopped by a young man. How dare you take advantage of the Holy Maiden? You deserve to die. The young man roared. His eyes were burning with jealousy when he saw Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing holding hands. Xian Yanqing was a legend in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. She came from a small continent and was recruited by the Sky Universe Demon Sect's envoy. As soon as she arrived, she was chosen by the Sky Universe Demon Sect's sect leader as a core disciple. Later, it was found that she had a rare innate demon body and was named the Holy Maiden. Moreover, Xian Yanqing was a kingdom-toppling beauty. Compared to Xian Yanqing, some of the beauties in the Sky Universe Devil sect paled in comparison. Therefore, Xian Yanqing became the goddess in the eyes of many young men in the Sky Universe Demon sect. However, Xian Yanqing's personality was cold and aloof. She treated everyone with a cold expression and had a strange temper. There wasn't a single handsome young man who could make her smile. But now, Xian Yanqing's boyfriend had suddenly appeared, and he was even holding hands with Xian Yanqing. This caused the youth to almost explode from anger. He was so jealous that he wanted to vomit blood. Get lost. A cold voice came from Xian Yanqing's mouth. Holy maiden, this person is trash. You have to think twice. Don't be fooled. The young man roared. Get lost. You only have 3 breaths of time. Xian Yanqing said coldly, and a terrifying aura spread out from her body. The young man's face turned ugly. He gave Lu Ming a warning look and then turned to leave. Little Qing, it seems that you are very popular in the Sky Universe Demon sect. Lu Ming muttered. Xian Yanqing rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and smiled. If the young men in the Sky Universe Demon sect saw Xian Yanqing's expression, they would be dumbfounded. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Are you feeling pressured? I have many suitors in the Sky Universe Demon sect. There are even geniuses from other sections. Some of them are even at the peak of the Martial King realm. Xian Yanqing blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. I am a little jealous. However, I don't feel pressured. These people are nothing in my eyes. In a few years, they will not be my opponents. Lu Ming smiled confidently. You are so shameless. Xian Yanqing said with a smile, his face brimming with happiness. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly looked in front of him. In front of him, rays of light streaked across the sky. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming could see that they were young men flying towards him angrily. Lu Ming's lips curled up and he said, Since you said that I am shameless, I will show you how shameless I am. After saying this, Lu Ming directly hugged Xian Yanqing's slender waist and pulled Xian Yanqing into his arms. How dare you? Let go of your stinky hands. Despicable ant, how dare you? I'm going to cripple your hands. Let go. Several young men appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. When they saw Lu Ming hugging Xian Yanqing, their eyes almost spat fire. Their faces turned red, and they could not wait to devour Lu Ming. Damn it, the sacred and noble saintess was being hugged by this guy. Upon having this thought, they could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. All of you piss off. It's none of your business. Xian Yanqing snapped coldly. Saintess, you are still young. Don't be fooled by this guy. That's right. You have a peerless talent. You should find a guy with the same talent. For example, I am only a second-layer martial dominator trash. The young men spoke one after another. Emojie. Chapter 1474. Emojie sneered as he watched from the crowd. At this moment, he stepped out and shouted, Lu Ming, I know that you and the Holy Lady came from the same small mainland and have known each other since a long time ago. However, in that small mainland, the Holy Lady was like a pearl covered in dust and her talents were not discovered. Therefore, your cultivation seems to be worthy of the Holy Lady. However, the Saintess' talent has been revealed and she is now from a different world from you. The difference between you and the Saintess is too great. If you know what's good for you, leave the Saintess. Don't waste her time. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. In other words, you're saying that you're very powerful and talented? Of course, how can you compare yourself to us? Someone replied with a sneer. Lu Ming let out a disdainful smile and said, I, Lu Ming, came from a desolate continent, the Divine Desolation continent. I'm 26 years old now and I'm a second-layer martial royal realm cultivator. What about you? You call yourselves geniuses from the Yuanlu continent. With such a good environment and cultivation at your age, what gives you the right to act all high and mighty in front of me? If you give me a few years, I'll surely trample all of you under my feet. Lu Ming's powerful voice spread far and wide, causing the young geniuses of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect to wear unpleasant expressions. How presumptuous, who do you think you are? How dare you say you can trample all of us under your feet? You're a tyrant on a desolate island and you think you can do the same in the Yuanlu continent? You're overestimating yourself. The young geniuses scolded loudly. One of them stepped forward and yelled furiously, "Kid, I'm also a second-layer martial royal realm cultivator. Do you dare to fight me? If you want to fight, let's fight." Lu Ming let go of Xian Yanqing and stepped forward. "Kid, even if we're at the same level, I'll let you know what true strength is. I'll defeat you in 10 moves." The young man yelled coldly as a demonic aura soared into the sky. He looked like a demon god as he waved his hands and a terrifying demonic light slashed at Lu Ming. "Get lost." Lu Ming's eyes glistened as he took a step forward. 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Now, Lu Ming had already cultivated the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps to perfection. A casual step was like 9 dragons walking in the sky, and its power was terrifying. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, and 9 dragons flew out from under Lu Ming's feet. His opponent's demonic light was immediately shattered by the 9 dragons, which then crashed heavily into his opponent's body. The other party let out a blood-curdling scream as the bones in his body crackled. His body was sent flying, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He flew for over 1,000 meters before finally coming to a halt. Defeated in 1 move. How is this possible? He muttered to himself. It was simply unbearable. Just a moment ago, he was acting all high and mighty. He wanted to teach a lesson to Lu Ming, an ant from an uncivilized island, with the title of Yuanlu's genius. He even said that even if they were on the same level, he would let Lu Ming know what true battle prowess was. He would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves. But now, he had been defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. Compared to what he had just said, he was so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack and hide in it. The faces of the other young men of the Sky Universe Demon sect changed. The young man from before had an inferior earthly spiritual body. His battle prowess could easily crush other cultivators of the same level, but he had been defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. This made them re-evaluate Lu Ming. Who else wants to fight me? My cultivation is at the early stage of the 2nd-layer martial royal realm. Those of the 4th-layer martial royal realm or below can fight me. If you can defeat me, I'll leave right away. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd as his voice echoed from afar. What? Cultivators of the 4th layer of the martial emperor realm and below are allowed to fight. Arrogant beyond belief. You're overestimating yourself. The young men of the Sky Universe Demon sect yelled furiously. Lu Ming had said that those of the 4th layer martial royal realm or below from the Sky Universe Demon sect could fight him. He was only at the early stage of the 2nd layer martial royal realm, but he dared to say that he could fight the 4th layer martial royal realm geniuses of the Sky Universe Demon sect. Kid, don't think you're so great just because you defeated someone of the same level. I'll fight you. A young man yelled furiously as he stepped forward. A powerful aura burst out from him, forming a demonic cloud that covered the sky. This person's cultivation was at the 3rd layer martial royal realm. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming was straightforward. He took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons heaven-trampling steps again. Each of Lu Ming's steps caused the sky to rumble as if a giant was walking in the sky. In an instant, 9 giant dragons danced in the air as they lunged toward his opponent. His opponent yelled as he threw out dozens of punches in a row. Rays of pitch-black fist radiance shot toward Lu Ming. However, when the 9 dragons collided, the fist radiance collapsed. Bang! Just like the previous one, the young man was sent flying by the 9 dragons. He let out a cry of agony as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Another move. Just like the previous young man, he was defeated with a single move. There seemed to be no difference between the 3rd layer martial royal realm and the 2nd layer martial royal realm. The only difference was that Lu Ming had taken a few more steps. The young men of the Sky Universe Demon sect exchanged glances with one another. How could Lu Ming's strength be so terrifying? Was he really someone from the desolated island? Xian Yanqing smiled from behind. Lu Ming was getting stronger. Humph, Maybe he used all his strength in that move. He's just putting up a strong front. A cold voice came from the crowd. It was Emoji. Many people's eyes flickered. Maybe that was the case. Perhaps Lu Ming's earlier move seemed simple, but it was very likely that he had unleashed all his power at once and unleashed all his trump cards. That was why he was able to defeat his opponent in one move and obtain victory. Maybe Lu Ming's strength had reached its limit. That must be it. Many people thought so. Otherwise, how could a lowly ant from a desolate island have such strong combat strength? How could they endure this? Emoji, do you dare to come out and fight me? Lu Ming stared at Emoji and said coldly. Emoji's face darkened. In the great Emperor Mystic Realm, he had indeed fought with Lu Ming and was no match for Lu Ming. Emoji, go. Let this kid know the true power of the Sky Universe Demon Sect's genius. That's right. With your strength, it'll be easy to take him down. The other young men of the Sky Universe Demon Sect said, causing Emoji's face to darken. What? You don't dare to fight me? Why don't you just admit defeat? Also, all of you get lost. Lu Ming sneered. Arrogant. Emoji, teach him a good lesson. A young man was enraged. Bang, bang. Emoji stepped out and stared coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, times have changed. Now I can defeat you. Boom. A powerful aura exploded from Emoji's body. Peak Level 3 Martial Royal Realm. Chapter 1475. For someone like Emoji, he had suppressed his cultivation when he was a sovereign. Once he broke through to the Martial Royal Realm, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. However, after reaching the peak of LV3 Martial Royal Realm, his previous accumulation had almost been exhausted. His future progress would slow down. However, this was enough to make Emoji confident. His cultivation was almost 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. With every step Emoji took, his aura became stronger. His demonic body was glowing and there was demonic chi flowing around it. Emoji has a rare medium earth spiritual body and his cultivation has reached the peak of LV3 Martial Royal Realm. He can easily suppress this kid. Yes, I wonder how many moves this kid can take from Emoji. Some of the youths from the Sky Demon sect began to discuss. Emoji, you are very confident. But I hope you won't end up like the previous two. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The previous two youths were also full of confidence, but in the end, they were defeated miserably. Dark Demon Fist. Emoji suddenly roared. His body moved like lightning and he pounced on Lu Ming. Then he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Wherever the fist passed, the void trembled and a terrifying storm was formed. Good. Lu Ming smiled faintly and threw out a punch. Don't. Their fists collided heavily with each other. It was as if two giant hammers had collided in the air. Demonic chi surged. When the two fists collided, Emoji's face changed. He groaned and his body trembled as he was sent flying far away. What? The other youths from the Sky Demon sect opened their eyes wide. Emoji had been defeated in a head-on confrontation. Emoji had a medium earth spiritual body and his body was extremely strong. However, he had been defeated by Lu Ming with a single punch. Could it be that Lu Ming also had a medium earth spiritual body? A medium earth spiritual body was considered a rare spiritual body in the 13 top sects in the Tsang continent. Dark Demon Seal. Emoji retreated 100 meters with a gloomy face. He looked up to the sky and roared. Demonic chi burst out from his body like a raging flame. Everything within 100 meters was covered by demonic chi. A huge palm print formed in the sky. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it blasted toward Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly powerful. Emoji's battle prowess was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than the third-layer martial emperor from before. Both the strength of his spiritual body and the use of domain martial techniques were shocking. An ordinary peak third-layer martial king would not be able to withstand a single attack from Emoji. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Lu Ming shot up into the air, surrounded by his primal chaos domain, and unleashed the health-suppressing heaven art. Lu Ming's body appeared extremely small in front of Emoji's demonic palm. However, When Lu Ming's fist landed on the demonic palm immediately collapsed. Lu Ming stepped through the devilish qi and walked towards Emojia. His cold voice rang out, "Emojia, is this all you've got? What a disappointment." "Impossible," Emojia roared. That move just now was the combination of his spiritual body and domain martial skill. It could be said that he had pushed his combat strength to the peak. However, in front of Lu Ming, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. 9 dragons in the sky. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure instantly appeared above Emojia's head. He took 9 consecutive steps and 9 dragons roared and danced in the air, flying toward Emojia. "Get lost." Emojia roared furiously. His demonic body glowed and his domain covered his entire body. He threw out a palm and a palm print blasted on the 9 dragons, sending them flying. However, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of Emojia and threw out a punch. Bang! Emojia was sent flying and vomited blood. His chest was caved in. Defeated, Emojia was defeated. Everyone could see that if Lu Ming had not shown mercy, Emojia would have died. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Emojia, who had a medium earth spiritual body, was defeated by Lu Ming even though his cultivation was higher. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming had a high earth spiritual body? Many people's hearts trembled as they thought of this possibility. Impossible. Immediately, they shook their heads in their hearts. There were not many high earth spiritual bodies in the entire Tsang state. Every one of them was a genius with unparalleled combat strength. They were invincible figures among the younger generation. How could Lu Ming have a high earth spiritual body? In fact, Lu Ming did not have a high earth spiritual body but a medium earth spiritual body. However, Lu Ming had gone through the world refining Calamity Bell and there was a trace of chaotic qi in his body. This made Lu Ming's physical body much stronger than others of the same level. Although his current spiritual body was a medium earth spiritual body, its power and strength were comparable to a high earth spiritual body. In addition, Lu Ming had broken through to the 2nd level martial royal realm and his chaotic domain had broken through to the 2nd level. His combat strength had greatly increased and he was much stronger than when he was in the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. Although the chaotic domain was difficult to cultivate and it was difficult to improve, the increase in power was terrifying with every breakthrough. Damn it! Emojia roared in his heart as he looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy expression. However, Lu Ming ignored him. He looked around and said, "Who else wants to fight?" The remaining youths of the Sky Universe Demon Sect looked at each other with ghastly expressions. Even Emojia had been defeated. Who else could fight him? Emojia had a medium earth spiritual body and his combat strength was strong. It would not be easy for an average 4th level martial royal realm genius with an inferior earth spiritual body to defeat Emojia. However, Lu Ming had defeated him. Therefore, an average 4th level martial royal realm genius with an inferior earth spiritual body would not be able to defeat Lu Ming. Only a 4th level martial royal realm genius with a medium earth spiritual body would be able to defeat him. However, there were not many medium earth spiritual bodies and none of them were present. Moreover, many of the youth's cultivation had surpassed the 4th level martial royal realm and had reached the 5th or 6th level martial royal realm. If news of him bullying Lu Ming, a 2nd level martial emperor, with such a cultivation level, the younger generation of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect would become a laughing stock. For a moment, no one spoke. "Let me have a go at you." At this moment, a voice was heard. In the distance, a light flashed and a young figure appeared. "Senior Brother Jin Yu, it's Senior Brother Jin Yu." "Great, Senior Brother Jin Yu is going to fight. Victory is in our hands. Let's see how arrogant that kid is." Many people of the Sky Universe Demon Sect were overjoyed when they saw the young man. "It's him." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This young man was the one who had attacked Lu Ming when he had first arrived at the mountain gate of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. However, he had been interrupted by Lu Yu. This young man's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level martial royal realm. Jin Yu looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, "Kid, you escaped before. It's the same for me to deal with you now." His voice was cold and arrogant, as if he was superior. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th-level martial royal realm, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and the true essence in his body circulated wildly to resist Jin Yu's aura. Boom! Chapter 1476. In the face of Jin Yu, Lu Ming had to be cautious and did not dare to be careless. Jin Yu gave Lu Ming a strong pressure. A 4th-level martial emperor could be called a mid-level martial emperor. His combat strength was far beyond that of a 3rd-level martial emperor. Moreover, Jin Yu's spiritual body was definitely not simple. One could tell from the expressions of the other Sky Demon sect disciples. Dark Feather. Jin Yu stretched out a hand and pressed against the void. His domain spread out. The domain that was filled with demonic qi continued to expand and spread toward Lu Ming. The domain was filled with endless demonic qi. There were even feathers that were like swords dancing in the air. It's senior brother Jin Yu's Dark Feather domain. It said that senior brother Jin Yu's domain has reached the 5th level. Someone exclaimed, "Dark Feather domain, what a wonderful domain." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were thousands of domains in the world, and it was possible to see any domain. Some geniuses comprehended a variety of intents when they were below the martial emperor realm. Then, after breaking through to the martial emperor realm, they might produce some wonderful domains. For example, some people comprehended wind and fire intents before reaching the martial emperor realm. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, they might be able to condense a wind and fire domain, which was more powerful than a single domain. Jin Yu's Dark Feather domain was obviously a hybrid domain. Moreover, it was at the 5th level, which was beyond his cultivation level. Its power was absolutely amazing. Chaotic. Lu Ming's heart moved. He also pressed his palm against the void, and the chaotic domain spread out rapidly. He wanted to use the chaotic domain to fight against Jin Yu's Dark Feather domain. This kid is really overestimating himself. He actually wants to use his domain to fight against senior brother Jin Yu's domain. Watch, he's about to lose. Senior brother Jin Yu's Dark Feather domain is at the 5th level, and he's only at the 2nd level. He's going to collapse in an instant. He won't be able to hold on for more than a breath. On the side, some youths sneered. Was it possible for a 2nd-level domain to fight against a 5th-level domain? Buzz. The two domains collided, causing the void to tremble. Then, the two domains intertwined and fiercely resisted. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths. Their domains were still entangled with each other, fighting fiercely. Some of the youths from the Sky Universe Devil Sect stiffened. Their eyes widened as they stared at Lu Ming. The 2nd-level domain was actually able to contend against the 5th-level domain of the demonic feather. It seemed that it would be hard to determine the winner for a while. How was this possible? What kind of domain was this? Why was it so terrifying? What's so great about a level 5 domain expert? At this time, Lu Ming suddenly said coldly and pressed down with one hand again. The primal chaos domain trembled, becoming millions and millions of June heavy, suppressing everything. Boom. Jin Yu's expression changed drastically. His demonic feather domain collapsed with a bang. His body trembled and he involuntarily retreated 3 steps. The others were dumbfounded. Jin Yu's face was extremely gloomy. In a clash of domains, he had actually lost. He was no match for Lu Ming. His 5th-level domain was actually no match for Lu Ming's 2nd-level domain. This made him want to kill Jin Yu. Originally, he wanted to perform well in front of Xian Yanqing and easily trample on Lu Ming. He wanted to show Xian Yanqing how weak Lu Ming was. He wanted to show Xian Yanqing that he was a true genius. But now, his 5th-level domain was no match for Lu Ming's 2nd-level domain. It could be said that he had lost face. Boom. Demonic qi surged from Jin Yu's body and a terrifying demonic true origin spread out from his body. Kid, a domain is only one of the martial artist's combat strength. It does not represent all of their combat strength. Now, I will show you what true combat strength is. Jin Yu shouted. His spiritual body shone and demonic qi surged. A demonic saber flew out from between Jin Yu's eyebrows and he held it in his hand. Ridiculous. A domain does not represent all of one's combat strength. If you have the ability, suppress your cultivation to LV2 Martial Royal Realm and I will defeat you in one move. Lu Ming's voice was filled with mockery. Jin Yu had wanted to use his domain to suppress Lu Ming. After his domain was no match for Lu Ming, he said that a domain did not represent all of one's combat strength. How ridiculous was that? Jin Yu snorted and his face turned even colder. The demonic saber in his hand slashed down. A saber gleam pierced through the sky. It was unknown how long it was, but it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his true origin to the maximum and his muscles bulged. Strands of chaotic chi flowed through his muscles, increasing the strength of his spiritual body. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming rushed up and the chaotic domain exploded as he threw out a punch. Boom! This punch landed on Jin Yu's saber gleam. There was an earth-shattering boom. Lu Ming's body shook violently and the chaotic domain shook violently. His body was sent flying with a swoosh. So strong. Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters away and felt a burning pain on his fist. At the same time, the blood in his body was boiling. Jin Yu's spiritual body was definitely a medium earth spiritual body like Emogia. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th layer Martial Royal Realm and his combat strength was shocking. For geniuses like Jin Yu, he could easily kill cultivators of the 5th layer of the Martial Emperor Realm, or even stronger. Haha, that kid is no match for him. Many people laughed. Finally, Lu Ming was no match for Jin Yu. They let out a long breath and felt relieved. They had been suppressed by Lu Ming before and they had been too sullen. Lu Ming! Behind them, Xian Yanqing revealed a worried expression. 1,000 crack demonic saber. Jin Yu pushed Lu Ming back with one strike. Seizing the opportunity, the demonic saber slashed toward Lu Ming once again. The energy of the air-frozen bead flowed into Lu Ming's body and he used the wind origin technique. His body flashed and he dodged Jin Yu's saber light without leaving a trace. Jin Yu frowned and slashed his saber again. This time, there were 3 saber lights that blocked Lu Ming's 3 escape routes. However, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Those with weaker cultivation could barely see Lu Ming's shadow. He dodged the 3 saber lights one by one. Slash, slash. Jin Yu roared. This time, he slashed out 7 rays of saber light in a single breath. Unfortunately, it was useless as Lu Ming dodged them one by one. Damn it kid, what's the point of dodging? If you have the ability, fight senior brother Jin Yu head-on. That's right, you only know how to dodge. What's the point? Some of the young men shouted unhappily. Ridiculous, when did you hear that a martial artist's movement is not a part of his combat strength? Lu Ming sneered. Those people's faces turned red. Indeed, movement was an important part of one's combat strength. Attack, movement, and defense were all part of one's strength. What was the use of brute force if you couldn't hit your opponent? You can't escape. Chapter 1477. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming's body flickered as he dodged the blade radiance. He then rushed towards Jin Yu. Good timing. There was a cold, murderous intent in Jin Yu's eyes. The demonic feather realm spread out. In the realm, there were saber gleams slashing toward Lu Ming. Seal. Lu Ming suddenly spat out a word. Buzz. 5 light doors suddenly appeared above Jin Yu's head. The 5 sealed doors emitted a dazzling light as they pressed down on Jin Yu. At this moment, Jin Yu's movement stiffened as he was shrouded by the sealed doors' sealing power. He was greatly affected. Break for me! Jin Yu roared as blade radiance pierced through the air. 5 blade radiance slashed towards the 5 sealed doors. The 5 sealed doors vibrated violently. Boom, 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 boom. Following that, the 5 sealed gates exploded with a loud bang. However, this momentary seal was enough for Lu Ming. Divine Sword Art. Lu Ming appeared near Jin Yu. 2 beams of black light shot out from his eyes. They were like 2 divine swords, piercing toward Jin Yu. This was a soul attack and Jin Yu's realm could not withstand it. The black divine swords pierced through the realm at an astonishing speed and entered Jin Yu's body. They went straight for his spiritual spirit. Boom. At this moment, Jin Yu felt a tearing pain in his soul. His spiritual spirit shook violently and his aura weakened. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. His third bloodline appeared and a wisp of energy entered Lu Ming's body. He then punched out. This punch was Lu Ming's strongest attack apart from the chaotic flipping sky seal. The punch directly pierced through Jin Yu's realm and headed towards Jin Yu. Get lost! Jin Yu roared as he endured the pain in his soul and unleashed his full strength. However, how much strength could he unleash in such a short time? Boom! Lu Ming's fist force crushed Jin Yu's power like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Jin Yu's entire body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily in the air. His figure was like lightning as he caught up with Jin Yu and punched out again. Jin Yu screamed miserably. His entire body was smashed into the ground, heavily smashing into a towering devil mountain. Rubble flew everywhere as Jin Yu's entire body sank into the Devil Mountain. How could this be? The other disciples of the Sky Universe Demon sect were dumbfounded. Earlier, it was clearly Jin Yu who had the upper hand all along. Why was it that in a blink of an eye, Jin Yu was defeated by Lu Ming with a crushing momentum? Some people didn't even see how Jin Yu was defeated. Just now, Lu Ming had suddenly counterattacked, using the Divine Gate 9 seals, and then used the Divine Sword arts to attack Jin Yu's soul, causing Jin Yu to reveal an opening. Then, he exploded with his full strength and heavily injured Jin Yu. All of this happened too quickly, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Brat, what kind of despicable means did you use to injure senior brother Jin Yu? That's right, he must have used some despicable means. Otherwise, senior brother Jin Yu clearly had the upper hand. How could he be defeated so quickly? You're shameless. A few youths glared at Lu Ming and berated him. Shut up. A cold shout rang out as Xian Yanqing stepped forward. His face was as cold as frost as his gaze swept across the disciples of the Sky Universe Demon sect. He berated, as a disciple of the Sky Universe Demon sect, you were defeated when your cultivation was 2 levels higher. Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you only know how to slander others. Don't you feel ashamed? But one of the youths wanted to refute. What just now? In the previous battle, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jin Yu had used a martial emperor spiritual weapon, while Lu Ming was still bare-handed. He did not even use a martial emperor spiritual weapon. He won by relying on his own strength. How could he have used any despicable means? If he really did use some despicable means, there are so many people here, including a senior brother who is a high-level martial emperor. How could he hide it from them? Xian Yanqing berated once again. Some of the youths in the crowd with unfathomable cultivations wore unpleasant looks on their faces. They knew that Xian Yanqing was right. Lu Ming had won by relying on a secret technique and his own strength. The youths blushed and did not dare to say anything. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? 4th layer martial dominator realm and below are welcome to challenge me. Lu Ming said. The disciples of the Sky Universe Demon sect wore gloomy expressions. Who else could fight? Even Jin Yu had been defeated. Jin Yu was definitely an undefeatable figure among the 4th layer martial emperors. Not many people could defeat him. If even he had been defeated, the others would only be humiliating themselves. The crowd exchanged glances with one another, but no one dared to step forward. I thought the disciples of the Yuanlu sect would be strong. But in the end, they couldn't even defeat me, someone from the desolated island. How disappointing. Lu Ming shook his head and let out a sigh. Ah, damn it. Many of the youths of the Sky Universe Demon sect clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Lu Ming's words were like slaps to their faces. Previously, they had called Lu Ming an ant from the desolated island. How could he be compared to them? They had belittled Lu Ming and placed themselves in a superior position, saying that Lu Ming was not worthy of Xian Yanqing. Only geniuses like them were worthy of Xian Yanqing. But now, They had sent geniuses who were 2 layers higher than Lu Ming, but they were still no match for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was an ant from the desolated island, then what were they? Their faces were burning, as if there were flames burning on them. I almost forgot. I have something to do. I'll leave first. A young man suddenly spoke and turned around to leave. I have something to do too. Me too. My master is looking for me. Then, one by one, the young men quickly left. They were too ashamed to stay there, especially in front of Xian Yanqing. Kid, the Sky Universe Demon Sect has a stronger genius. He's just training outside. Let's fight next time. A few of the most unwilling youths spat out hatefully before slipping away. Even Jin Yu was carried away by others. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Xian Yanqing stepped forward and held Lu Ming's hand. What's there to be sorry about? You're my woman. These toads want to eat swan meat. I'll beat them up one by one. Lu Ming smiled. Xian Yanqing's little face blushed slightly as a happy smile appeared on her face. Buzz. Right at this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space nearby, and a figure abruptly appeared there. It was a middle-aged beauty in a black magic robe. She had an indescribable aura. Master! Xian Yanqing exclaimed when he saw the middle-aged beauty. Chapter 1478. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect was definitely an overlord in the Tsang Prefecture. He was someone who could shake the entire Tsang Prefecture with a stomp of his foot. He was someone who was on par with the Valley Master of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect revealed a faint smile and said, Little guy, you're quite strong. You actually managed to cultivate the chaotic domain. That's rare. Thank you, Senior, for your compliment. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect nodded and looked at Xian Yanqing with a doting look. Young people, I won't object to you dating each other. The Sky Universe Demon Sect master's tone suddenly changed as he said, However, all of you are still in the golden age of cultivation. You should prioritize your cultivation. Although all of your talents are not bad, your cultivation is too low. In the vast Yuan land, it's nothing. Without cultivation, you won't be able to truly possess freedom. Little guy, do you understand? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he said, Junior understands. Also, Yanqing has the innate demon body. She's peerless, but because of that, there are many people who covet her. With your current cultivation, you're too weak. Can you protect Yanqing? The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect continued. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect's meaning was obvious. His cultivation was too weak. Master, Lu Ming and I have been through life and death situations together. I believe that Lu Ming will definitely rise. He won't let others hurt me, Xian Yanqing said. Silly boy, you're too naive. How can the divine wilderness continent be compared to the Yuan continent? The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect said. But, Master, Xian Yanqing wanted to say more. Yanqing. Lu Ming interrupted Xian Yanqing and said, Yanqing, Senior is right. The Yuan continent is countless times larger than the divine wilderness continent. My cultivation level is indeed too low in the Yuan continent, so I can't give you too much of a guarantee. However, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. When I reach the clouds one day, I will truly be free and unfettered in the world. So, Yanqing, you should cultivate well in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. In the future, I'll travel the world with you. This was what Lu Ming truly felt. Ever since he had come to the Yuan continent, Lu Ming had realized how insignificant he was. In the divine desolate continent, a martial emperor was a high and mighty overlord. However, in the Yuan continent, martial emperors were the most common existence. They could even be said to be ants. True experts were as common as clouds in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming had even seen a true great emperor before. That was truly terrifying. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the world could one truly be free and unfettered in the world and not be controlled by others. At this moment, Lu Ming was filled with heroic spirit. His goal wasn't the Sage realm or even the Great Emperor realm, but the pinnacle of the world. An indescribable confidence flowed out from Lu Ming's body. What an arrogant young man. I'll wait for the day when you reach the clouds. Go. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master waved his hand and said, Master, I'd like to send Lu Ming off. Xian Yanqing said, All right. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master nodded and took a step forward, disappearing from sight. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming with a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Silly girl, I'm here to see you. After seeing you, I'm going to leave. I can't possibly stay in the Sky Universe Demon Sect forever. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's hand and laughed. Moreover, the Sky Universe Demon Sect isn't far from the Divine Dragon Valley. If I have time, I'll come and see you again. Lu Ming continued. Xian Yanqing nodded gently and held Lu Ming's hand as they walked out of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Very soon, they were out of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Xian Yanqing was still reluctant to part with Lu Ming. She wanted to send Lu Ming for a while longer. Just like that, the two of them strolled in the air at a steady pace. Just like that, half a day passed. Shaoqing, you should go back. If you continue to send me off, we'll reach the Divine Dragon Valley. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming, don't blame Master. Xian Yanqing said softly, but before she could finish her words, Lu Ming had already pressed his lips against hers. The two of them hugged each other tightly as if they were about to fuse together. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them finally separated. You don't have to say anything. I know that you have to trust me. I'll definitely dominate this world in the future. When that time comes, no one will stop us. Lu Ming smiled and took out a black bracelet for Xian Yanqing to wear. It was the bracelet that Lu Ming had obtained from the Great Emperor's mystic realm. A sacred weapon? Xian Yanqing muttered as her eyes reddened. Silly girl, go back. I'm leaving. Lu Ming kissed Xian Yanqing's forehead and turned to leave. Lu Ming, I'll also work hard on my cultivation. When you're at the peak, I'll accompany you. A faint voice could be heard as Xian Yanqing turned around and headed back to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Swoosh. Lu Ming extended his body and broke through the void, allowing the wind to blow on his face. I'll definitely dominate the world in the future. Lu Ming roared, his voice echoing for thousands of miles. It would be a lie to say that he felt comfortable during his trip to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Forget about the younger generation. In the end, even Xian Yanqing's master had appeared. Although his words were not sharp, his attitude was obvious. Lu Ming was too weak and was not worthy of Xian Yanqing. He had to stay away from Xian Yanqing as much as possible. This was the Sky Universe Demon Sect's master's intention. Before coming to Yuanlu, Lu Ming had not expected that Xian Yanqing would be chosen by the Sky Universe Demon Sect's master and be accepted as a prodisciple. She had even become the saintess of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. As a result, there were some disturbances between them. Lu Ming held back his anger. However, he also knew that the Sky Universe Demon Sect's master was right. His cultivation was still too weak. Now that he was with Xian Yanqing, he couldn't be free and unfettered. If a martial emperor at the peak of the martial king realm coveted Xian Yanqing, what could he do? Strength, everything still depended on strength. He needed to be strong. Ever since he had established the Dragon Alliance, dominated the Divine Wilderness continent, and killed Lu Ming had relaxed a little. Although his pursuit of the martial Dao had not changed, he did not feel as pressured as before. Without pressure, he lacked the courage to move forward. Now, there was another strong pressure coming from his body. Lu Ming cut through the void and moved forward rapidly. He passed by the vast land in a flash, heading in the direction of the Divine Dragon Valley. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart tightened. He felt a strong sense of danger. Without hesitation, black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back and wrapped around Lu Ming. In the sky, a demonic saber seemed to break through the heavens and earth as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang! The demonic saber slashed the black wings. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a mountain and was sent flying. After flying for tens of thousands of meters, Lu Ming stabilized his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sky Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. Chapter 1479. 6 figures with terrifying auras intertwined with one another, sealing off Lu Ming's escape route. 5 7th-layer martial dominators and 1 6th-layer martial dominator. Lu Ming's eyes widened. One of them was a young man with long hair and a demonic saber on his back. He looked like a young demon god with a ferocious aura. He was a 6th-layer martial dominator. As for the other 5, their appearances could not be seen clearly as they were covered in a pitch-black demonic glow. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky. These 5 people were all 7th-layer martial dominators. The Empyrean demon sect really thinks highly of me. Lu Ming stared at the young man with sharp eyes. That saber strike just now was from this young man. He was a terrifying genius. You think you can leave after injuring a genius of the Empyrean demon sect and blaspheming our saintess? You're too naive. The young man spoke with a cold, murderous intent. The Empyrean demon sect is one of the top 13 factions in the Tsang continent. Is this all you've got? You're sending experts to hunt me down because you can't defeat your peers? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. Since you're dead, no one will know about this. The young man's face remained cold and calm. He took a step forward toward Lu Ming. Each step he took caused a powerful pressure to press down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. His mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. Lu Ming, I'll give you a chance. Give me your cultivation technique and I might spare your life. The young man spoke with a hint of greed in his eyes. He had witnessed the battle between Lu Ming and Jin Yu at the Empyrean demon sect. Lu Ming had defeated Jin Yu's 5th-grade domain with a 2nd-grade domain. He was curious about Lu Ming's cultivation technique to have such a terrifying domain. Oh, you want my cultivation method? Sure, but tell me one question. Who sent you here? Lu Ming asked. The young man's eyes flashed. Then he sneered, I'm the one who wants to kill you. Kill. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly roared and charged at the youth. His black wings flapped, bringing with them a gust of wind that swept towards the youth. His 2 wings were like 2 heavenly blades that slashed at the youth. You're courting death, the young man said coldly. The demonic saber on his back did not leave its scabbard. Instead, he used his palm as a saber and slashed out. A shocking demonic blade appeared and slashed forward. The demonic saber slashed at the black wings, causing them to vibrate violently. Lu Ming's body retreated like a cannonball. His blood and qi were in turmoil, and fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. Without a doubt, this young man was a top-notch heaven's favorite with shocking battling capabilities. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th-layer martial dominator realm, his strength could easily kill a 7th-layer martial dominator, or even an 8th-layer martial dominator. Lu Ming was no match for him. Don't attack. Seal off the area. I'll kill him, said the young man coldly. He stepped forward and closed in on Lu Ming. The young man lashed out with his palm, causing a terrifying demonic saber to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone and a shield appeared. It became extremely large and blocked in front of him. Clang. The demonic saber slashed at the shield, causing it to vibrate violently. The shield and Lu Ming were both sent flying by the impact. Sacred weapon, another sacred weapon. You have quite a lot of treasures on you. Unfortunately, you're a piece of trash. What a waste of treasures. I'll keep them for you in the future. Remember, the one who killed you is He from the demon sect. The greed in the young man's eyes grew stronger as his aura grew stronger. He waved his hand, causing the demonic saber to appear on his back. A terrifying saber glow stirred the wind. Attack! Lu Ming suddenly let out a roar. He flapped his wings and charged at He like a black bolt of lightning. He's eyes turned cold. He was about to slash out with his saber when a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. His body was frozen in place. 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming let out a low roar. 5 sealed doors appeared around He and pressed down on him. Break for me! He roared as his demonic aura erupted. The demonic saber transformed into a shocking saber glow that bombarded the transparent bubble. The transparent bubble rumbled and shook violently. It only lasted for a breath of time before it shattered. As the transparent bubble shattered, the 5 sealed doors pressed down on Emohi. Slash! Emohi struggled with all his might. The saber glow tore through the air and the 5 sealed doors were broken one by one. However, Lu Ming had already appeared not far from Emohi. Divine Sword Art. Lu Ming shot out 2 rays of black light from his eyes. They were like 2 divine swords that shot into Emohi's body and into his spiritual spirit. Emohi's spiritual spirit trembled, and his aura became unstable. Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. Lu Ming roared. In the sky, a huge primal chaos seal pressed down on Emohi like an ancient divine mountain, bringing with it terrifying waves of chi. Even Emohi's pupils shrank. He couldn't ignore this power. Break! Emohi roared. His entire body seemed to have turned into a demonic saber that soared into the sky. Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal collided heavily with the demonic saber, creating a shocking boom. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. Watch me! Dandan shouted as she flew out. She flew above the primal chaos flipping sky seal and her body grew rapidly. Dense inscriptions appeared on her body. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a tortoise-shaped mountain that stepped heavily on the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Boom! The weight of the primal chaos flipping sky seal instantly increased. The saber glow that Emohi had turned into shattered. The primal chaos flipping sky seal continued to press down on Emohi. Emohi roared as he raised his palms and struck the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal was penetrated, but Emohi's body also fell like a meteorite because of this force. As Mohertz descended, there was a gap in the encirclement that they had formed around Lu Ming. Chirp chirp, bubbles chirped as a space-time passage appeared. Lu Ming rushed into the void passage with Dandan and Bubbles and appeared thousands of miles away. Then, he flapped his black wings and flew forward rapidly. Swoosh! Emohi soared into the sky again. His eyes were filled with shocking flames as he roared furiously, "Chase after him!" Swoosh! 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 Emohi and the other 5 LV7 Martial Royal Realm experts turned into 6 beams of demonic light and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a pile of primordial stones and swallowed them to recover his true essence. At the same time, he increased his speed to the maximum and flew away quickly. He knew that the blow just now could not do anything to Emohi at all. Emohi's combat strength was too strong. Just now, it was because Emohi had underestimated his opponent that Lu Ming had taken him by surprise. He had used Dandan and Bubbles to launch a series of attacks. In the end, he had used the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, Dandan's power, and the Divine Sword Art to send Emohi flying. However, he should not be able to hurt Emohi. Chapter 1480. 7 streaks of black light streaked across the sky like 7 bolts of lightning. Although Lu Ming had the black wings and the air-frozen bead, he was at a disadvantage because his cultivation was too low. Emohi and the other 5 7th-level Martial Royal Realm experts unleashed their true chi and chased after Lu Ming relentlessly. Soon, they had flown a long distance, but the distance between the two sides did not increase, nor did they get closer. Bubble! Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. The bubble buzzed and opened up a space-time passageway. Lu Ming flew in and appeared thousands of miles away the next moment, widening the distance between them. Damn it, you want to run? It's not that easy. Emohi roared and waved his hand, and a treasure flew out. It was a space-breaking shuttle. As soon as it flew out, it grew in the wind and soon became hundreds of meters long. Get on! Emohi shouted. The other 5 7th-level Martial Royal Realm experts flew onto the space-breaking shuttle. The space-breaking shuttle shone and flew out at an astonishing speed. It was much faster than their flying speed and was quickly approaching Lu Ming. Oh no! Lu Ming's expression changed. The space-breaking shuttle was too fast. It was a tool used by the martial arts experts of the Yuan land to travel. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He flew with all his strength, but the space-breaking shuttle behind him was still closing in. After a while, Lu Ming had to ask Bubble to open a space-time passage again to increase the distance between the two sides. Boy, let's see how long you can run. In the space-breaking shuttle, Emohi's eyes were cold. Just like that, half a day passed. This can't go on. Lu Ming frowned. If this continued, Bubble would not be able to take it and would run out of energy. When that time came, he would not have a second chance to escape. A large river appeared in front of them. The strange thing was that the water of the river was as black as ink. It was extremely strange. On the other side of the river was a black world. Black soil, black rocks, and even black flowers and trees. Separated by a river, it was like two different worlds. It was extremely strange. However, Lu Ming was only taken aback for a moment. He did not stop at all and simply flew over. He flew over the river and flew toward the strange black world. Not long after Lu Ming flew over the river, the space-breaking shuttle appeared, but it did not continue flying. Instead, it stopped in front of the river. He and the other 5 7th-level Martial Royal Realm experts flew out of the space-breaking shuttle. He put the shuttle away. This boy escaped into the Death Wasteland, the first of the 6 forbidden lands. Mo frowned as he looked at the world on the other side of the river, fear and dread in his eyes. The other 5 of the royal realm of the forbidden of the royal realm. Of the 6 of the forbidden of the forbidden of the forbidden land wasteland. As for the wasteland of death, it was even more terrifying. It was the leader of the 6 great forbidden grounds. No one knew when it came into existence, only that it had existed for a very long time. Legend had it that a great emperor had entered the wasteland of death a very long time ago, but had eventually retreated in fear. Of the Ming was of danger. Young Master Mohi, what should we do now? A black-robed man asked. Go after him and kill him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Emohi said coldly. He was full of confidence. He had brought 5 7th-level Martial Royal Realm experts to kill Lu Ming. It was supposed to be a foolproof plan. With Lu Ming's cultivation, it was impossible for him to escape. However, Lu Ming had escaped. Moreover, he had escaped from his hands. How was he going to account for this when he returned? Therefore, he hated Lu Ming to the core. He had to kill Lu Ming. Go after him? The faces of the 5 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm experts turned incredibly unpleasant. Yes, and it's you guys. Hurry up, or I won't be able to see that kid anymore. You guys should know who gave the order this time. If that kid escapes, I'll be fine when I get back, but you guys should know the consequences. Emohi said coldly. The faces of the 5 7th-layer Martial Royal Realm experts darkened. They exchanged glances with one another, before clenching their teeth and turning into 5 demonic rays. They dashed across the river and chased after Lu Ming. Kid, you're just an ant. You should listen to fate and be an ant, but you insisted on coming to the heavenly demonic sect. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. I have no choice but to make you disappear. Emohi glanced at the dark world and said coldly. Lu Ming continued to fly at a rapid pace after crossing the river. The terrain below was extremely complicated, filled with potholes and jagged rocks of strange shapes. Furthermore, these rocks were all black in color. Giant ancient trees grew on the ground. However, these ancient trees were completely black. Their trunks and branches were twisted together, resulting in an eerie sight. Furthermore, the further they flew, the larger and taller the trees became. Black ancient trees over a few hundred meters tall could be seen everywhere. At that instant, Lu Ming discovered 5 people chasing after him. These fellows really won't leave me alone. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of over 10,000 li. However, they were still in the dark world, which seemed to be boundless. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a huge shadow looming over him, causing him to raise his head. With a glimpse, Lu Ming's eyes widened. High up in the sky, an incomparably huge bird had appeared out of nowhere. The giant bird had a strange appearance. It had 2 heads and a pitch-black body. Its eyes were red like burning flames. Most importantly, it was too huge. When it spread its wings, it covered the entire sky like a stormy cloud, shrouding Lu Ming and the 5 7th-layer Martial Royal Realm experts in its shadow. So, the giant eagle uttered a cry all of a sudden. A shocking force burst out from its mouth, encapsulating one of the 7th-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. No! The 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert let out a terrified cry as he lost control of his body and flew toward the giant bird's mouth. Following this, he was swallowed by the giant bird like an ant. Lu Ming was astounded. A 7th-layer Martial Royal Realm expert had no chance against the giant bird, who had been devoured instantly. The giant bird's strength was utterly terrifying. So, the giant bird uttered a cry and scanned Lu Ming and the remaining 4 7th-layer Martial Royal Realm experts with its sharp gaze. Shit! Lu Ming was startled as he immediately dove into the ground. The ground was covered with ancient black trees, which were able to block the giant bird's sight, allowing them to escape. At the same time, the 4 7th-level Martial Emperors also swooped down and dashed into the ancient black tree behind Lu Ming. As expected, as soon as they dove into the ground, the giant bird uttered a cry and scanned its surroundings. It did not continue its attack, but soared into the sky instead. These guys really don't want to give up. Lu Ming realized that the 4 7th-level Martial Emperors behind him were still chasing after him. They were running at high speed in the Black Forest. Bang! Chapter 1481. They did not dare to fly in the sky due to the terrifying presence of the giant bird. They could only run on the ground. The ground here was also extremely strange. It was full of potholes, as if it had been corroded by something. It was extremely strange. Those black ancient trees were rooted in this kind of ground. Behind them, the remaining 4 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm experts continued to chase after Lu Ming at a shocking pace. Lu Ming had no choice but to flee. With his current strength, he had no chance of winning against a 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert. He might even be killed, let alone 4 7th-layer Martial Dominators. A cry of agony could be heard behind him all of a sudden. Lu Ming subconsciously turned around and saw a 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert stepping on a pile of black mud. The mud immediately emitted a black gas. The expert let out a cry of agony as he was struck by the black gas. Following this, under the astounded gaze of the others, his body was corroded and turned into a pile of mud. "Oh my God, what the hell is this place?" Lu Ming yelled in his heart as his face was covered in a cold sweat. A 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert had died after stepping on a pile of black mud. Lu Ming had also stepped on the same pile of mud. Luckily, he had not stepped on it. This place was full of danger. The remaining 3 7th-layer Martial Dominators wore terrified expressions, but they continued to chase after Lu Ming. There's something wrong with these people. Why are they so desperate and unwilling to give up chasing after me? Lu Ming was confused. If he was jealous of Xian Yanqing and wanted to get rid of him, there was no need for him to be so desperate. He should have stopped long ago in such a dangerous place. Could it be that they were ordered to chase after him by some authority of the heavenly demonic sect? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Not long after, they had covered a distance of over 1,000 li. The terrain ahead of them became more complicated with many mountains and valleys. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard coming from a huge valley. Then, Lu Ming saw a group of majestic black bulls rush out of the canyon and charge towards them. These black bulls had majestic physiques. Most of them were 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. Their bodies were pitch black, as if they were made of iron. Their eyes were blood red, similar to the giant eagle from before. Among them, there were some who were even larger. They were 4 meters tall or even 5 meters tall. As soon as these black bulls appeared, they roared loudly and spread out, charging towards Lu Ming and the others. A 3-meter-tall black bull appeared on the right side of Lu Ming. Its 2 horns were like 2 blades as it charged towards Lu Ming. Scram! Lu Ming's body swayed, avoiding the black bull's charge, and punched out. Bang! The punch landed on the black bull's body and sent it flying. The black bull's strength was equivalent to a first-layer Martial Dominator Realm cultivator. It had no chance of stopping Lu Ming. It was sent flying a few hundred meters by Lu Ming's punch and slammed into the wall of a mountain. Gravel flew everywhere. Then, the black bull shook its head and stood up again. So tough! Lu Ming was shocked. Although he had not used his full strength, an ordinary first-layer martial dominator would have died after being hit by the punch. However, this black bull seemed to be perfectly fine. After Lu Ming sent the first black bull flying, 2 more black bulls charged forward. The strength of these 2 black bulls was even more shocking. They had both reached the second-layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming threw out 2 consecutive punches, sending the 2 black bulls flying. However, similar to the previous one, they only shook their heads and stood up as if nothing had happened. Their bones were as tough as steel. Furthermore, there were more black bulls charging out from the valley. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them, but there were still more coming out. The weakest among these black bulls was at the first-layer martial dominator realm. The stronger ones were at the second-layer and third-layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming even saw a 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. Rumble! The black bulls stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Kill! Piss off! The 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect were also fighting against the black bulls. A black saber glow exploded, sending the black bulls flying. The weakest ones finally had their defenses broken and were slashed in half, causing black blood to flow out. The black bulls became even more furious as if they were stimulated by the blood. Most of them charged toward the 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect. Some of them were at the 6th-layer martial dominator realm. The 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect joined forces and slowly approached Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming was also surrounded by a group of black bulls. The strongest one among them was at the 5th-layer martial dominator realm. Bang! Lu Ming lashed out a punch at the head of the 5th-layer martial dominator realm black bull. His body shuddered as he was knocked a few steps backward, feeling his fist going numb. Such a shocking strength. Each of these black bulls possessed a shocking strength. Let's go! Lu Ming executed the wind element technique and tapped on the head of one of the black bulls, causing his figure to dash forward. However, the black bulls did not give up and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Some of the black bulls even shot out beams of black light toward Lu Ming from their horns. Lu Ming spread his black wings and blocked the black rays from his back. Moo! At that instant, a shocking roar could be heard coming from a valley, causing the ground to tremble as a giant bull with a shocking physique charged out. This black bull was at least 10 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. It was like a small hill, exuding an incomparably shocking aura. The black bull charged toward the 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect as soon as it came out. The 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect were powerful and filled with demonic chi. Naturally, they were more attractive than Lu Ming. Bang! The giant black bull kicked the ground and instantly covered a distance of a few thousand meters. It was like a small hill as it charged toward one of the experts. Oh no! The expert's expression changed drastically as he slashed at the giant black bull with a shocking demonic saber. However, the giant black bull did not seem to see it and charged forward. The demonic saber shattered and the giant black bull crashed into the expert of the Empyrean demon sect. The expert screamed as he was sent flying. He crashed into dozens of ancient black trees and lost all signs of life. He had been killed by the collision. The strength of this black bull was shocking. The other 2 experts fled in all directions in fear. The giant black bull roared and the horns on its head lit up. 2 rays of black light flew out like 2 demonic sabers and slashed at the 2 experts of the Empyrean demon sect. The 2 experts used their demonic sabers to block, but they both groaned and were sent flying. Blood spurted from their mouths as they were drowned by the black bulls. Only a few demonic sabers could be seen flashing before they became weaker and weaker. At that moment, the giant black bull looked at Lu Ming and roared as it charged toward Lu Ming. Nestle! Chapter 1482. Seeing that Lu Ming had escaped, the giant black bull roared and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast his movement technique and continued moving forward. After some time, Lu Ming realized that there were fewer and fewer black ancient trees in the area. However, There were wisps of black mist floating between the heavens and the earth. Sizzle, his protective true origin was sizzling. The black mist was corroding his true origin. Lu Ming hurriedly used the chaotic domain to cover his body and block the black mist around him. However, the black mist was extremely shocking. When it stuck to the chaotic domain, even the chaotic domain was sizzling. What was even more shocking was that even the black feather wings were the same. When the black feather wings were adhered to by the black mist, it also emitted a corroding sound. It could even corrode the chaotic domain and sacred weapons. Lu Ming's face turned ugly and he stopped. It was too dangerous to continue forward. It's actually this aura? On his shoulder, Dandan looked grave and bewildered. Dandan, this aura? What does it mean? Lu Ming asked. It's not from this world. Dandan said vaguely. Not from this world? Could it be from the heaven world? Lu Ming asked. No. Dandan shook his head and looked up into the distance without saying anything else. Rumble. Behind them, the earth rumbled and a giant black bull the size of a small hill appeared. Nestle, it's coming again. Do you have to do this? Lu Ming was really speechless. The 5 experts of the Sky Universe Demon Sect had died, but now, this giant black bull was relentlessly chasing after them. This giant was too powerful. It could easily kill a 7th-level Martial Royal Realm expert. Similarly, it could easily kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only brace himself and continue forward. The further he went, the thicker the black mist became. His primal chaos domain and black wings kept sizzling. After the giant black bull chased for a while, it suddenly stopped, as if it was afraid. It let out a few cries, turned around and ran away, disappearing from sight. That bull finally left. What's going on? It seems to be very scared. Lu Ming mumbled. Nonsense, of course he's scared. Kid, run quickly, go forward. Dandan shouted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment hissing sounds came from both sides. Then, Lu Ming saw 2 disgusting pythons crawling over. On the left and right sides, there was a giant python. These giant pythons had 3 heads, and their bodies were over 100 meters in diameter. They were incomparably huge. What was even more shocking was that his body was in tatters, with black liquid constantly flowing out. It was extremely horrifying. Lu Ming had never seen or heard of these giant pythons before. They were emitting an extremely evil aura, which was 10 times scarier than the giant black beast from before. Lu Ming finally knew why the giant black beast had fled all of a sudden. It was because of these 2 giant pythons. The giant pythons appeared and stared at Lu Ming with their crimson eyes. Run! Lu Ming sprinted forward without hesitation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the 2 giant pythons saw Lu Ming running away, their 3 heads uttered cries and twisted their bodies, chasing after Lu Ming and Lu Ming. Its body had a diameter of 100 meters. It was simply like 2 mountain ranges. In front of it, Lu Ming was like an ant. Lu Ming's black wings kept flapping. He ignored the black mist and continued to fly forward at a rapid pace. From time to time, he needed Bubble's help to escape from the pursuit of the 2 giant pythons. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been swallowed by the 2 giant pythons. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding mist became thicker and thicker, and the corrosive power became stronger and stronger. Lu Ming had to escape while resisting the surrounding black mist, which consumed a lot of energy. At this time, Lu Ming was sweating all over and gasping for breath. Bubble was almost the same, lying on Lu Ming's body in exhaustion. What is this place? It's so strange. Am I, Lu Ming, going to die here today? Buried in the belly of a snake? No, I can't die here. I promised Xiao Qing that I would rise to the heavens with her. Lu Ming clenched his teeth. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and Ming Lian's second body appeared. He took a step forward, and dense inscriptions flashed. His main body entered the mountain river diagram and devoured the origin stones to recover. After this period of time, Ming Lian's second body had fully recovered. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise. His cultivation had advanced further, and he had already ignited 4 spirit lamps. The second body hurried on. After a period of time, when the second body's spirit flame was greatly exhausted, the main body appeared and continued to move forward. At this time, the two giant pythons suddenly stopped and looked ahead. They seemed to be frightened, then turned around and slithered away. Lu Ming's heart began to turn cold. He thought of the giant bull from before. Could it be that he had entered the territory of an even more terrifying existence and scared the two giant pythons away? Lu Ming stood in place, not knowing where to go for a while. He now knew that this area was a forbidden area, full of danger. Lu Ming, continue to move forward. Dandan looked into the distance and said, "Continue to move forward? The further we go, the stronger the black mist is, and I don't know what terrifying existence there is." Lu Ming said. At this time, the black mist made his chaotic domain tremble. If this continued, Lu Ming would not be able to hold on for long. Lu Ming had already put away the black wings. Otherwise, they might be corroded. "Listen to me, that's right," Dandan said. "All right, I'll listen to you this time." Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took a big step forward. To Lu Ming's surprise, he continued to move forward without encountering any danger, nor did any strange beasts appear. After moving forward for about 1,000 miles, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. His eyes widened as he looked ahead. His whole body seemed to be frozen. This was because Lu Ming saw an extremely shocking scene. In front of him, at an unknown distance, a towering ancient tree rose from the ground, piercing into the depths of the void. This ancient tree was too big, too tall, and too majestic. It was like the legendary world tree, as tall as the sky. On the branches, there was a great Tao aura lingering, incomparably mysterious. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that it was actually a Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree, a fully mature one. Legend had it that a long time ago, many peak powerhouses would have a Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree beside them. And here, Lu Ming actually saw a fully mature Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. And under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. This figure was extremely tall and majestic. Just sitting there cross-legged, the top of his head broke into the sky. There were clouds lingering around his body, and his figure was even taller than a towering mountain. How could there be such a majestic figure? Chapter 1483. It's him, it's really him. He didn't die in the battle back then. Dandan exclaimed. Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that Dandan knew this figure? "Dandan, do you know him?" Lu Ming asked in a low voice. He was now sure that the two giant pythons had retreated because of this figure. In the depths of this terrifying forbidden area, there was a mature Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, there was a majestic figure sitting cross-legged. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Moreover, Dandan seemed to know him. "Nonsense, I'd recognize this guy even if he turned into ashes," Dandan muttered, its face full of anger. Could it be that he's Dandan's opponent? Dandan is one of the top 10 battle beasts. What kind of terrifying existence is this majestic figure? Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened. Chirp, chirp, Bubble chirped and looked curiously at the figure. At this moment, the majestic figure suddenly opened its eyes. Two bright rays of light shot out from its eyes, like two peerlessly sharp divine swords, as if they were going to split the world in half. The majestic figure's gaze first fell on Bubble, then on Dandan, and finally on Lu Ming. Being swept by this gaze, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure all over his body. He could not even breathe properly. It was as if his body had been penetrated. Strong, too strong. There was only one thought in Lu Ming's mind. This figure didn't release any shocking aura. It just glanced at Lu Ming casually, and Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if he was facing the entire Great Thousand Universe, and he couldn't summon any thoughts of resistance. Lu Ming had a feeling that the figure could turn him into ashes with just a thought. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from the void in the distance, full of tyrannical intent. That is, Lu Ming finally shifted his gaze from the Tree of Enlightenment and the towering figure to the depths of the void. There, a huge hole seemed to have been torn open in space. An incomparably huge, pitch-black hole quietly floated in the air. It was pitch black inside, as if it led to the abyss of hell. and that terrifying roar came from that abyss-like hole. Then the roars came one after another, getting louder and louder, more and more shocking. The sound formed a terrifying sound wave that rushed out, causing Lu Ming's primal chaos domain to tremble violently. Lu Ming's body also trembled violently, continuously retreating, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying sound! Lu Ming and the hole were separated by an unknown distance. The sound that came out of the hole was actually able to injure Lu Ming. At that moment, the majestic figure stood up. As soon as he stood up, his figure became even more majestic, standing as tall as the sky. The majestic figure flicked his finger slightly, and a ray of light flew towards Lu Ming and the others, forming a light curtain that blocked Lu Ming and the others. That terrifying sound immediately disappeared. The majestic figure was actually protecting them. It seemed that he was really an old acquaintance of Dandan. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The roar shook the sky. At that moment, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. 2 tentacles suddenly stretched out of the pitch-black hole. These 2 tentacles were incomparably huge, like 2 octopus tentacles, pitch-black. The 2 tentacles stretched out and pressed on both sides of the huge hole, as if trying to support the larger figure behind it. Slash! The majestic figure coldly spat out a word, and the world rumbled as if it had been blessed by the great Tao. 2 terrifying sabers slashed towards the 2 tentacles. But at that moment, 2 more pitch-black tentacles stretched out of the pitch-black hole, curling towards the 2 sabers. With 2 bangs, the 2 sabers were destroyed. Bang! Bang! The majestic figure stepped out. His eyes were like lightning, and his body was surrounded by endless light, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was surrounding him. Lu Ming was shocked. What kind of realm was this? When the body moved, the great Tao moved. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was his weapon and slave. This realm was already incredible, reaching an unimaginable level. Boom! Boom! The majestic figure threw out 2 punches in a row. The 2 pitch-black tentacles directly exploded, and endless black liquid flew in all directions and scattered on the ground. Within the black liquid, wisps of black mist were emitted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the pitch-black world, the black mist, and the black mud were formed by the explosion of these tentacles? The tentacles were broken, and angry roars came from the pitch-black hole. The terrifying sound waves caused the void where the majestic figure was to collapse and turn into chaos. The terrifying sound waves passed through endless distance and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he felt his blood boil. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Dandan, who was on Lu Ming's shoulder, was also sent flying. Damn it, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Since he wants to protect us, why didn't he completely isolate the sound waves and let some of them in? This guy is doing it on purpose. He's jealous of me. Dandan shouted, staring hatefully at the majestic figure in the distance. Roars continued to be heard from the hole, and a huge head appeared in the hole. The head was covered in scales, and there were 3 eyes in the middle of its brows. 3 eyes? Lu Ming could not help but think of the 3-eyed divine tribe that he met on a small island in the heaven realm in the War of Providence. The huge head appeared, and the 3rd eye in the middle of its brows shot out a destructive light toward the majestic figure. The majestic figure punched out and destroyed the destructive light. At this time, a few more tentacles stretched out from the hole and pressed around the hole. The huge figure seemed to want to crawl out. Go back! The majestic figure shouted, and his voice rumbled. He punched out, and the world was annihilated by the fist energy. The tentacles that were pressing around the hole all exploded one by one. Black liquid scattered across the vast land, and some of it even sprayed toward Lu Ming and the others. Fortunately, the majestic figure had set up a light shield for them, which blocked the black liquid. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster for Lu Ming and the others. Kill! At this time, the majestic figure roared and stepped out, rushing directly into the dark hole. Boom! Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar in the pitch-black hole. The void collapsed directly. Lu Ming looked through the collapsed void and saw the scene inside. It was an incomparably huge figure covered in scales. It was somewhat similar to the three-eyed divine tribe that he saw before. However, its size was many times bigger than the three-eyed divine tribe. Moreover, there were 8 huge pitch-black tentacles on its back, which looked extremely ferocious. This figure held 2 huge axes in its hands and engaged in a fierce battle with the majestic figure. The majestic figure was strengthened by the great Tao, and its combat strength was astonishing. The two of them kept colliding, and the void kept collapsing. Chapter 1484. The towering figure and the ferocious creature fought in the extraterritorial starry sky. However, Lu Ming could still see it clearly. Through the collapsing void, he could vaguely see 2 figures fighting in the extraterrestrial starry sky. It was as though they were projected. It was very fascinating. The 2 huge figures fought in the extraterritorial starry sky and the space was collapsing. Suddenly, the towering figure roared into the sky and turned into a huge heavenly bull. Its 2 horns were like 2 divine blades. The body of the towering figure was actually a huge heavenly bull. The heavenly bull stepped in the air and every step it took caused the space to collapse. The heavenly bull roared and the space became chaotic. Lu Ming even saw the stars in the extraterritorial starry sky explode like fireworks. Lu Ming gasped. It was too terrifying. A roar could cause the stars to explode. How terrifying was that? Could a person's strength really reach such a level? Lu Ming had a feeling that given the combat power of the towering figure, he could completely flatten a continent like the divine wilderness in one move. One move and the divine wilderness would disappear from the world. Such strength was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Is this the strength of a great emperor? But even Emperor Tsang and Master Mia Hun weren't this terrifying. Lu Ming muttered, "Kid, what do you know? Even though we're both great emperors, our strength is worlds apart. When I was at my peak, I could kill a bunch of ordinary great emperors with one slap." Dandan said arrogantly. Lu Ming was skeptical of Dandan's words. Lu Ming believed that although they were both great emperors, there was a great disparity in their combat abilities. However, ordinary great emperors weren't that weak. When he saw Emperor Tsang and Master Mia Hun, they were severely injured and had fought against each other for 60,000 years. They were extremely weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Emperor Tsang to turn the situation around with just a lightning cauldron. If Emperor Tsang and Master Mia Hun were at their peak, they would definitely be terrifying. The heavenly bull roared and shattered the stars. It also caused the tentacles behind the three-eyed being to explode. Then, the heavenly bull stepped in the air and its 2 horns turned into 2 heavenly blades. 2 black blade marks appeared in the extraterritorial starry sky. From afar, it looked like the entire extraterritorial starry sky had been split. The three-eyed being roared and held 2 battle axes to fight against the 2 heavenly blades. The extraterritorial starry sky was destroyed. If that terrifying attack landed on the ground, it would definitely cause the heavens and earth would be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 terrifying existences had exchanged more than 10 blows. But in the end, the heavenly bull was. The heavenly bull stomped through the air, smashing through all of the opponent's defenses. It smashed into the opponent's body, causing a huge hole to appear. Then, the heavenly blade formed by the bull's horns slashed down, cutting off the opponent's head. Sky, sky, sky. Bull, sky, 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 bull. Sky, 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 sky. N sky, 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 sky. The heavenly bull roared once more. The three-eyed being finally couldn't take it anymore. Its entire body exploded in the void. But even so, the other party was still not dead. 2 huge arms, holding the giant axe, continued to slash at the heavenly bull. The shattered flesh and the severed head were wriggling rapidly. They were quickly gluing themselves back together, trying to restore themselves. How could the heavenly bull allow the other party to succeed? He stepped forward, his entire body shining. This was the result of the great Tao being added to his body. Terrifying great Tao laws surrounded the other party, starting to refine him. Chi-chi, the flesh and blood of the three-eyed being seemed to be immersed in flames. It was constantly being refined, turning into black smoke and dissipating. You can't stop my world. You are just a defeated general, struggling at death's door. The head that had been cut off let out a roar, and the third eye on its forehead even shot out a destructive beam of light to attack the heaven beetle, but it was destroyed by the heaven beetle. The heaven realm is about to be destroyed, and the primordial realm will not be spared either. All of you are just struggling at death's door. Wait until the primordial realm opens up a path, and the army will destroy all of you. The head let out another roar. Poochie. 2 heavenly blades slashed down, splitting the huge head in half. The great Tao laws condensed, and the three-eyed being turned into black smoke and dissipated. My world, my race, will avenge me. After a few hours, when the last voice was heard, the three-eyed being was finally completely refined. The huge heavenly bull once again transformed into a human form. He took a step forward and reappeared under the tree of enlightenment. An earth-shattering battle had come to an end. But that kind of shock made Lu Ming's heart tremble, and he could not calm down. Such an existence should be the pinnacle of the world, right? It was true that with a thought, heaven and earth would collapse, and with a rage, millions of corpses would fall. It was unbelievably powerful. TSK, this old bull can't take it anymore. It took so long to kill such an opponent. It seems that it was also badly injured in the battle back then. Dandan muttered, making Lu Ming's eyelids twitch. Such terrifying combat strength was still not enough? Hey, old bull, long time no see, did you miss me? Dandan shouted at the towering figure. The towering figure looked at Dandan and said in a booming voice, "You old tortoise, you're still alive. You're quite lucky." "Ha, even an old bull like you isn't dead yet. Puma, how can I die so easily? Old bull, it's been a long time since we last met. Why don't you give me a greeting gift? What emperor medicine? Give me 100 or so stalks. Or emperor weapons." Dandan laughed. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really greedy. However, Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. He thought that if the towering figure really gave Dandan a few stalks of emperor medicine, he must find a way to get some. The towering figure seemed to smile. With a wave of his hand, a ball of light flew through the air. However, the ball of light did not fly to Dandan, but to the bubble. Its speed was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of the bubble. Before Lu Ming could see clearly what it was, Bubbles opened its mouth and swallowed the ball of light. It had a look of enjoyment on its face. "Time and space crystal. Old bull, you're really generous. What about me? Where are my treasures?" Dandan opened its eyes wide. "Go," the towering figure said. "Hey, wait, my treasures. You old bull, you're taking revenge on me for being more handsome than you." Dandan cursed loudly, jabbering on and on. The towering figure waved his hand and an invisible force surged. Lu Ming felt his body tighten. Then he saw the scenery around him flashing past. In the next moment, Lu Ming found that he had already left the dark place and was standing on a mountain peak. Revenge, revenge, this old bull must be taking revenge. Damn it, he didn't give me anything. Chapter 1485. Heavy color? Lu Ming was speechless. Could it be that Bubble is a female? But it's only a few years old. Could it be Bubble's mother, the legendary space-time spirit mouse? Lu Ming thought to himself. But he was happy for Bubble. Looking at Eggy's appearance, the space-time crystal must be extraordinary. Chirp chirp, Bubble chirped as its body emitted a milky white light. That light seemed real and illusory at the same time, as if it was shrouded in the law of space-time. It looked at Dandan proudly. This made Dandan so angry that even its shell turned green. "Dandan, who is that person? Why is he so powerful?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming speculated that the figure should be from the same era as Dandan, or even an expert of the same level. Could it be another one of the top 10 war beasts? Who else could it be? You can tell from its size. It's one of the top 10 war beasts, the Titan longhorn beetle. It was my underling back then. Dandan curled its lips. As expected. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, revealing a shocked expression. He had come into contact with a few of the top 10 war beasts. His first bloodline, the 9 dragons. There was also Dandan, who called himself the world's divine turtle, the leader of the top 10. Of course, Lu Ming didn't take it seriously. There was also Bubble, the descendant of the space-time spirit mouse. There was also Long Chen's bloodline, the immemorial dragon-esque elephant. But none of the war beasts he came into contact with were their original bodies. They either appeared in their bloodlines or were their descendants. As for Dandan, it had also undergone nirvana rebirth. As for the Titan longhorn beetle, it was the real original body. Although Dandan said that it wasn't at its peak and was injured, the real original body, the legendary one, had earth-shattering combat power. As for Dandan saying that the Titan longhorn beetle was his underling, Lu Ming directly ignored it. Dandan would die if he didn't brag. How many of the top 10 war beasts are still alive? Lu Ming muttered. Without a doubt, the top 10 war beasts were definitely the pinnacle of existence in the world. Every one of them was a taboo, one of a kind, and one of a kind. Back then, the old space-time spirit mouse had died, and only then could a new one be born. I don't know either. Dandan showed a rare look of contemplation and solemnity, as if he was sighing with emotion. Chirp chirp. At this moment, Bubble cried out and pointed one of its claws forward. Lu Ming looked ahead. Mo! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The mountain where they had appeared was not far from the death wasteland. From afar, one could see the pitch-black river. Beside the river, Emohi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the wasteland of death. Humph, I have to think of a way to get rid of this person. Lu Ming revealed a cold-killing intent. This time, he was lucky to have survived. It could be said that it was full of danger. Lu Ming would definitely take revenge for this. Got it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and Ming Lian's second body appeared. Lu Ming's plan was very simple. He would let Ming Lian's second body inscribe a formation and kill Emohi. Ming Lian's second body took a step forward and appeared in a valley behind the mountain. He began to inscribe a formation. I'll help. Dandan followed. How could he be left out when it came to killing people? As for Lu Ming, he restrained his aura and quietly approached the river. The river was very long, dividing the land into two. One side was the death wasteland, and the other side was normal land. Lu Ming quietly came to the side of the river and hid behind a huge rock. He was 100 miles away from Emohi. Lu Ming completely restrained his aura and quietly observed. I wonder how that kid is doing? Is he dead? Emohi looked at the death wasteland and frowned. Let's hope those guys can kill that kid and bring his corpse out. This time, he was ordered to bring people to kill Lu Ming. He was confident that he would bring back Lu Ming's body, but he did not expect that Lu Ming would escape into the death wasteland. He did not dare to go in, so he could only wait here. Time flew by quickly. Soon a day had passed. Why haven't they come out yet? Did they all die in there? The death wasteland is very dangerous. Even Saint Realm experts will die in there. A great emperor once went in and came out with a grave expression. It's definitely dangerous inside. That kid has been in there for so long. He probably won't survive. I'll wait for another day. I'll wait for another day. Soon, another day passed. It seems that kid has died in there. Let's go back. Emohi turned around and stepped into the air, intending to leave. As for the 5 7th level Martial Royal Realm martial artists, they were just ants in his eyes. He did not care about them at all. He's leaving? The time is too short. However, I've engraved the formation for 2 days. It should be enough to kill him. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Then he circulated his true origin. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Lu Ming slammed his palm on a boulder beside him. The boulder exploded with a bang. In the distance, he, who was about to leave, was alerted and looked over. Lu Ming, you're not dead. Emohi's eyes widened and he shouted angrily. Lu Ming did not bother to pay attention to Emohi. He pretended that he had just rushed out of the death wasteland and was seriously injured as he flew into the distance. Wanna run? Emohi shouted angrily and turned into a ray of demonic light, chasing after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. A pair of black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. With a flap, he flew toward the mountain at lightning speed. When he was about to arrive, Lu Ming rushed into the canyon. As for his second body and Dandan, they had hidden long ago. Emohi did not suspect anything and followed Lu Ming into the canyon. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Why aren't you running? Do you know that you can't run away? Where are the people from the Sky Universe Demon Sect? Emohi said coldly. Those pieces of trash are all dead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Trash indeed. You can't even kill a second-level Martial Royal Realm ant like you. You deserve to die. Emohi said coldly. Demonic chi surged from his body and pressed toward Lu Ming. An ant? Then I'll show you the counterattack of an ant. Lu Ming smiled coldly and took a step forward. Buzz. The entire canyon was filled with dense inscriptions and a large formation appeared. A killing formation? You came out long ago? When the formation appeared, Emohi's expression changed drastically. He finally understood that Lu Ming had come out long ago and set up a formation to lure him here. Kill! Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with him and shouted. In the depths of the canyon, Ming Lian's second body waved his hands, and the formation lit up. Endless sword rays condensed and shot toward Emohi. You want to kill me with a formation? Dream on. Break. Emohi roared, and demonic chi surged from his body. It seemed like a demon god was roaring at the sky. Chapter 1486. The formation appeared and the inscriptions shone. In the depths of the valley, the glabella of Ming Lian's second body shone with a golden light. Within the formation, golden sword rays condensed. Bush, bush, bush. Golden sword rays shot out from all directions, attacking Emohi. Break, break, break. Emohi looked up to the sky and roared. His body emitted a demonic light. The pitch-black demonic saber swept in all directions like an invincible demon god. Wherever the demonic saber passed, the golden sword chi collapsed. Not far away, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Emohi's battle prowess is so strong. When I fought with him a few days ago, he didn't use his full strength. The battle prowess he displayed now was extremely shocking. Although it had only been 2 days and the formation set up by Ming Lian's second body couldn't be too terrifying, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to kill an 8th-level martial king. But now it was blocked by Emohi. A superior earth spiritual body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Emohi's spiritual body should be a superior earth spiritual body. With such a physique, his battle prowess was self-evident and extremely shocking. In the entire Tsang Prefecture, there weren't many forces with a superior earth spiritual body. Each of them was a top genius and was invincible among those of the same level. Fighting against those of a higher level was as easy as eating and drinking. What's the use of a formation? Watch how I break your formation. Emohi roared. His demonic saber was shocking. With a slash, countless golden sword rays collapsed. Boom! The demonic saber slashed at one side of the valley. The valley shook and collapsed. Its power was shocking. He wanted to break through the valley and destroy Lu Ming's formation. Hee, then I'll add another gift. At this time, Dandan had already left Ming Lian's second body and arrived on the shoulder of Lu Ming's main body. He grinned and inscriptions flashed on his claws. Buzz. In the valley, another formation appeared. This was the formation set up by Dandan. When the formation appeared, it condensed into huge hammers that smashed toward Emohi's head. Boom, boom, boom. As the hammers smashed down, Emohi's devil's saber trembled. His body also trembled involuntarily, and he retreated a few steps. Then, an endless amount of sword chi pierced down, accompanied by a series of hammers. Emohi's expression was grave as he slashed out with his saber. However, his saber was intercepted by the hammer, and under the continuous bombardment, it directly collapsed. Smash, 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 smash this bastard. No, smash this bastard to death. Dandan shouted arrogantly as it waved its claws. Finally, Moh was completely suppressed, unable to retaliate. He could only passively defend. Bush, bush. Sword chi swept out, and several of them almost chopped off Emohi's head, leaving behind a bloody mark on his face. Fear flashed across Mo's face. Magic Night Mirror, go! A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows. Then, a pitch-black ancient mirror flew out and floated above Emohi's head. A ray of light fell down and enveloped Emohi. The sword chi in the surroundings and the hammer smashed onto the light screen of the ancient mirror. The light screen shook, but it didn't break. A sacred artifact. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The ancient mirror that Emohi used was a sacred artifact. Thinking about it, it was normal for a prodigy like Emohi to have a sacred artifact to protect himself. With the sacred artifact protecting himself, Emohi abandoned his own defense and focused on attacking. Boom, boom. The demonic saber swept out, and rays of saber light swept out in all directions, colliding with the golden sword chi and the hammer. The two arrays shook. Kill! Emohi slowly charged in one direction, breaking through the sword chi and hammer as he slowly approached the exit of the canyon. If this continued, it was very likely that Emohi would escape. It seems that I still underestimated the strength of this prodigy. This thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, but the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Dandan, Bubble. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and Bubbles. Then, the black wings on his back spread open. With a swoosh, he charged toward Emohi. As he charged, Lu Ming's hands rapidly formed hand seals. Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. A low roar came from Lu Ming's mouth. A large chaotic seal condensed above Emohi's head, bringing with it a terrifying fluctuation as it pressed down on Emohi. At the same time, Dandan flew out and rapidly grew. Just like before, it stepped on the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, making it even more terrifying. The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal pressed down on Emohi with mountain-toppling momentum. Emohi's eyes narrowed. He knew the power of the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, so he roared. The pitch-black ancient mirror emitted boundless demonic light as it met the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion as the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal slammed into the pitch-black ancient mirror, creating a terrifying shockwave. By then, Lu Ming had already rushed to a spot not far from Emohi. Two black rays of light suddenly shot out from his eyes and shot toward Emohi. Divine Sword Art. The black light was like a divine sword that shot into Emohi's body and attacked his spiritual deity. Emohi's spiritual deity felt a tearing pain, and his aura became sluggish. The circulation of his quintessence also became sluggish. Right at that moment, Bubble launched an attack. Several space-time blades slashed out at Emohi. At the same time, the two arrays, Endless Golden Sword Chi, and the large hammer also bombarded Emohi. Boom, boom. Emohi's body shook. Although he tried his best to block, his defense was broken by so many attacks. The scattered light from the black ancient mirror shattered with a bang. Slash. The black wings on Lu Ming's back were like heavenly blades that slashed at Emohi, wanting to cut him in half. Emohi's pupils shrank, and at the critical moment, he moved slightly to the side. Poochie. Blood splattered everywhere. Although Emohi had avoided death, he still couldn't completely avoid it. One of his arms was chopped off by the black wings. Emohi screamed miserably, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. With a furious roar, the blood from his severed arm flew toward the pitch-black ancient mirror. At this moment, the pitch-black ancient mirror shone brightly, emitting a dark red demonic light. A terrifying might rippled out from it. Lu Ming hurriedly used the black wings to shield his body. With the impact of this force, his body shook and he was sent flying out, crashing into the wall. At the same time, the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal finally ran out of power and collapsed. Dandan cried out as he was sent flying. The Golden Sword Chi and the large hammer formed by the array also collapsed. Lu Ming, I will remember this grudge. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. A furious roar came from Emohi's mouth. The black ancient mirror emitted a bloody light that wrapped around Emohi and rushed out of the array's range. He rushed out of the canyon and turned into a ray of bloody light that quickly fled. It's a pity that there wasn't enough time. The array's power isn't enough. Lu Ming looked in the direction Emohi had left with some regret. Chapter 1487. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze shifted and he looked toward the valley. One of Emohi's arms was left there, and there was a storage ring on one of his fingers. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Emohi's severed arm was the one that had a storage ring on it. Driving his Jinyuan, Zhang Xian pulled Emohi's storage ring over to him and held it in his hand. At that moment, Ming Lian's second body walked out of the depths of the valley, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into Lu Ming's glabella. Ming Lian's second body was very rare and could be considered one of Lu Ming's trump cards. Not many people in Yuanlu knew about it. Therefore, Lu Ming would try his best not to expose him if he could. Therefore, Lu Ming made a mental note to get Ming Lian's second body to control the array in the depths of the canyon, just in case Emohi escaped. This way, Emohi would not know about Ming Lian's second body. In Yuanlu, experts were as common as clouds and as many as rain. There were dangers everywhere. If he could keep a trump card, he might be able to save his life at a critical moment. Lu Ming had been through a lot of dangers along the way. He was very clear about this. Let's leave this place first. With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew into the distance. It was not good to stay in this place for long. There might be experts from the Sky Universe Demon Sect coming later. He flew all the way and very soon, he had flown a few million miles. At this moment, Lu Ming's speed slowed down. Lu Ming, stop for a moment. Dandan suddenly called out. Lu Ming stopped and asked Dandan what was the matter. Lu Ming, I'm going to take my leave. Dandan pondered for a moment and said. Lu Ming was stunned and said, You're leaving? Dandan nodded and said, In the past, the Divine Wilderness Continent was a god-forsaken place with nowhere to go. But it's different here. There are danger zones and forbidden zones everywhere, but there are also fortuitous encounters everywhere. This is the place where I can move freely. I will rise against the heavens, and if I continue to stay here, I will soon be left behind by this little guy. In the end, Dandan glanced at Bubble. Lu Ming was speechless. Could it be that this guy wanted to leave because he was about to be left behind by Bubble? Lu Ming, you saw the battle between that creature and the Heavenly Bull, right? Although the Heavenly Bull was guarding that place, it was useless. There's more than one gap. The battle will come sooner or later. Moreover, it's earlier than I expected. When the time comes, the heavens and the earth will shatter and the world will be destroyed. Dandan's expression was solemn and her tone was heavy. Dandan, the battle that you always talk about, what's going on? Who is the enemy? Is it that three-eyed creature? What exactly is that three-eyed creature? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. Dandan shook her head and said, Your cultivation is too weak. I can't tell you for the time being. If I tell you, it will distract you. You only need to know that the enemies you will face in the future are the real enemies, the truly terrifying ones. Some of the enemies you are facing now are just child's play. That battle will be the pinnacle of the battle. It might also be the last battle. Based on the current situation, it won't be long before it arrives. Therefore, you should hurry up and improve your strength. I'm leaving. Dandan turned into a ray of light and rushed into the distance. However, in the next moment, Dandan flew back in a flash of light and looked at Lu Ming with a sly smile. Lu Ming, I'm about to leave. Aren't you going to give me some elixirs? Scram! Lu Ming threw out a slap and Dandan disappeared into the horizon. Ah, Lu Ming, you heartless guy. Dandan's voice came from afar and disappeared without a trace. This guy. There was a hint of reluctance in Lu Ming's eyes. Although Dandan was unreliable, he had been following Lu Ming for so many years. He had been following Lu Ming ever since Lu Ming left the Scorching Sun Empire. In the blink of an eye, almost 10 years had passed. Therefore, he was somewhat reluctant to leave now. However, Lu Ming also understood that Dandan was right. This guy would recover more slowly if he followed him. In a place like the Yuan continent, Dandan could recover faster if he was alone. Lu Ming wasn't worried about Dandan's safety. This guy was cunning and vicious. Moreover, he was experienced and knowledgeable. He would be fine. I have to find a place to meditate in seclusion. Lu Ming muttered. The scene of the battle between the Titan longhorn beetle and the three-eyed creature flashed in his mind from time to time. That scene was too shocking. The Titan longhorn beetle was imbued with the Great Path. Every move it made seemed to contain the truth of the world and the aura of the Great Path. Whenever Lu Ming thought about it, the chaotic domain seemed to tremble. However, Lu Ming also noticed that as time passed, the image of the Titan longhorn beetle in his mind became fainter and fainter. The aura of the Great Path and the stimulation of the Great Path also became fainter and fainter. It wouldn't be long before it disappeared. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to find a place to meditate in seclusion immediately. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Lu Ming flapped his black wings and left the place. An hour later, Lu Ming found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. The scene of the battle between the Titan longhorn beetle and the three-eyed creature kept replaying in his mind. Lu Ming's understanding of the chaotic domain deepened rapidly. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this time, the chaotic domain spread out from Lu Ming's body in all directions. The area it covered was twice as big as before. In this half a month, the chaotic domain had improved rapidly. Now, it had broken through and reached the third level. The third level of the chaotic domain. At this time, Lu Ming still had the image of the battle between the Titan longhorn beetle and the three-eyed creature, but it was very faint. Moreover, he couldn't sense the aura of the Great Path at all. However, Lu Ming was still very satisfied. If he had cultivated normally, Lu Ming's chaotic domain would have needed at least 1 or 2 years to break through to the third level. Now, it had only taken him half a month to break through to the third level. It was a great achievement. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the early stage of the second layer martial royal realm. However, it was much easier to improve his cultivation after the breakthrough of the chaotic domain. At this time, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was Emohi's storage ring. During this time, Lu Ming had been focused on comprehending and didn't have time to open it. After breaking Mo's brand on the storage ring, Lu Ming scanned it with his spiritual senses. He could see everything in the storage ring at a glance. There were tens of millions of middle-grade origin stones. Lu Ming had made a lot of money. There were also other spiritual herbs and materials. Lu Ming only took a quick glance. There were also several martial emperor spiritual weapons. In the end, Lu Ming's gaze landed on a blue crystal clear battle sword. This crystal battle sword was filled with a powerful aura. It was a sacred weapon. There seemed to be water flowing on it. It was a water-based sacred weapon. Lu Ming guessed that Emohi had put it in the storage ring because its attribute didn't match with Emohi's. Lu Ming had made a lot of money. Chapter 1488. It's time to go back. Lu Ming put away the storage ring and cast his movement technique, continuing to head toward the Divine Dragon Valley. 7 days later, the Dragon God Valley was already in sight. When he returned to the Dragon God Valley, the temperature began to drop rapidly. At a glance, the sky was covered in snow and the sky was white. Lu Ming flew toward the outer valley. With his current status, there was naturally no one who would stop him. However, he did not notice that when he flew into the outer valley, there were a few pairs of eyes staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming is back. He is indeed not dead. Quickly report to the young master. Someone took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out a message. Lu Ming flew toward the Cloud Dragon God Valley. However, before he reached halfway, he was stopped by a few young men. 3 young men stood in front of Lu Ming and stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Lu Ming, how dare you come back? The young man in the middle looked at Lu Ming coldly. Why wouldn't I dare to come back? But why are you blocking my path? Lu Ming frowned and said, What is it? Lu Ming, let me ask you. You went on a mission with my elder brother, Su Long, and the rest. Why are you the only one who came back? Why didn't my elder brother and the rest come back? Tell me, did you get greedy and collude with outsiders to kill my elder brother and the rest? The young man in the middle shouted, Su Long's brother? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. No wonder he looked similar to Su Long. There is something else about Su Long and the others. I will report it to the elders of the mission hall and explain it clearly. Lu Ming said. Explain what? Lu Ming, don't try to deny it. My brother and the others must have been killed by you. Now, come with me to the Dragon Punishing Palace to receive your punishment. Su Long's brother shouted. Their commotion naturally alarmed the others. At this moment, many passers-by came over to watch and discuss. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. These people seemed to have planned this beforehand. Lu Ming had just returned, but these people immediately knew and blocked his path. Clearly, there were people in the outer valley who had been waiting for Lu Ming's return. Their purpose was to wait for Lu Ming to come back and cause trouble. Lu Ming's first thought was Yin Feng. Su Long was sent by Yin Feng. Even Duan Yen and Fu Xing were sent by Yin Feng. The Dragon Punishment Palace was the law enforcement place of the Dragon God Valley. There might be Yin Feng's people there. If Lu Ming went to the Dragon Punishment Palace, his life and death would not be up to him. Why would Lu Ming go to the Dragon Punishment Palace? Get out of my way. I've already said that there's something else going on with Su Long and the others. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Don't even think about it. Today, you have to come with me to the Dragon Punishment Palace. A sharp light flashed in Su Long's younger brother's eyes as he stepped forward and reached out to grab Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. 9 dragons rushed out from under his feet and collided with Su Long's younger brother. Su Long's younger brother cried out in pain as his body was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body was like a flickering shadow as he rushed towards the Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming knew that Yin Feng and the others had most likely found out about the deaths of Su Long and the others. They were waiting for Lu Ming to return to slander him and deal with him. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley. Senior brother Lu. At the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley, 2 ordinary disciples bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded at the 2 and continued to walk towards the depths of the Cloud Dragon Valley. He wanted to find the Cloud Dragon Valley Master or Long Yuanshan to explain the mission. However, he did not walk far before he heard a commotion at the entrance of the valley. Tell Lu Ming to get out here. A furious roar could be heard. They're here so quickly. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He immediately turned around and walked towards the entrance of the valley. A group of people blocked the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Su Long's younger brother was among them. Yin Feng was also among them. Behind Yin Feng was a large group of people. Some of them were wearing golden dragon robes and had a dignified aura. They were from the Dragon Punishing Palace. At that moment, 2 Cloud Dragon Valley disciples blocked the group. Everyone, this is the Cloud Dragon Valley. Those who are not from the Cloud Dragon Valley are not allowed to barge in. One of the disciples said. Tell Lu Ming to get out here. Lu Ming colluded with outsiders and took advantage of the mission to murder his fellow disciples. He has committed a heinous crime. We must take him down and bring him to the Dragon Punishing Palace for interrogation. Yin Feng said coldly. Everyone, senior brother Lu Ming is the true disciple of the Valley Master. Even if something happened, the elders of the Dragon Punishing Palace should inform the Valley Master first. Then, the Valley Master will come forward to investigate the matter. One of the Cloud Dragon Valley disciples said. The evidence of Lu Ming murdering his fellow disciples is conclusive. There is no need to trouble the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Just bring him to the Dragon Punishing Palace. Get lost and let us go in to capture Lu Ming. Yin Feng berated. No, you are not allowed to barge into the Cloud Dragon Valley. The 2 Cloud Dragon Valley disciples stopped them. Get lost. A burly young man behind Yin Feng shouted angrily and threw out a palm strike. The 2 Cloud Dragon Valley disciples grunted and retreated. Blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. Today, Lu Ming must go to the Dragon Punishing Palace to receive his punishment. Yin Feng berated. Are you looking for me? A cold voice sounded and Lu Ming's figure appeared in a flash. Lu Ming. Yin Feng's eyes narrowed. Yin Feng, you are getting bolder. You brought people to barge into the Cloud Dragon Valley and even injured our disciples. It seems like you have no respect for the Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, we are here to capture you. You were hiding in the Cloud Dragon Valley and we had no choice but to barge in. Lu Ming, it's good that you are here. Did you collude with outsiders to kill Su Long, Duan Yen and the others? Yin Feng started to quibble and asked Lu Ming directly. I didn't kill Duan Yen, Fu Xing and the others. Lu Ming said calmly. Still trying to quibble? Lu Ming, let me tell you. I brought people to the Feng clan and found the corpses of Duan Yen, Fu Xing and Su Long in a cave. Su Long was obviously killed by you. That was obviously your martial art. Besides, there was still your aura on Su Long's corpse. How dare you say you didn't kill them? Yin Feng shouted coldly. Lu Ming frowned. It seemed like Yin Feng really hated his guts and wanted to kill him. He even sent people to investigate the Feng clan. Su Long was indeed killed by Lu Ming's chaotic domain and the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. However, at that time, Su Long wanted to kill him, so he had to kill him too. Now, Yin Feng was holding on to this point. That's right, I did kill Su Long, Lu Ming said. This made many people's hearts tremble. Yin Feng was ecstatic. He said loudly, "Everyone, you have heard it. Lu Ming has admitted it himself. Su Long was killed by him. How can such a vicious person who killed his fellow disciples be left in this world? Today, the Dragon Punishing Palace must kill this person and take revenge for Su Long and his fellow disciples. The Dragon Punishing Palace will not let him go." Chapter 1489. Looking coldly at Yin Feng and the rest, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he said calmly, "I killed Su Long because Su Long wanted to kill me first. Am I supposed to let him kill me and not retaliate?" Lu Ming's voice caused the entire place to fall silent. "Nonsense, Su Long had no conflict with you. Why would he try to kill you? What a joke." Yin Feng snapped. "Do I have to ask you that?" Lu Ming glanced at Yin Feng and said with a hollow grin. Yin Feng's expression changed slightly before he let out a hollow laugh and said, "Lu Ming, Su Long is already dead. You can say whatever you want, since there's no proof. However, no matter what you say, you won't be able to change the truth. The truth is that you killed Su Long with your own hands. The evidence is clear, and you won't be able to change it. You will be punished." "Yin Feng, what's the rush? If you want to know the truth, I'll tell you." Lu Ming calmly glanced at Yin Feng and said, "Previously, when we were on a mission, we stumbled into a powerful enemy. Duan Yen, Fu Xing, and Zhang Kong were killed by the enemy. Su Long even sided with the enemy and was controlled by them. He tried to kill me, which was why I killed him." Lu Ming briefly explained the details of the mission. "Nonsense, from what I know, Duan Yen and Fu Xing's cultivations were at the 3rd layer Martial Dominator realm, while Su Long's cultivation was at the 4th layer Martial Dominator realm. You stumbled into a powerful enemy, and they all died, but you, a mere ant from a desolated island, are still alive. Isn't that ridiculous? Do you really think we're idiots?" Yin Feng let out a hollow laugh. "You're not idiots, you're stupid," Lu Ming calmly said. "You?" Yin Feng wore an unpleasant expression. "Let me tell you, there's only one reason why they died, and I'm still alive, which is because I'm strong," Lu Ming said in a loud voice. "Because I'm strong." It was a simple reason, but it explained everything. The reason why Su Long and the others were dead, but Lu Ming was still alive. It was because Lu Ming was strong, and he was stronger, which was why he was still alive. "Ha, you're strong? Su Long is a 4th layer martial emperor. You're just an ant from the Savage Island. You just broke through to the martial emperor realm not long ago. How dare you say you're strong? What a joke. Let's see how strong you are. Men, take him down." Yin Feng shouted loudly. As soon as Yin Feng finished speaking, 2 young men of the Dragon Punishing Palace dashed out from behind him, each holding a dragon binding chain in their hands. They lunged at Lu Ming and yelled, "Surrender!" Scram! Lu Ming bellowed and took a few steps forward. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst out, causing the ground to tremble. The ground started to ripple like water. A terrifying power surged towards the 2 youths from the Dragon Punishment Palace. Boom! Boom! The bodies of the 2 youths of the Dragon Punishment Palace shook violently. Their faces were filled with shock. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. So strong. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming had managed to injure 2 3rd-layer Martial Dominator realm young men of the Dragon Punishing Palace with just a few steps. "How bold you dare to resist the arrest." Someone uttered a roar behind Yin Feng. A few figures dashed forward with ferocious auras. Before they arrived, a powerful gust of wind swept in Lu Ming's direction. 4th-layer Martial Dominator realm. Three fourth-layer Martial Dominator Realm experts lunged at Lu Ming. Piss off! Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he uttered a roar and lashed out with his fists. Bang! 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 Streams of fist intent seemed to be able to penetrate the void as they headed toward the three fourth-layer Martial Dominators of the Dragon Punishing Palace. The terrifying fist intent instantly shattered the attacks and defenses of the three youths of the Dragon Punishment Palace. Their figures shuddered violently as they were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. They flew out of the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley and crashed heavily onto the ground. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Three fourth-layer Martial Dominator Realm cultivators of the Dragon Punishment Palace were injured and sent flying with a single attack. How strong was his strength? Su Long, who was a mere fourth-layer Martial Dominator Realm cultivator. At that instant, they recalled Lu Ming's words. Because I'm strong. That's right, because Lu Ming was strong, Lu Ming was still alive, but Su Long and his crew were dead. Damn it, damn it. Yin Feng let out a furious roar in his heart as his eyes flickered with jealousy. It had been a while since they last met, and Lu Ming had grown stronger. How did a mere ant from a desolated island become so strong? This caused Yin Feng to feel a chill deep within his heart. The stronger Lu Ming was, the greater the danger he would face. He could not allow Lu Ming to grow stronger. This man is lawless, harming his fellow disciples like a demon, and now he dares to injure the people of the Dragon Punishment Palace. He deserves to die. Everyone, I suggest we kill him on the spot as a warning to the others. Yin Feng's voice could be heard. That's right, kill him on the spot. A cold voice could be heard. More than 10 experts of the Dragon Punishment Palace charged out from Yin Feng's back, unleashing powerful auras. 2 of them were peak 6th-layer Martial Dominators, while the rest were 5th-layer and 4th-layer Martial Dominators. There were so many powerful figures and they wanted to kill Lu Ming on the spot. Kill! A young man of the peak 6th-layer Martial Dominator realm uttered a roar as his figure sprang toward Lu Ming like a dragon. A ferocious aura suppressed Lu Ming's figure. Lu Ming's eyes glistened. A peak 6th-layer Martial Dominator realm cultivator was way stronger than his strength. As Lu Ming was about to fight with all his might, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and threw a punch at the young man of the peak 6th-layer Martial Dominator realm. The punch was not huge, but it was emitting a destructive aura. Bang! One of the arms of the young man at the peak of the 6th-layer Martial Dominator realm exploded. He was sent flying over 1,000 meters and slammed heavily onto the ground. Bang! Bang! Following this, the figure threw over 10 punches in a row, sending the experts of the Dragon Punishment Palace flying while uttering cries of agony and vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Let's see who dares to be disrespectful in the Cloud Dragon Valley. A delicate yell could be heard. 8th Senior Sister. Lu Ming was startled. The person who had appeared out of nowhere and severely injured the experts of the Dragon Punishment Palace was Lu Ming's 8th Senior Sister, Xuanixin. She was a snow dragon. Junior brother, are you all right? Xuanixin asked in a concerned tone. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head. What are you doing? How dare you injure the people of the Dragon Punishment Palace? How dare you? Yin Feng pointed at Xuanixin and snapped. Shut up. Xuanixin snapped furiously with a cold expression. You've trespassed in the Cloud Dragon Valley and dared to kidnap my junior brother. If you take another step forward, I won't just injure them, I'll smash your heads into pieces. A cold, murderous intent burst out from Xuanixin's body. Many swallowed their saliva. How imperious, she would smash their heads into pieces if they took another step forward. That was the definition of being lawless. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. He had not expected his senior sister to be so imperious. He suddenly felt that he was being too kind. Xuanixin, the Dragon Punishment Palace is just doing our job. Your junior brother has committed a heinous crime by killing his fellow disciples. The evidence is clear. He must be brought to the Dragon Punishment Palace to be punished. A young man of the Dragon Punishment Palace standing beside Yin Feng spoke while emitting a shocking aura. Chapter 1490. This time, even a 7th-layer Martial Dominator realm expert was involved. This showed how determined Yin Feng was to kill Lu Ming. Killing a fellow disciple? How ridiculous! My junior brother only killed a piece of trash. What's the big deal? It's only a waste of resources to let him stay in the Dragon Valley. It's better to kill him now. Xuanixin said coldly. The crowd stared with their eyes open wide. What kind of logic was that? This was really too domineering, too arrogant. You, the 7th layer martial dominator realm expert, and Yin Feng were stunned. They had no idea how to respond to Xuanixin's words. She was being unreasonable. Now piss off. Otherwise I'll kick you out one by one. Xuanixin snapped. Xuanixin, it seems like you're going to interfere today. I'll take you down too. The 7th layer martial dominator realm expert said coldly as a terrifying aura burst out from his body, suppressing Xuanixin's figure. Bang! A powerful aura burst out from Xuanixin's body too. 5th layer martial dominator realm. Everyone could tell that Xuanixin's cultivation was only at the 5th layer martial dominator realm, but her aura was extremely shocking, as she was able to face the 7th layer martial dominator realm expert head-on. Thousand Mountain Fist, kill! The 7th layer martial dominator realm expert uttered a roar as he stepped forward and threw a punch in Xuanixin's direction. As the punch was thrown, it felt like a huge mountain had appeared in the sky, crushing down onto Xuanixin. At that instant, a shocking dragon cry could be heard from Xuanixin's figure, causing her aura to grow stronger. Xuanixin threw a punch forward too. Xuanixin's fist seemed to have turned into ice, exuding a terrifying chill. Bang! Xuanixin's punch collided with the mountain. A terrifying explosion took place at the scene. Following this, the mountain was frozen before exploding, causing a terrifying icy aura to spread in all directions. The temperature of the place dropped rapidly. Those with weaker cultivations shuddered as their bodies were covered in a layer of frost. The 7th layer martial dominator realm expert and Xuanixin both shuddered and were knocked backward. How powerful! Monster! Many people thought the same thing and looked at Xuanixin in shock. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a look of surprise. Xuanixin's combat ability was beyond his imagination. Xuanixin was only a cultivator of the 5th Huangqi layer, but she was able to fight against a cultivator of the 7th Huangqi layer. A cultivator of the 7th Huangqi layer was already a high-level Huangqi layer. In a sect like the Dragon God Valley, a high-level martial monarch was already considered a middle-level power. Again, Xuanixin retreated with excitement in her eyes. A dragon's roar came from her body and a white shadow of a snow dragon appeared above her head. This senior sister is really warlike. Lu Ming could not help but think. He remembered the first time he met Xuanixin. Xuanixin punched him without any warning. Stop! Just then, an old man appeared in the sky. His powerful aura filled the entire place, causing everyone to feel a terrifying pressure on their bodies. A Saint Realm expert. Without a doubt, the old man in the sky was a Saint Realm expert. The old man was wearing a long robe with a golden dragon on it, similar to what the people of the Dragon Punishing Palace were wearing. The Elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace. Greetings, Elder. As expected, the young men of the Dragon Punishing Palace greeted the old man. The others followed suit. As soon as the Elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace arrived, Xuanixin and the 7th layer Huangqi layer stopped fighting. What's going on? The Elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace asked with a frown. Previously, he had been informed that many experts of the Dragon Punishing Palace had gathered at the Cloud Dragon Valley, thus he had immediately rushed over and witnessed the battle between Xuanixin and the experts of the Dragon Punishing Palace. Elder, I'm Yin Feng, the grandson of the Silver Dragon Valley's leader. Yin Feng was the first to announce his name. He then said, "This is what happened. This Lu Ming killed his fellow disciples and stole their treasures. He has committed a heinous crime. The senior brothers of the Dragon Punishing Palace and I are going to capture him." Killed his fellow disciples? The eyes of the Elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace flickered coldly as he glanced at Lu Ming and said, "Is that true? Yin Feng's dog mouth is just randomly biting people." Lu Ming said calmly. "Lu Ming, what did you say?" Yin Feng glared at Lu Ming. How dare Lu Ming call him a dog? Dog, silver dog. Lu Ming said calmly. Yin Feng's face darkened as he brought his fists together toward the elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace and said, Elder, this man has killed his fellow disciples. The evidence is clear. I've already sent someone to collect the evidence. I hope you can handle it fairly. Otherwise, the people of the Dragon God Valley will be disappointed. Lu Ming, what do you have to say? The elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace glanced at Lu Ming. Of course I have something to say, as Su Long is being controlled by someone. Afterward, Lu Ming recounted the mission of this trip to him. This time, he explained it more clearly than the last time. Of course, Lu Ming skipped over some important points or modified them slightly. For example, the Demon Soul Elder had chased after Lu Ming and had his physical body destroyed by Lu Ming with the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming did not mention this point. He only said that the other party had been seriously injured and could not catch up to him. What did you say? The evil spirit sect. When Lu Ming finished speaking, a terrifying aura spread out from the elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Yes, elder. Lu Ming bowed, but he was shocked in his heart. When Lu Ming mentioned the evil spirit sect, fear appeared in the eyes of this sage realm elder. This kind of fear was the same as Su Long's back then. It was reverence from the bottom of his heart. He swept his gaze again and discovered that many disciples of the Dragon God Valley also revealed fear in their eyes after hearing about the evil spirit sect. An elder of the evil spirit sect? An elder of the evil spirit sect is actually still alive? Could it be that the evil spirit sect is going to rise from the ashes? The elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace muttered to himself, the fear in his eyes growing stronger. Lu Ming nods. The evil spirit sect was wiped out by the combined forces of countless factions on the continent 80,000 years ago. What evil spirit sect elder? Living for 80,000 years? It's all bullshit. Now there is no proof. You can make up whatever you want. Yin Feng shouted, his eyes flashing with a sinister look. Today, he had to take this opportunity to kill Lu Ming. At the very least, he had to cripple Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming, do you have any witnesses for everything you said? Do you have evidence to prove that everything you said is true? Can you prove your innocence? The elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Lu Ming again. The evidence is very simple. There are still many people in the Feng family alive. There must be someone who knows the inside story. Find the people of the Feng family and ask them. Then, you will know whether what I said is true or false. Chapter 1491. Hee hee. At this moment, Yin Feng let out a hollow laugh and said, I don't think there's a need to go to the Feng clan. I've already brought my men there, but I found out that the Feng clan had been massacred. After saying this, Yin Feng's icy gaze glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're so ruthless and decisive, leaving no evidence behind. The meaning behind his words was clear. Yin Feng was referring to the fact that Lu Ming had massacred the Feng clan. The Feng clan had been massacred. Lu Ming glanced at Yin Feng, his eyes flickering coldly. Needless to say, the Feng clan had been massacred by Yin Feng, as he was afraid that Lu Ming would ask the Feng clan to testify against Lu Ming's words. Such a ruthless move. To deal with Lu Ming, he had massacred the Feng clan, and now he was accusing Lu Ming of massacring the Feng clan. A cold grin appeared on Yin Feng's face as he glanced at Lu Ming with a mocking gaze. Let's see how you're going to prove yourself. Yin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. Yin Feng, you've really put in a lot of effort to deal with me, massacring the Feng clan, destroying the evidence, and framing me. I know you hate me. Previously, I stepped on your face 9 times in front of everyone. In the Zhangdi secret ground, you were beaten to the point where you were forced to kneel in front of me. It's understandable that you're trying to take revenge on me. Lu Ming let out a faint smile, casually pushing the blame to Yin Feng, saying that Yin Feng had framed him in order to take revenge on him. Bullshit. Yin Feng's face turned dark. Bullshit, many people saw it. How am I bullshitting? If you're so capable, kill them all. Lu Ming let out a faint smile. The elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace frowned his eyebrows. Both Lu Ming and Yin Feng had their own reasons. He did not know who to listen to. Elder Yin Feng hired a fellow disciple to tamper with the mission, intending to have Su Long, Duan Yen, and the others kill me during the mission. After that, he massacred the entire Feng family and framed me. This person is insane, he must be punished severely. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the Dragon Punishing Palace's elder, putting Yin Feng in a checkmate. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me, slandering me. Yin Feng roared. Slander? If you want to know the truth, it's very simple. As long as I take you down and search your soul, the truth will naturally come to light. Lu Ming said as he strode towards Yin Feng. What do you want? You want to kill me to silence me? Yin Feng shouted. Stop. A figure stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Ming. It was the 7th layer martial dominator realm young man from the Dragon Punishing Palace. Your opponent is me. Xuaningxin appeared and threw a punch at the young man of the Dragon Punishing Palace. The young man from the Dragon Punishment Palace had no choice but to fight Xuaningxin. On the other hand, Lu Ming continued to move toward Yin Feng. Attack, attack, kill this man. Yin Feng yelled. Bush, bush, bush. The young men who had followed Yin Feng here lunged at Lu Ming. Piss off. Lu Ming let out a roar as the black feather wings appeared. With a flap, 5 young men were sent flying while vomiting mouthfuls of blood. In the air, the elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace raised his eyebrows. He was about to intervene when a voice entered his ears, causing his figure to come to a stop. Bang! Lu Ming cast the Wind Essence skill. With a step, his speed increased tremendously as he dashed toward Yin Feng. Go back! Kill! At least 10 young men dashed toward Lu Ming. Some of them were peak 5th layer martial dominator realm experts. Buzz! The 3rd grade chaotic domain was unleashed, encapsulating the young men within it. The young men instantly felt a terrifying pressure crushing their bodies, as if their bones were about to break. Those with weaker cultivations fell to the ground and vomited mouthfuls of blood. Following this, Lu Ming lashed out a punch with a terrifying force, sending a few peak martial dominator realm experts flying. Many among the crowd inhaled deeply. Lu Ming was only a 2nd layer martial dominator realm expert, but even a peak 5th layer martial dominator realm expert was no match for Lu Ming, and was sent flying by Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming's figure approached Yin Feng at lightning speed. Yin Feng's face turned pale as he frantically backed off. He had not expected Lu Ming to be so daring as to try to search his soul. If he were to search his soul, the truth would be revealed. There was no way he would let Lu Ming capture him. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. The young men who had followed him had no chance of stopping Lu Ming. Son of a bitch, don't you dare! At this moment, a furious bellow could be heard from the depths of the sky. The voice was like that of a deity. Then, a big hand reached down from the clouds and grabbed Lu Ming. The terrifying pressure froze Lu Ming in place, rendering Lu Ming immobile. Valley Master Yin Long. Lu Ming yelled furiously. Lu Ming could tell that the person who had attacked him was Valley Master Yin Long. A dignified Valley Master actually attacked Lu Ming, a junior. Yin Zheng, you're getting worse and worse. How dare you attack my disciple in front of the Cloud Dragon Valley? Do you think I'm invisible? A gentle voice could be heard from the depths of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Following that, a sword ray shot out explosively and slashed down at the enormous hand. The enormous hand was directly cleaved into 2, and then burst apart. Yunroxu. A thunderous voice could be heard from high up in the sky. Following this, a silver light flashed and an old man appeared. It was Valley Master Yin Long. When Valley Master Yin Long appeared, he looked into the depths of the Cloud Dragon Valley. In the Cloud Dragon Valley, an old man stepped on the clouds. It was Valley Master Yin Long. Ming, do what you have to do. When Valley Master Yin Long appeared, his voice could be heard. His intention was clear. He wanted Lu Ming to continue taking down Yin Feng. Junior, how dare you? Valley Master Yin Long looked coldly at Lu Ming. I'm so scared. Lu Ming pursed his lips and flapped his black wings. With a gust of wind, he charged towards Yin Feng. Grandfather, save me! Yin Feng screamed. How dare you? Valley Master Yin Long roared, and a terrifying dragon roar could be heard from his body. A silver-white light shot up into the sky, and his aura was terrifying. Yin Zheng, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Valley Master Yin Long took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of Valley Master Yin Long. He slashed his sword at Valley Master Yin Long. The slash was simple, but Valley Master Yin Long's expression changed. Silver light exploded and he fought Valley Master Yin Long. Boom! When the two of them clashed, the entire sky seemed to be split apart by the sword light and silver light. The vast aura made everyone breathless. Is this the strength of the Valley Master? He's so strong. Many people were shocked. Let's fight. Valley Master Yin Long's voice could be heard as he charged into the void with Valley Master Yin Long. As for Lu Ming, he continued to charge towards Yin Feng. The few youths who were protecting Yin Feng were sent flying. No matter how fast Yin Feng retreated, his speed was much slower than Lu Ming's. Shua! Lu Ming appeared in front of Yin Feng and his chaotic domain crushed down on him. Yin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1492. At this time, the great battle in the sky attracted almost everyone's attention. After Lu Ming took down Yin Feng, he looked at the sky. The battle in the sky was intense and had reached its climax. A ball of silver light and a ray of sword light clashed. The roar of a dragon pierced through the sky. Suddenly, the sword light shone brightly and the silver light was extinguished. Then, a figure retreated and appeared in the sky above the crowd. It was Valley Master Yin Long. There was a deep sword wound on Valley Master Yin Long's chest. The wound went straight to his heart and one could see his heart beating. Valley Master Yin Long's body shone with silver light. His muscles twitched as he tried to heal the wound. However, there were countless tiny rays of sword chi on the wound that were destroying his muscles. It was difficult for him to heal immediately. Valley Master Yin Long's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but widen their eyes and suck in a cold breath. Valley Master Yin Long had been defeated and injured by Valley Master Yun Long. If the sword had been a little deeper, it would have pierced Valley Master Yin Long's heart. More importantly, Valley Master Yin Long had been defeated in such a short time. Clearly, there was a huge difference between his combat strength and Valley Master Yun Long's. Valley Master Yun Long stepped down from the sky and his sword chi soared into the sky. He exuded a terrifying aura and said in a dignified voice, "Do you think I'm easy to deal with when you barged into Cloud Dragon Valley? Yin Zheng, I'll let you live this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you." You? Valley Master Yin Long's face turned ugly. He looked at Valley Master Yun Long with fear and disbelief. The others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Valley Master Yun Long had always given people the impression that he was gentle. No one had expected him to be so powerful. He was so domineering and said that he would kill Valley Master Yin Long if there was a next time. Valley Master Yin Long was a Valley Master. More importantly, Valley Master Yin Long did not dare to refute him. Everyone had to re-evaluate Cloud Dragon Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley was a newly established Dragon Valley in the Divine Dragon Valley. It had the fewest members and was considered the weakest. But was that true? Other things aside, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was unfathomable. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued, "If my disciple is innocent, no one will be able to frame him. Today, I will personally search his soul to see the truth." With that, the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley took a step forward and appeared beside Lu Ming. "Grandfather!" Yin Feng cried out in shock. "Yun Ruoxu, don't go too far. Enough is enough." Valley Master Silver Dragon said. "Ridiculous." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes were cold as he said, "Know when to stop. You brought your men and fought your way into my Cloud Dragon Valley. Even you, the Valley Master, want to personally deal with a new disciple like me. Now, you're telling me to stop before going too far?" Valley Master Silver Dragon's face was gloomy and he had nothing to say. The others also shook their heads secretly. That's right. Previously, it had been Yin Feng who had led his men to force their way into Cloud Dragon Valley. He had insisted that Lu Ming had killed his fellow disciples and wanted to take Lu Ming away. In the end, when they were no match for him, Valley Master Yin Feng had taken the initiative to attack. To put it bluntly, Cloud Dragon Valley was only retaliating. Soul Search. The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley yelled, and a ray of light burst forth from his palm. He then reached out and tapped Yin Feng's forehead with his finger. Yin Feng cried out and his body instantly stiffened as his gaze became unfocused. The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley had personally started the Soul Search. A moment later, the Valley Master of Cloud Space's eyes flickered sharply as he said, "Today, I'll reveal the truth." With that, the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley's other hand glowed and a crystal appeared. Memory Crystal. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Memory Crystal was a rare treasure. During the Soul Search, it could project the memories of the person whose soul was being searched into an image so that others could see it. The Memory Crystal glowed and an image appeared in the sky. In a courtyard, a young man stood with his hands behind his back. It was Yin Feng himself. There were 3 other people who bowed respectfully before Yin Feng. "That's Su Long." "That's right. The other 2 are Duan Yen and Fu Xing." Someone blurted out as he recognized the people in the image. At that instant, Yin Feng calmly spoke, "I've already arranged the mission with a few deacons of the quest hall. You will follow Lu Ming and find a chance to assassinate Lu Ming in the process of the mission, regardless of the method used." "Yes, don't worry, Master Yin Feng. I'll make sure this Lu Ming dies without anyone knowing. No one will be suspicious as long as we claim that he was killed during the mission." Su Long let out a hollow laugh as his eyes flickered. "Don't worry, a mere first-layer martial dominator realm ant will be killed as easily as crushing an ant. I'm sure we'll succeed." Duan Yen and Fu Xing spoke one after another, before discussing the details of the mission. Upon seeing this, the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley wore a dark expression. Meanwhile, the others came to a realization. It seemed like Lu Ming was telling the truth. It was all because Yin Feng wanted to kill Lu Ming. He had arranged for someone to kill him during the mission, thus Lu Ming had retaliated and killed Su Long. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed to another scene. This time, it was not about Lu Ming. Yin Feng was planning something else to deal with someone else. Damn it, so my little sister was killed by Yin Feng. To think that I still believed him. A young man among the crowd suddenly yelled with bloodshot eyes. "Shut up." The Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley glanced at the young man with a cold, murderous intent. The young man's face turned unpleasant as he clenched his teeth, not daring to say a word. "Yin Zheng, what a strong breeze. Let's continue watching." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled faintly, and the image projected by the Memory Crystal changed again. It was another plot of Yin Feng's. After watching it, the scene changed again. Following this, more than 10 images were displayed, showing how Yin Feng had harmed the other disciples of the Dragon God Valley and even used his authority to humiliate the female disciples of the Dragon God Valley. "Ah, my family, they're all Yin Feng. My sister." A few furious roars came from the crowd. They were the family members of those who had been harmed by Yin Feng. No one knew about it before, but now it was all exposed. Finally, the image changed to a mansion. Yin Feng was leading a group of people to massacre the people in the mansion. "The Feng clan!" Lu Ming yelled as he recognized the Feng clan's mansion. The people of the Feng clan fell before Yin Feng. Some of them were elderly and children. Some of them did not even practice martial arts, but they were all killed by Yin Feng. In the end, no one was spared. The Feng clan was burned to the ground. "Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to defend yourself this time." Chapter 1493. The truth had been revealed. Previously, Yin Feng had said that the Feng family had been killed by Lu Ming. That was a lie. In fact, the Feng family had been destroyed by Yin Feng and he had framed Lu Ming. From the beginning to the end, Yin Feng had wanted to frame Lu Ming and harm Lu Ming. What a vicious junior. You think you can do such things just because you have a good grandfather? Ha! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master sneered and kept the memory crystal with a wave of his hand. The image disappeared. As for Yin Feng, he sat weakly on the ground as if he had been drained of all his energy. He only regained his senses after a long while. "Grandfather, save me!" Yin Feng cried out loudly after regaining his senses. "Shut up!" The Silver Dragon Valley Master shouted coldly to shut Yin Feng up. He then said, "I have been in seclusion for the past few years. I have neglected this grandson of mine. Now hand him over to me. I will bring him back and discipline him strictly." "Discipline him strictly? What a joke!" Lu Ming's mocking voice sounded as he continued. "Do you think you can get rid of Yin Feng's crimes by saying that you will discipline him strictly?" The Silver Dragon Valley Master's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Then what do you want?" "Yin Feng's crimes are related to the entire Dragon God Valley. He must be punished according to the sect rules." At this point, Lu Ming cupped his fists toward the elder of the Dragon Punishment Hall and said, "Elder, everyone saw what Yin Feng did just now. He is simply deranged and infuriating. According to the rules of the Divine Dragon Valley, how should we deal with such behavior?" The Dragon Punishing Palace elder hesitated, squeaking. Yin Feng was the grandson of the Silver Dragon Valley Master, but Lu Ming was also the core disciple of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. With so many witnesses, he did not know what to do at the moment. The Dragon Punishing Palace must be impartial. Otherwise, what's the point of having the Dragon Punishing Palace? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly. Many pairs of eyes looked towards the Dragon Punishing Palace elder. In the end, the Dragon Punishing Palace elder gritted his teeth and said, "Yin Feng's crimes are chilling. He should be executed as a warning to others." Boom. Hearing this, Valley Master Silver Dragon's aura went berserk. A beam of silver light shot into the sky. However, Yin Feng's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "No, no, grandfather, save me. If he needs to be beheaded, then let me behead him." Lu Ming shouted, his true essence burst forth, condensing into a battle sword. "Lu Ming, you dare?" Valley Master Silver Dragon roared furiously. "Why wouldn't I?" Lu Ming took a step forward. His battle sword cut through the void and slashed out horizontally. Yin Feng's head flew far away, blood splattering everywhere. A spiritual deity appeared from Yin Feng's body in an incomparably terrified manner. However, the battle sword once again slashed out. Yin Feng's spiritual deity issued an unwilling blood-curdling scream as it turned into ashes. Feng Air. Silver Dragon Valley Master was enraged. Murderous intent surged from his body as he reached out a hand, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Swoosh. A terrifying sword radiance shot out from Valley Master Yunlong's hand and destroyed the hand. Valley Master Silver Dragon frantically retreated, but the sword radiance did not stop. Instead, it grew with the wind and turned into a sword radiance the size of a mountain, crushing towards Valley Master Silver Dragon. Valley Master Silver Dragon roared furiously. His body was covered in silver light as he punched out continuously. After at least 100 punches, he finally managed to block the sword radiance. However, there were several hideous sword wounds on his body. Puff puff, Valley Master Silver Dragon spat out mouthfuls of blood as his face turned pale. So powerful! So powerful! Many people's hearts trembled. Valley Master Yunlong was too powerful. Valley Master Silver Dragon and Valley Master Yunlong were both Valley Masters of Dragon God Valley, but they seemed to be no match for Valley Master Yunlong. "Yin Zheng, if you dare to attack my disciple again, I, Yun Ruoxu, will kill you even if I have to go to heaven or hell." Valley Master Yunlong's hair fluttered in the wind as his eyes pierced towards Valley Master Silver Dragon like two divine swords. Valley Master Silver Dragon's face darkened. He was filled with murderous intent, but he did not dare to attack again. He had no doubt that if he really attacked Lu Ming again, Yun Ruoxu, this lunatic, would really kill him. "I will take Yin Feng's body away," Valley Master Silver Dragon said after a while. "Take it away and get out of my sight." Valley Master Yunlong waved his hand and said. Valley Master Silver Dragon waved his hand and took Yin Feng's body away. He then stepped out without saying a word and disappeared from the place. At this moment, many people present were filled with complicated emotions. At the beginning, Yin Feng had come aggressively with his men to kill Lu Ming. However, he had not expected to lose his life here. Things changed so quickly that no one could predict it. Well done. Some people roared in their hearts. They were satisfied with the outcome. Many people knew that Yin Feng was a bully and had done many evil things. However, Yin Feng's grandfather was Valley Master Silver Dragon, an overlord of Dragon God Valley. Who would dare to say anything? They did not dare to say anything. Now that Yin Feng had been killed, everyone was satisfied. Especially a few people who had just found out that Yin Feng had killed their family members from the memory crystal. They were so excited that their bodies trembled. The Dragon Punishment Palace should be reorganized. How could you be used by Yin Feng? Valley Master Yun Long glanced at the Elder of the Dragon Punishment Palace. The Elder of the Dragon Punishment Palace immediately said, Valley Master Yun Long is right. The Dragon Punishment Palace must be reorganized. He then looked sharply at the youths of the Dragon Punishment Palace and scolded, Why aren't you apologizing to Lu Ming? Those young men were trembling with fear and they hurried to apologize to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He did not care about these people and was too lazy to deal with them. The Mission Palace as well. Very good. They even dare to tamper with the sex missions. It seems that many people do not care about me anymore after I have not drawn my sword for so many years. Valley Master Yun Long sneered and took a step forward. He disappeared from the place. This is troublesome. Let's go back to the Dragon Punishment Palace. The Elder of the Dragon Punishment Palace shouted and left with the people of the Dragon Punishment Palace. Soon, a shocking piece of news spread in the Dragon God Valley. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley was enraged by what had happened to his disciple, Lu Ming. He went to the mission hall and killed a few wardens who were involved in Lu Ming's matter on the spot. If the Valley Master of the Dragon God Valley had not arrived in time, one of the elders in the mission hall would have been killed by the Valley Master. In the end, the Valley Master of the Dragon God Valley had to mediate the situation. Only then did the Valley Master Yun Long leave. After this incident, the Cloud Dragon Valley was redefined in many people's hearts. The Valley Master Yun Long was too strong and domineering. He injured the Valley Master Yun Long, went to the Mission Palace and killed a few deacons. He even needed the Valley Master of the Dragon God Valley to deal with this matter. Many people now knew that the Valley Master Yun Long was so strong. Many older people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. It would be strange if that madman was not strong. It was just that the madman's sword had not been drawn for many years. Many people had forgotten about the Valley Master Yun Long. The Valley Master Yun Long deserved it for provoking that madman. Chapter 1494. In a cave in the depths of Cloud Dragon Valley, Lu Ming stood in front of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Ming, did you really meet someone from the evil spirit sect? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked with a grave expression. That's right. That person is called Elder Demon Soul. I heard from him that he was severely injured 80,000 years ago and has yet to recover. Otherwise, my disciple would most likely be in danger. Lu Ming said. 80,000 years ago. Sigh, I didn't expect that there would still be remnants of the evil spirit sect. In addition, you met the soul-extinguishing king in the arch-mystic realm. Could it be that the evil spirit sect is going to rise from the ashes? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master sighed, and his expression became more and more grave. Lu Ming was surprised. Why did everyone have such a shocked expression when they heard about the evil spirit sect? For example, the Silver Dragon Valley Master even revealed a look of fear. Even someone as powerful as his master had such a grave expression. Master, what kind of faction is the evil spirit sect? What kind of faction is it? Is it very powerful? Lu Ming asked a few questions out of curiosity. Powerful, of course, very powerful. If it was at its peak, it could easily destroy the entire Tsong state. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said solemnly. Easily destroy the entire Tsong state. Lu Ming was shocked. There were countless factions in Tsong state. There were 13 top sects, and each of them had unfathomable strength. For example, Lu Ming couldn't see how powerful the Dragon God Valley was or how many powerful cultivators were hidden in the depths of the vast snowy mountains. The evil spirit sect could easily destroy so many powerful factions. The peak of the evil spirit sect was 80,000 years ago. At that time, the evil spirit sect was extremely powerful and famous. They had a sect master and 2 vice sect masters, and they were all top cultivators in the Yuan continent. In addition, there were 36 guardian kings and 360 elders. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. 36 guardian kings? Lu Ming's pupils constricted as he thought of the soul-extinguishing king. Master, could it be that the guardian kings were all thearchs? Lu Ming's voice was a little dry. That's right. The Origin Dragon Valley Master nodded and said, the evil spirit sect has 36 guardian kings, all of whom are emperors. The 360 elders are all powerful existences in the sage realm. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. The evil spirit sect's strength far exceeded his imagination. Did he offend such a powerful force? They hunt thearchs and those who have the potential to become thearchs. Lu Ming was shocked, but he was puzzled. Master, why did the evil spirit sect do that? I don't know. No one knows why the evil spirit sect did that. Maybe some thearchs knew, but they didn't announce it. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master shook his head and said, therefore, the evil spirit sect caused all the forces in the Yuan continent to panic. In the end, countless forces, big and small, joined forces to kill the evil spirit sect. According to the records, the battle was so intense that the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless sage realm cultivators died in the battle, and even many thearchs fell. But in the end, the evil spirit sect was completely annihilated and disappeared from the world. Lu Ming was silent for a long time after hearing the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's words. The evil spirit sect was definitely a terrifying force. They specialized in killing thearchs and those who had the potential to become thearchs. He finally knew why so many people were terrified when they heard the name of the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming thought of many things. He thought of what he had encountered in the Tsang the Arch mystic realm. The Tsang the Arch had disappeared 60,000 years ago. In fact, it was because the Soul Annihilation King had killed his way into the Tsang the Arch mystic realm. Looking at the time, the evil spirit sect had already been wiped out. But it was obvious that the Soul Annihilation King hadn't died. He had killed his way into the Tsang the Arch mystic realm and fought against the Tsang the Arch for 60,000 years. Since the Soul Annihilation King hadn't died and Elder Demon Soul had survived, then did the evil spirit sect have other powerful cultivators who had survived? After 80,000 years, would the evil spirit sect rise from the ashes? A wisp of Elder Demon Soul's soul escaped and told Lu Ming to wait for the evil spirit sect's revenge. Could it be that the evil spirit sect was going to reappear in the world? Lu Ming felt a strong pressure on his body. It would be strange if he didn't feel pressure when facing such a terrifying force. Ming, go back and cultivate. I will report the matter of the evil spirit sect to the Valley Master and let him inform the other sects to discuss it together. Finally, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master instructed. I will take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cave abode to return to his own. After returning to his cave abode, Lu Ming meditated for a while before taking out a pile of origin stones and starting to devour and refine them. His chaotic domain had already broken through to the 3rd level. As long as he continued to refine origin stones, his cultivation level would increase. Over the next few days, Lu Ming cultivated in seclusion and refined the origin stones. His cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds. From the early stage of the 2nd level Martial Emperor realm to the mid-stage of the 2nd level Martial Emperor realm, then the late stage, and finally the peak. 7 days later, Lu Ming's cultivation level broke through to the 3rd level Martial Emperor realm. Only then did Lu Ming stop devouring and refining the origin stones. Next, it was time to focus on comprehending the chaotic domain. Lu Ming didn't dare to waste any time. He really felt that his cultivation level was too low in the Yuan continent. He had to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. However, comprehending the chaotic domain was not something that could be done in a short period of time. First, he had to pay a visit to the Treasure Dragon Palace to exchange for some treasures. Lu Ming left his cave abode and headed to the Treasure Dragon Palace. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the treasured dragon palace and went to the counter where he had exchanged the 10,000 spiritual liquid and the dragon bone. "Senior, do you still remember me?" Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. "It's you? Young man, are you here to exchange for treasures again?" The old man at the counter said with a smile. He had a deep impression of Lu Ming. After all, not every first-layer martial emperor realm cultivator had 2 million contribution points. "Senior, I would like to exchange some treasures for contribution points," Lu Ming said. "Oh, take them out and let me have a look," the old man said with a smile. Lu Ming handed a storage ring to the old man. Lu Ming scanned the ring with his spiritual sense and raised his eyebrows. "Impressive, young man. A sacred weapon and 5 martial emperors." Lu Ming nodded with a smile. Chapter 1495. Bright Sacred Weapon is an ordinary bright sacred weapon, worth 1 million contribution points. 5 Emperor Spiritual Weapons worth 50,000 contribution points. A total of 1,050,000 contribution points. "Little guy, give me your identity token," the old man said. Lu Ming handed his identity token to the old man. In the next moment, 1,050,000 contribution points appeared in Lu Ming's identity token. Together with the 50,000 contribution points he had before, he had a total of 1,100,000 contribution points. "Little guy, what treasure do you want to exchange for?" the old man asked. "Senior, do you have any glove-type sacred weapons here?" Lu Ming asked. He had always wanted to buy a glove-type sacred weapon as it would give him a huge commission for close combat. Due to the bloodline of the Divine Dragon Valley, there are many people who cultivate fist, palm, and finger techniques. Hence, there are many glove-type weapons. Therefore, the Treasure Dragon Palace doesn't have any glove-type sacred weapons for now. Moreover, glove-type sacred weapons are more complicated and difficult to refine. Hence, they are 2 to 3 times more expensive than ordinary sacred weapons. The old man shook his head and explained. "So expensive?" Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Glove-type sacred weapons were 2 to 3 times more expensive than ordinary sacred weapons. Even if the Treasure Dragon Palace did have one, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Lu Ming shook his head. He would have to think of a way to get a glove-type sacred weapon in the future. He would exchange for something else first. Lu Ming had an idea and said, "Senior, I would like to exchange for some spiritual materials. Purple flame crystal, dragon carp, fire spiritual root." Lu Ming told the old man the 7 main materials to refine the Nirvana elixir. This was the Yuan continent. He might be able to collect those materials and refine the Nirvana elixir when he returned to the Divine Wilderness. "Little guy, are you trying to refine the Nirvana elixir?" the old man asked. Lu Ming was shocked. This old man also knew about the Nirvana elixir. Moreover, he knew about the Nirvana elixir when Lu Ming mentioned the spiritual materials. Did he have the recipe for the Nirvana elixir as well? "Little guy, you might as well exchange for the Nirvana elixir directly," the old man continued. "Exchange for the Nirvana elixir directly? Nirvana elixir exchange here?" Lu Ming could not help but ask. "Oh, of course. The Nirvana elixir isn't some precious elixir. Almost every sect in the Yuanlu continent has it. Even many small clans and forces have it. It is used to raise the bloodline grade of the younger generation and enhance their talents," the old man said with a smile. Lu Ming was speechless. The Nirvana elixir, which he regarded as a treasure, was actually a common commodity in the Yuanlu. Thinking about it, it made sense. There were too many prodigies in the Yuan continent. For a large sect like the Dragon God Valley, the lowest requirement for recruiting disciples was to awaken a level 9 divine class bloodline. Many people who had awakened a level 9 divine class bloodline couldn't even join a large sect like the Dragon God Valley. Therefore, the Nirvana elixir was not a rare elixir in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming guessed that the Nirvana elixir recipe that he had obtained in the Divine Desolate continent might have been brought back by a sovereign from the Yuan continent. It was very common in the Yuan continent, but it was priceless in the Divine Wilderness continent. "Senior, then I'll directly exchange for Nirvana pills. I wonder how many contribution points 1 pill costs?" Lu Ming asked. 1 pill costs 10,000 middle-grade origin stones," which is 100 contribution points each. The old man said, "So cheap." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he smiled bitterly in his heart. In the divine wilderness continent, the nirvana elixir that could make all the forces go crazy was really cheap here. And sovereign-class spiritual weapon could be exchanged for 100 of them. "Senior, I'll exchange for 1,000 pills. Do you have any?" Lu Ming asked. If he brought 1,000 pills back to the divine wilderness continent, how many prodigies would the Dragon Alliance produce? "Yes, there are plenty of nirvana elixirs." The old man smiled and took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It contained the nirvana elixir. Looking at the quality, it was much better than the ones he had refined in the past. This nirvana elixir can raise one's bloodline by 3 to 4 levels or even more. The old man explained. Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. He really hoped that he could immediately fly back to the divine wilderness continent and give these nirvana elixirs to his family and friends. Lu Ming could not help but sigh. The cultivation level of the divine wilderness continent was too far from that of the Yuan continent. In the divine wilderness continent, it was a supreme treasure. In the Yuan continent, it was very likely to be a common commodity. Lu Ming kept the nirvana elixir and the contribution points on his identity token decreased by 100,000. He was left with 1,000,000 contribution points. "Senior, I'd like to exchange for 50 kilograms of 10,000 spirit liquid." Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided to exchange all his remaining contribution points for the 10,000 spirit liquid. He had originally wanted to exchange for a void-piercing flying shuttle, but after asking around, the price was even more shocking. He couldn't afford it at all. He might as well buy all the 10,000 spirits liquid and use it on the Tao Comprehension ancient tree to grow. During his trip to the Death Wasteland, he saw the Titan Longhorn Beetle sitting under the Enlightenment ancient tree. The Enlightenment ancient tree had left a deep impression on Lu Ming. It was as tall as the sky and covered the sun. On the tree branches, the great Tao lingered. If one cultivated under it and comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth, the effects would definitely be shocking. That was the real Enlightenment ancient tree. Lu Ming's Enlightenment ancient tree could not be compared. Lu Ming was looking forward to the day when he could cultivate the Enlightenment ancient tree to such a scale. "You exchanged for so much 10,000 spirit liquid?" The old man was a little surprised. "But you don't have it?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, I am just a little surprised. Wait for me for a moment." The old man left the counter and soon returned. He gave Lu Ming a storage ring. There were 10 big bottles of 10,000 spirit liquid in it, which added up to 50 pounds. Lu Ming received it happily. The contribution points on his identity token had become 0. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He was really poor. Since he had exchanged for the treasures he needed, Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Dragon Valley. After returning to his cave, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river pattern. At the top of a mountain, the Enlightenment ancient tree swayed while emitting a heavenly Tao aura. Bubble was lying under the Enlightenment ancient tree while emitting a milky white glow. The space around her rippled like water. Bubble's cultivation had improved tremendously since she had obtained the time and space crystal from the Titan Longhorn Beetle. A few days ago, she had ranked up to the 3rd layer Martial Dominator realm. Now, she was trying to break through to the 4th layer Martial Dominator realm. Lu Ming let out a smile as he glanced at the Enlightenment ancient tree. During this period of time, the tree of enlightenment had grown tremendously. It had already sprouted 2 side branches and there were more than a dozen green leaves on them. Although it couldn't be compared to the Titan Longhorn Beetle's tree of enlightenment, it had grown many times over compared to when it had just arrived in the Yuan land. Lu Ming took out a jade jar and poured 5 kilograms of 10,000 spirit liquid onto the roots of the Enlightenment ancient tree. Following this, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river pattern. After exiting the mountain and river pattern, Lu Ming left the cave and headed deeper into the Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming's target was the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's Library, which contained the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation experience. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's Library. Chapter 1496. For the next 10 days or so, Lu Ming stayed in the library, flipping through the books and reading the cultivation insights left behind by the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley in detail. Lu Ming was greatly inspired. After that, Lu Ming returned to his cave. A heavenly law stone floated above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming was deeply immersed in enlightenment. The heavenly law stone would slowly shrink and disappear as the martial artist gained enlightenment. After a few days, when the heavenly law stone disappeared, Lu Ming changed to another one. Lu Ming was immersed in cultivation. Of course, Lu Ming did not blindly comprehend the chaotic territory. Every day, he would spend some time cultivating the holy sword art. The holy sword art could strengthen one's soul and increase the strength of one's soul attacks. Lu Ming would definitely not neglect this secret skill. If he cultivated it to a high level, it would be of great help to Lu Ming. In addition, Lu Ming did not neglect the power-storing 13 strikes and the chaotic sky-flipping seal. He would cultivate them every day. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. It is indeed difficult to cultivate the chaotic territory. It is too slow to improve. Lu Ming sighed. He had been cultivating with the heavenly law stone for 3 months. Until now, his chaotic territory had not even reached the peak of level 3, let alone level 4. One should know that he had the help of the heavenly law stone. The heavenly law stone was extremely precious. Even Sage Realm experts wanted it. Other Royal Realm martial artists would not have such a treasure to help them cultivate, unless they were the top geniuses of some sect. However, they could also cultivate with the heavenly law stone all the time like Lu Ming. In 3 months, he had used almost 30 heavenly law stones, but his chaotic territory had not reached the peak of level 3. This showed how difficult it was to cultivate the chaotic territory. As the level of the chaotic territory increased, the difficulty of cultivation would continue to increase. Previously, he was able to improve rapidly because he had refined the 3 Emperor Realm fruits and watched the battle between the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 3-eyed creature. However, his improvement was slower now that he was cultivating normally. Other than the Primal Chaos domain, his progress in other aspects was extremely fast. Lu Ming had cultivated the power-storing 13 strikes to the 5th level. When he struck out with his long spear, 10 layers of power erupted at the same time. Its power was astonishing. It had become Lu Ming's strongest attack apart from the chaotic flipping sky seal. It was even stronger than when he used the hell-suppressing heaven art. It also allowed Lu Ming's attacking methods to have more variations. As for the chaotic flipping sky seal, it had advanced to the 3rd level. Not only was it more powerful, but Lu Ming could also use it more smoothly. As for the divine sword secret art, his progress was also very fast. Lu Ming's soul had already been refined by the world-refining tribulation bell. It was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person's soul. It was simply too suitable for him to cultivate soul attacks. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's soul power had not only become stronger, but the offensive power of the divine sword art had also increased rapidly. Its power was astonishing. Lu Ming was very satisfied with these improvements. However, the Primal Chaos domain's improvement was too slow. I can't cultivate like this. I have to speed up. I heard that the heavenly floating platform of the Dragon God Valley can help one comprehend the heavenly Tao and cultivate the Primal Chaos domain. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming finished his cultivation and planned to make a trip to the heavenly floating platform. A large sect like the Dragon God Valley naturally had many wondrous places that could help people cultivate. The heavenly floating platform was such a cultivation holy land. It was extremely famous in the Dragon God Valley. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley only needed to pay an origin stone to be able to step on it. Lu Ming left the Cloud Dragon Valley and flew towards the depths of the snow mountain. Soon, Lu Ming landed in front of a canyon. The heavenly floating platform was in the middle of a few large snow mountains. 2 of the snow mountains formed a canyon passage. If one wanted to enter the heavenly floating platform, they had to go through this passage. Stop right there. Just as Lu Ming was about to enter the passage, he was stopped by a few young men. What's the meaning of this? Lu Ming asked with a frown. As far as he knew, There was no one guarding the passage in front of the heavenly floating platform. Only after entering the passage would there be someone guarding it and paying the origin stone. The heavenly floating platform has been reserved by the people of the Silver Dragon Valley and the Blood Dragon Valley. You can come back later. One of the young men sneered. Reserved by the Silver Dragon Valley and the Blood Dragon Valley? The heavenly floating platform is the cultivation holy land of the Dragon God Valley. It's open to all disciples of the 7 valleys. I've never heard that it belongs to one of the Dragon Valleys. Move aside. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, what are you doing? I said it's reserved, so it's reserved. One of the young men blocked Lu Ming's path. You know me. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The young men's faces were cold as they sneered. Bush, bush. At this moment, 2 young men in snow-white robes with an ice dragon embroidered on them appeared. They were disciples of the Ice Dragon Valley. The 2 Ice Dragon Valley disciples did not stop them. They directly entered the passageway and disappeared. Lu Ming frowned and said, Didn't you say that the heavenly floating platform has been reserved by the Silver Dragon Valley and the Blood Dragon Valley? Why can the people of the Ice Dragon Valley enter? The few young men only stood in front of Lu Ming. There was a mocking smile in their eyes, but they did not speak. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. They must be deliberately making things difficult for him. They were obviously disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley. He had killed Yin Feng in front of the Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley, so he had become enemies with the Silver Dragon Valley. However, these people were able to recognize him at a glance even though he had never seen them before. This made Lu Ming think of many things. Could it be that the Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley had purposely sent people to stop Lu Ming from cultivating at the heavenly floating platform? Upon having this thought, Lu Ming's eyes flickered sharply as he took a step forward. Bang! 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 3 young men of the Silver Dragon Valley emitted powerful auras. They were all peak 4th layer martial dominators. Hold it right there. One of the young men snapped coldly as 3 streams of pressure landed on Lu Ming's figure. At this time, a few more people came over. When they saw this situation, they couldn't help but stop and watch. That's Lu Ming. Those are the disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley. This is going to be interesting. A few months ago, Lu Ming killed Yin Feng in front of the Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley, which infuriated the Valley Master. I heard that after the Valley Master returned to the Silver Dragon Valley, he immediately gathered the young disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley and told them to take care of Lu Ming if they were to stumble into Lu Ming outside. The few people who were watching were discussing softly. Although their voices were soft, Lu Ming could still hear them clearly. Lu Ming's gaze became colder. As the Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley, not only did he not teach his grandson a lesson after he had committed a heinous crime, he even tried to slander Lu Ming, resulting in his grandson being killed by Lu Ming. Now, he actually instigated the Silver Dragon Valley disciples to deal with Lu Ming. He was simply despicable and shameless. Chapter 1497. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as a powerful aura emanated from his body, crushing the aura of the 3 youths. Get lost! Afterward, Lu Ming hollered. With this roar, Lu Ming used the divine sword art. An invisible wave rushed towards the 3 youths and blasted into their spiritual deities. At this moment, the 3 youths' spiritual deities trembled violently as if they were hit by a hurricane. At the same time, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a giant beast in their eyes. A terrifying aura pressed down on them. Their bodies trembled violently as they screamed and fell to the ground. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. The onlookers at the side were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's roar actually made the 3 youths from the Silver Dragon Valley fall to the ground. It was unbelievable. Of course, they did not know that it was because of the divine sword art. The divine sword art was mainly to enhance one's soul power and then use it to launch an attack. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming had already cultivated the divine sword art to the point where it was invisible. With a roar, the divine sword art was activated and directly attacked the opponent's soul. It was invisible and incomparably mysterious. The 3 young men from the Silver Dragon Valley were attacked by Lu Ming. Their spirit deities were shaken and they even had hallucinations. They thought that they had seen a primitive giant beast. Their bodies and minds were shaken and they sat on the ground. After a while, the three youths came to their senses. "Damn it, Lu Ming, what kind of sorcery did you use just now? I'm going to cripple you." The youth in the middle roared, his face flushed red. The other two youths were about the same. It was too embarrassing. They were scared to the point of sitting on the ground by Lu Ming's roar. If this spread out, they would definitely become a laughing stock. They blamed it all on Lu Ming. The three youths roared as their true essence erupted and attacked Lu Ming. "Get lost!" Lu Ming roared again. This roar not only contained the attack of the divine sword technique, but also a powerful true essence. The true essence formed a storm and bombarded out. After reaching the martial emperor realm, the higher the grade of the spiritual body, the stronger the spiritual body. Even the spiritual body itself would be stronger and more condensed. 4 martial emperors, the increase of their cultivation was a combination of true origin and spiritual body. Therefore, true origin and spiritual body complemented each other. Otherwise, a person with a high-level spirit body wouldn't be so strong. The higher the level of the spirit body, the higher the level of the true essence. With Lu Ming's current cultivation level and medium earth spirit body, he could easily crush his opponent with his true essence. As soon as the 3 Silver Dragon Valley youths rushed out, they were hit by the divine sword skill. Their spiritual spirits shook violently and they felt a tearing pain. Then, Lu Ming's genuine vitality hit them, causing them to howl and spit out blood. Their bodies flew backward and fell heavily on the ground. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked beyond words. The previous shout had caused the 3 Silver Dragon Valley youths to sit on the ground. Now, with a shout, the 3 of them were seriously injured and spat out blood. This was too shocking. Lu Ming glanced at the 3 of them coldly and strode into the passage. After Lu Ming had gone far away, the 3 Silver Dragon Valley youths struggled to get up. Their eyes were filled with fear and they walked into the passage. After walking through the passage, there was a counter at the entrance of the passage and someone was guarding it. This was the place where the true guards were stationed. You need to pay 200,000 medium primordial stones to enter the floating platform. One of the guards at the counter said. Lu Ming nodded and paid 200,000 medium primordial stones. Then he stepped into the floating platform and looked forward. A shocking scene greeted Lu Ming's eyes. This place was in the middle of a few snowy mountains, forming a huge kernel. The area was very wide. In front of him, there were stone platforms floating in the air. There were a total of 36 rows and each row was slanted upwards. Every 100 meters, there would be a stone platform floating in the air. Just like that, there were 13 stone platforms that extended into the void. This was the floating platform. In short, there were a total of 36 rows and each row had 13 stone platforms. Each of them was 100 meters apart and extended into the void. At this moment, there were already people sitting cross-legged on some of the stone platforms. Each row could only allow one person to enter at a time. Lu Ming saw that some people were sitting cross-legged on the 3rd stone platform, some were sitting cross-legged on the 4th stone platform, and some were sitting on the 5th stone platform. There were dense inscriptions on the stone platforms that covered the people who were sitting cross-legged. Some people stood below and watched. It was said that the floating platform was created by the founder of the Divine Dragon Valley. It was very magical. When one sat on it, their spirit would escape into the endless void. There was a battlefield created by the founder of the Divine Dragon Valley. There were heavenly law mutated beasts formed by the heavenly law. When martial artists fought with them, they could comprehend the heavenly law, domain, and even law. Every time one ascended a stone platform, the difficulty would increase accordingly. Lu Ming walked forward casually. A few young men were watching. At this moment, all of them looked toward Lu Ming with sharp gazes. At this moment, the 3 young men from the Silver Dragon Valley who were injured by Lu Ming's shout earlier walked in. They came to the side of the few young men and whispered a few words to them. The sharpness in the few young men's eyes intensified. A young man with silver robes said coldly, "This Lu Ming is getting more and more arrogant with the support of the valley leader of the Cloud Dragon Valley. I'll teach him a lesson." After saying this, he walked toward Lu Ming. So you're Lu Ming? The young man with silver robes said coldly. That's right, what's the matter? Lu Ming replied casually. You're here to cultivate too, but your cultivation is only at the third layer martial dominator realm. I'm afraid you won't be able to pass a few platforms. It's a waste of the origin stones. The young man in the silver robe said with a mocking tone. I'm only able to pass a few platforms. I don't think it's a waste of the origin stones. Besides, you're only at the fifth layer martial dominator realm. I doubt you'll be able to pass more platforms than me. Lu Ming said calmly. Not as many as you? How funny, Lu Ming, I think you're being too full of yourself. You think you're so full of yourself just because you're a little talented? There are countless geniuses in this world, and there are plenty of people in the Dragon Valley who are more talented than you. The young man in the silver robe mocked. Oh, does that mean you're quite talented? Do you dare to bet with me with your cultivation of the fifth layer martial dominator realm? Lu Ming said. Bet? What kind of bet? The young man's eyes flickered. Let's bet on who will be able to reach a higher platform. Lu Ming said. You want to bet with me? Sure, I accept. What's the bet? The young man in the silver robe accepted without hesitation. There were a total of 13 platforms that extended into the sky. Each of them corresponded to a domain. The first platform was equivalent to a first-grade domain, the second platform was equivalent to a second-grade domain, and so on. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the third-layer martial dominator realm, with a third-grade domain. Regardless of how powerful his domain was, it would be impressive if he could reach the fourth platform. However, the young man in the silver robe had a sixth-grade domain despite his cultivation of the fifth-layer martial dominator realm, allowing him to reach the sixth platform. Unless Lu Ming could reach the seventh stone platform, he would not be able to defeat him. Chapter 1498. In his opinion, Lu Ming must have never been to the sky-reaching floating platform before and did not know the mysteries within. That was why he made the bet with him. How about we bet 500,000 contribution points? Lu Ming said. 500,000 contribution points. The silver-robed young man's heart skipped a beat. Then, flames of greed appeared in his eyes as he said, Okay, I agree. Then, the silver-robed young man shouted, Junior brothers, senior brothers, please bear witness. As soon as the silver-robed young man shouted, the young men below the stone platform all looked over. Some of them walked over. Those who were with the silver-robed young man also walked over. What witness? Someone asked. Everyone, this person is Lu Ming. The silver-robed young man pointed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming? It's him. He's Lu Ming. Some people blurted out. Now, Lu Ming was very famous. At the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley, he killed Yin Feng in front of the Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley, causing the Valley Master of the Silver Dragon Valley to be injured. Later on, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley even killed a few wardens of the mission hall because of this matter. All of this was because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name was known by many people. At this moment, they all looked at Lu Ming curiously. Junior brother Lu Ming wants to make a bet with me. Let's bet on who will be able to reach the higher stone platform. The bet is 500,000 contribution points. Is that right, junior brother Lu Ming? The silver-robed young man asked. What? His words shocked everyone and they looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming actually wanted to make a bet with the silver-robed youth. The bet was 500,000 contribution points. With Lu Ming's cultivation, wouldn't he lose to the silver-robed young man for sure? Stepping onto the stone platform didn't depend on one's combat strength. It depended on one's domain. The higher the level of one's domain, the stronger one would be able to step onto the higher stone platform. Could it be that this Lu Ming had so many contribution points that he had nowhere to spend them? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. This silver-robed young man was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his word, so he found these people to be witnesses. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. That's right, that's true. Lu Ming nodded. All right, Lu Ming agrees. We can be witnesses. A young man who was with the silver-robed young man blurted out. The others also nodded, indicating that they could bear witness. Junior brother Lu Ming, let's begin. said the silver-robed young man. He was rather impatient and was afraid that an undue delay would lead to trouble. Sure. Lu Ming smiled. The two of them chose 2 stone platforms that were close to each other. There was no one else on these stone platforms. Bang! Bang! The two of them jumped onto the first stone platform almost at the same time. Then, the two of them sat down cross-legged at the same time. The stone platform glowed and dense inscriptions appeared, covering the two of them. The first function of these inscriptions was to allow one's mind to escape into the unpredictable void. The second function was to prevent others from attacking. It had a defensive function. Although the Dragon God Valley had a rule that no one was to attack others on the floating platform, or else they would be severely punished, there might be people who would take the risk. Therefore, these inscriptions played a very good defensive role. When the inscriptions covered Lu Ming's body, he felt his mind, or rather his soul, being drawn out of his body. The space around him flashed past like a flickering light. In the next moment, Lu Ming realized that he had arrived at a chaotic land. All around them was a vast expanse of boundless emptiness. However, Lu Ming realized that the aura of the Great Tao here was extremely rich. If he cultivated here, the effect would be at least 10 times better. Is this the heavenly battlefield that the founder of the Dragon God Valley opened up? Lu Ming thought to himself. Suddenly, there was a loud roar and a strange beast appeared in front of him. This strange beast was filled with the aura of the Great Tao. A heavenly beast. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, there were loud roars one after another as heavenly beasts appeared one after another. These heavenly Tao beasts were in different forms. Some were in the form of tigers, some were wolves, and some were snakes. The one thing that was similar was that there was a golden mark in the middle of their eyebrows. Heavenly Tao mark. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. In the heavenly battlefield, as long as one killed these strange beasts, the heavenly Tao mark in the middle of their eyebrows would be absorbed by the cultivator, and they would be able to comprehend the heavenly Tao and domain. It was extremely magical. There were loud roars, and at least 5 to 6 heavenly Tao mutated beasts pounced on Lu Ming. Condense. The primal chaos domain spread out and then began to shrink. In the end, it turned into a long spear that Lu Ming held in his hand. In the heavenly battlefield, because one's mind could enter it, all weapons and true yuan couldn't be used. The only thing that could be used was the domain. The long spear pierced out and a spear light pierced through the vast space, killing a heavenly beasts. Then, the long spear swept out and 5 or 6 heavenly beasts were defeated at the same time. The heavenly beasts were defeated and turned into heavenly Tao energy. However, the heavenly Tao mark in the middle of their eyebrows emitted a golden light and flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. The roars were like thunder as more heavenly beasts appeared and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear formed by the primal chaos domain and charged forward. The long spear trembled and spear shadows flashed. More than 10 spear lights pierced through the air and killed more than 10 heavenly beasts. This was the first floating platform. The heavenly beasts that appeared were equivalent to first-grade domains. To Lu Ming, this wasn't difficult at all. Soon, Lu Ming killed a total of 108 heavenly beasts. At this time, no more heavenly beasts appeared. At this time, Lu Ming felt his body tighten. In the next moment, he discovered that he had returned to his physical body on the heavenly floating platform. The heavenly Tao mark. Lu Ming felt and found that there were 108 golden heavenly Tao marks in his mind. Wonderful, this is really wonderful. Lu Ming sighed. Then, he closed his eyes and refined these heavenly Tao marks. His body emitted a faint golden light. On the floating platform next to Lu Ming, the silver-robed youth also opened his eyes. He glanced at Lu Ming and sneered. He also began to refine the heavenly Tao marks. 10 minutes later, the silver-robed youth stood up. The inscriptions covering his body automatically withdrew and disappeared. Looking disdainfully at Lu Ming, who was still refining, the silver-robed youth took a step forward and crossed 100 meters. He appeared on the second floating platform and sat down cross-legged. Similarly, on the second floating platform, numerous inscriptions appeared and covered his body. and Lu Ming continued to sit on the first floating platform. Half an hour later, Lu Ming felt that the heavenly Tao marks he had just obtained had been completely refined. The primal chaos domain has indeed strengthened. It's comparable to 7 days of cultivation. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He was shocked by the effects of the heavenly floating platform. Chapter 1499. Then, let's continue. Lu Ming stood up and the inscriptions on his body automatically retreated. This Lu Ming is going to lose for sure. The first floating platform took so long and he actually dared to make a bet with senior brother Yinqing. He's simply giving senior brother Yinqing contribution points. 500,000 contribution points. I'm so jealous. Senior brother Yinqing has earned a lot of contribution points. Below, some people looked at Lu Ming and mocked him. Lu Ming smiled faintly and couldn't be bothered with them. The bet between him and the silver-robed youth was about who could step onto the higher floating platform, not who would take the shorter time. This was his first time here and he had refined the heavenly Tao imprint until there wasn't a single trace left. Naturally, it took him more time. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped onto the second floating platform. He sat down cross-legged. The second floating platform glowed and the inscription shrouded Lu Ming again. In the next moment he was back in the land of chaos. Just like last time, heavenly law mutated beasts appeared one after another. However, this time, there were 2 golden heavenly Tao imprints between their eyebrows. 2 golden heavenly Tao imprints meant that the heavenly law mutated beasts here had the strength of a grade 2 domain. Roars rang out as the heavenly law mutated beasts pounced towards Lu Ming. The primal chaos domain once again formed a long spear. Lu Ming held the long spear and charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Spear light swept out and the heavenly law mutated beasts were killed one after another. Soon, all 108 mutated beasts were killed by Lu Ming and he reappeared on the floating platform. He took a glance and saw that the silver-robed youth was already on the third floating platform. Lu Ming ignored him and closed his eyes to refine the heavenly Tao imprint. The number of heavenly Tao imprints on the second floating platform was double that of the first one. An hour later, when Lu Ming had finished refining the heavenly Tao imprint, he felt that the primal chaos domain had increased by another level. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared on the third floating platform. The third floating platform was a Heaven Tao variant that had appeared after entering the vast primal chaos. It had 3 golden marks on its forehead and was equivalent to a third-grade personal domain. In terms of level, it was on par with Lu Ming's personal domain. However, Lu Ming's domain was the primal chaos domain, the emperor of thousands of domains. There were very few in the world that could be compared to the primal chaos domain. Even though they were of the same level, Zhang Xian would still be able to crush Zhang Xian. Not long after, the 108 heavenly Tao beasts were killed, and Lu Ming began to refine the heavenly Tao imprint. Below, some people continued to discuss. This Lu Ming's talent is not bad. He can fight above his level. I estimate that he can reach the 4th floating platform, but that's definitely his limit. That's right. The 3rd floating platform has 108 heavenly law mutant beasts that are equivalent to rank 4 domain beasts. This Lu Ming will be lucky if he can kill 10 of them. Senior brother Yinqing's domain has already broken through to rank 6. Last time, he was able to kill 50 heavenly law mutant beasts on the 6th floating platform. There's no suspense in this bet. A few youths who were with Yinqing spoke one after another. Look, senior brother Yinqing is going to the 5th floating platform. Someone shouted. Sure enough, at this moment, Silver City stood up, took a step forward and appeared on the 5th floating platform. He turned to look at Lu Ming, who was still on the 3rd floating platform. The corners of his lips curled into a cold smile as he sat down cross-legged. This time, it took Lu Ming 2 hours to refine the heavenly Tao imprint. He could feel that his primal chaos domain was approaching the peak of rank 3 domain. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He stepped onto the 4th floating platform and sat down cross-legged. This brat is on the 4th floating platform. Watch carefully. In less than half a minute, he will be blasted off the floating platform. One of Yinqing's companions said disdainfully. Very quickly, half a minute passed. Lu Ming's figure was as steady as a rock. He can only hold on for a while longer. At most, he will be blasted off the platform in 3 minutes. The youth who spoke previously blushed and said awkwardly. Very quickly, 3 minutes passed. Lu Ming's figure was still as steady as a rock. He definitely won't last more than 10 minutes. The youth gritted his teeth. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming's body emitted a golden radiance. It was obvious that he had killed all the heavenly Dao beasts and was beginning to refine the heavenly Dao imprint. That's fast. He killed all the beasts on the 4th floating platform in 10 minutes. That's really fast. Yinqing used 15 minutes just now. Who was the one who kept saying that Lu Ming would be blasted off the platform? The other youths started to discuss among themselves. They were extremely shocked. Some of them even looked at the youth who spoke previously. That youth's face was as red as a pig's liver. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He only passed the 4th floating platform by luck. He definitely won't pass the 5th. The youth gritted his teeth. Everyone looked on as time passed slowly. After a period of time, Yinqing suddenly stood up on the 5th platform. That brat should be blasted off the platform. The corner of Yinqing's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked behind him. His expression changed when he saw Yinqing. You actually passed the 4th floating platform. Consider yourself lucky. However, the 5th floating platform is your limit. Yinqing snorted coldly. He took a step forward and stepped onto the 6th floating platform. He entered the Heavenly Dao battlefield to fight the Heavenly Dao beasts. Below the floating platforms, everyone watched quietly. After about 20 minutes, Yinqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the 6th floating platform, suddenly trembled. Inscriptions flashed, and Yinqing's body flew out of the floating platform and landed at the bottom of the platform. Senior brother Yinqing, how many level 6 Heavenly Dao beasts did you kill this time? The youth who kept saying that Lu Ming would be blasted off the platform hurriedly asked. 68. Yinqing replied. 68. That's 18 more than the last time. Congratulations, senior brother. It won't be long before you pass the 6th floating platform. The youth quickly flattered. Yinqing smiled faintly, revealing a trace of complacency. He then looked at Lu Ming on the 4th floating platform. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He stepped onto the 5th floating platform and sat down cross-legged. Inscriptions immediately covered his body. A level 3 realm. Stepping onto the 5th floating platform is his limit. Yinqing said coldly. That's right. He definitely won't be able to kill 10 level 5 Heavenly Dao beasts. He will be blasted off the platform. The youth from before said. However, time passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged on the floating platform. The youth had completely shut up. Yinqing's expression also turned cold. In the Heavenly Dao battlefield, Lu Ming was fighting. In the Heavenly Dao battlefield on the 5th platform, the Heavenly Dao beasts gathered were equivalent to level 5 realms. Level 5 realm Heavenly Dao beasts were extremely powerful. They pounced with shocking might. However, the chaotic domain was still able to suppress these beasts. Chapter 1500. With a flash of the spear, a level 5 Heavenly Law exotic beast was killed. With another sweep, another level 5 Heavenly Law exotic beast was sent flying, crashing into several other Heavenly Law exotic beasts. As the spear light swept through, one Heavenly Law exotic beast after another was defeated by Lu Ming. After an unknown period of time, when the last Heavenly Law exotic beast was killed, Lu Ming's consciousness returned to the 5th floating platform. He opened his eyes and casually glanced at Silver City, who had appeared below the floating platform. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he began to refine the Heavenly Dao imprint. After a few hours, the Heavenly Dao imprint was refined. Lu Ming stood up and stepped onto the 6th floating platform. Below the floating platform, Silver City's expression was extremely gloomy. Even if this Lu Ming is lucky enough to step onto the 6th floating platform, what can he do? Senior brother Silver City killed 68 Heavenly Law exotic beasts. This Lu Ming definitely won't be able to kill 68. It was that young man again, gritting his teeth. Silver City's expression was cold and indifferent. He didn't say anything as he stared at Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the sixth floating platform. He couldn't wait for Lu Ming to be sent flying off the floating platform. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lu Ming's figure didn't move at all. On the sixth floating platform, Lu Ming was fighting with all his might in the Heavenly Law battlefield. The Heavenly Law exotic beasts here were even more frightening. Every Heavenly Law exotic beast was equivalent to a level 6 domain expert, while Lu Ming was only a level 3 domain expert. There was a difference of 3 levels. Furthermore, there were 108 Heavenly Law exotic beasts surrounding Lu Ming. The pressure on Lu Ming had truly increased. Bam! His spear swept across, sweeping across a Heavenly Law exotic beast. This Heavenly Law exotic beast was only sent flying, but it wasn't seriously injured. It roared, got up, and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's chaotic domain spear pierced a Heavenly Dao mutated beast. Halfway through, it was stuck by the mutated beast. A level 6 Heavenly Law exotic beast is indeed very strong. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Immediately after, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards the strange beast like a bolt of lightning. His leg, wrapped in the chaotic domain, stomped heavily on the strange beast's head. Lu Ming stomped down on the strange beast. Then his long spear suddenly pierced through the strange beast's body. The long spear shook, and the strange beast collapsed. The first level 6 exotic beast was killed. With thunderous roars, more and more beasts pounced on Lu Ming. The long spear of the primal chaos domain swept out and sent a group of mutated beasts flying. Then, it stared at one of the mutated beasts and killed it in the same way as before. It's too slow to kill like this. Although I can slowly wear them down, I should be able to pass the 6th floating platform in the end. However, it will take a long time. Lu Ming frowned. He was thinking of ways to strengthen the power of the primal chaos domain. Weapons could not be brought in here, and there was no Zhenyuan in the area. As such, there were many battle techniques that could not be used. Thus, one could only rely on one's dominion. Wait, 13 strikes of storing power. Suddenly, Lu Ming had an idea. Although 13 strikes of storing power was a domain-type martial technique, the spear domain martial technique, it was more about the technique of exerting force. The technique of the spear and the technique of exerting force in the spear domain could allow one to erupt with 2, 5, or even 10 strands of force at the same time, increasing one's might greatly. Then, could he use this technique of exerting force in the primal chaos domain? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did as he thought of it. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook and struck a Heavenly Dao mutated beast, sending it flying. No, that's not right. Lu Ming muttered. That strike earlier did not erupt with much force. After all, the primal chaos domain is different from the spear domain. However, the primal chaos domain contains the spear domain. It will definitely work. Let's give it another try. Lu Ming kept thinking. The long spear in his hand did not stop, continuously striking. Buzz! 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 The long spear of the primal chaos domain kept striking, sending the Heavenly Dao mutated beasts flying. Lu Ming kept experimenting. Time passed quickly. Soon, 2 hours had passed. However, Lu Ming was still fighting with the Heavenly Dao mutated beasts. Below the floating platform, a group of people was waiting in astonishment. What's going on? Lu Ming is on the 6th floating platform. There's no golden light on his body. He should still be fighting with the mutated beasts in the heavenly battlefield. Why hasn't it ended after 2 hours? That's right. What's going on? If he failed, he would have been sent flying. It's very likely that he's holding on. He bet 500,000 contribution points with Silver City. He doesn't want to lose, so he gritted his teeth and held on to kill more mutated beasts. That should be the case. Many people guessed. Silver City clenched his fists tightly. He was nervous. This was related to his 500,000 contribution points. In the heavenly battlefield, Lu Ming was still fighting with the mutated beasts. Buzz! With a jolt of his spear, he struck one of the mutated beasts, causing a violent burst of energy to burst forth. Bang! The beast suddenly exploded and vanished into thin air. It's a success. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The spear just now was a success. In an instant, 4 types of force erupted. The force was shocking, and it defeated the heavenly Tao mutated beast. Swoosh! The 4 types of force went through the tip of the spear and pierced the mutated beast's body. The mutated beast was directly pierced and killed. 4 types of force. That's enough. A smile emerged on Lu Ming's face. The long spear moved freely. As long as the mutated beasts were swept, smashed, or pierced, they would die in one blow. In just a few minutes, all 108 mutated beasts were killed by Lu Ming. On the 6th floating platform, Lu Ming's body suddenly emitted a golden light. Lu Ming had passed the 6th floating platform. Damn it! Silver City clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were incomparably gloomy. How could this be? Silver City's other companions shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming was only a level 3 domain expert. It was unbelievable that he could pass the 6th floating platform. This had never happened before in the history of Dragon God Valley. Senior brother Silver City, what should we do? Are we really going to give Lu Ming 500,000 contribution points? A young man asked Silver City. 500,000 contribution points? He's dreaming. Silver City gritted his teeth and muttered. 500,000 contribution points was equivalent to the price of half a sacred weapon. Right now, he only had slightly more than 500,000 contribution points. How could he possibly give them to Lu Ming? But a young man hesitated. Junior brothers, did Lu Ming injure you before? Then I'll have to trouble you again. Silver City looked at the 3 young men who were injured by Lu Ming's roar and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 types of force silently struck the 3 young men. The 3 of them groaned and blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. I've injured your internal organs, so you'll have to maintain this injury. Do you understand? Silver City instructed. The 3 young men quickly nodded. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to disobey. Do you think it's that easy to get my contribution points? Chapter 1501. On the 6th floating platform, Lu Ming continued to refine the Heaven Path mark. After refining the Heaven Path mark, Lu Ming opened his eyes and smiled. Peak level 3. Lu Ming muttered. His chaotic territory had finally reached peak level 3. The 200,000 origin stones were worth it. However, it wasn't easy to break through to level 4. A level 4 territory was equivalent to a middle martial king's territory. There was a hurdle that wasn't easy to cross. Lu Ming stood up and looked at the 7th floating platform. He then turned around and looked at Silver City. Lu Ming didn't continue to go up. Instead, he took a step forward and landed below the floating platform. He could continue to go up the floating platforms as long as he paid the origin stones. He had to get the 500,000 contribution points from Silver City first. I passed the 6th floating platform, but you didn't. I've won the bet. Hand over 500,000 contribution points. Lu Ming looked at Silver City and said, 500,000 contribution points? What 500,000 contribution points? Silver City pretended to be dumb as he sneered. Lu Ming frowned. Silver City was obviously trying to renege on the bet by pretending to be dumb. Are you trying to act dumb? Hee, there are many people here who can be witnesses. Lu Ming said. Witnesses? Why didn't I hear it? I didn't hear it either. A few of Silver City's companions said coldly. Did you hear it? Silver City's cold eyes looked at the others. Many people's faces changed and they looked fearful. Silver City was Yin Feng's cousin. Silver City's grandfather was the younger brother of Silver Dragon Valley Master. In Silver Dragon Valley, he had a strong backing and many people didn't dare to offend him. Although some people didn't like Silver City's character, they looked away and didn't say anything. Lu Ming sneered as a ray of light flashed in his eyes. I can be a witness. Just now, the 2 of you did make a bet. It was 500,000 contribution points. At this moment, a timid voice sounded. Swoosh. His words caused Blizzard Silver City and his companions to look towards the source of the voice. Lu Ming also looked over. It was a young woman. Her figure was petite, but her skin was fair. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, and she was extremely cute. At this moment, when Silver City's gaze swept over them, their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and they could not help but retreat. "Little girl, what did you say?" Inching said coldly. "I don't want to lie. You two did make a bet just now." Although the young woman was very scared, she still spoke. "Good, very good." The sharpness in Inching's eyes intensified. Murderous intent filled the air. "What? When others speak the truth, you want to kill them. This is the style of the Silver Dragon Valley, just like In Phone. Looks like I have to report this to the Dragon Punishing Palace." Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward, standing in front of the young woman. "Also, 500,000 contribution points. Hurry up and hand it over." Lu Ming continued. "Ha, Lu Ming, you're really naive. I was just casually mentioning the bet before, but you took it seriously. We didn't even sign anything." Inching quibbled. "So, everyone in the Silver Dragon Valley is like this. From top to bottom, they're all despicable people. What a disgrace to the Divine Dragon Valley. In my opinion, the Silver Dragon Valley is purely a malignant tumor of the Divine Dragon Valley. Sooner or later, it will be removed." Lu Ming shook his head and sneered. "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize the matters of the Silver Dragon Valley?" A young man beside Inching shouted. "Lu Ming, you're the lawless one. You have no respect for the law and you're harming your fellow disciples. Previously, you injured 3 of my junior brothers for no reason. I'm going to settle this with you." Inching shouted and pointed at the 3 young men beside him. The 3 young men looked pale and their auras were weak. The coldness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. Previously, his shout had injured the 3 of them, but it was only a minor injury. With the strength of their spiritual bodies, those minor injuries would have healed by now. But now, they looked as if they were seriously injured. It was obvious that they did it on purpose. "Lu Ming, you injured the disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley for no reason. How should you be punished? Now, hand over 500,000 contribution points as medical fees." Inching shouted in a domineering manner. "For you, how dare you injure the disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley?" At this moment, a cold voice resounded from a floating platform. A figure floated down. It was a cold-looking young man. Senior brother Ding Mao. Inching and the others were overjoyed when they saw the young man. They quickly greeted him. "Senior brother Ding Mao, it's Lu Ming. He injured the 3 disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley for no reason. I'm going to ask him to pay for the medical fees." Inching said. "Lu Ming." When Ding Mao heard Lu Ming's name, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he said coldly, "Humph, how can he be so lawless just because he's the direct disciple of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master? Ask him to pay for the medical fees and bring him to the Dragon Punishing Palace." Inching replied. He was emboldened. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, hurry up and hand over 500,000 contribution points. Follow us to the Dragon Punishing Palace." Some people at the side. The Silver Dragon Valley had gone too far. Originally, Inching and Lu Ming had made a bet of 500,000 contribution points. In the end, Lu Ming won. Not only did Inching not pay up, but they even pinned a big hat on Lu Ming. They wanted Lu Ming to hand over 500,000 contribution points and bring Lu Ming to the Dragon Punishing Palace. How despicable! However, they could only think about it in their hearts. So what if they were despicable? Who asked Inching and the others to be so powerful? What would Lu Ming do? Hand over or not? Many people looked at Lu Ming and guessed what Lu Ming would do. Ha! Lu Ming wore a calm expression, but the flicker in his eyes grew sharper. "If you don't hand over 500,000 contribution points today, don't even think about leaving this place," Lu Ming said in a cold tone. The hearts of many shuddered. How arrogant! Lu Ming ignored the nonsense that the Silver City had said earlier. He wanted the Silver City to hand over 500,000 contribution points. Ding Mao's figure emitted a cold glow as he said, "This guy is too stubborn. Take him down first." Bang! 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 Yinxing and the others unleashed powerful auras. Lu Ming, how dare you kneel down at once? Yinxing yelled as he unleashed his cultivation and threw a punch in Lu Ming's direction. Yinxing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th layer martial dominator realm, while his domain had reached the 6th layer, granting him a shocking strength. The other 2 young men were 5th layer martial dominators with powerful strength too. You're the one kneeling down. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. 2 rays of black light pierced out like divine swords, entering Silver City's body and bombarding his soul. After cultivating for a period of time, Lu Ming's godly sword technique had become extremely shocking. Chapter 1502. Bang! Lu Ming lashed out with his palm, causing the chaotic domain to form a giant palm print that crushed onto Yinxing's figure. Following a thud, Yinxing immediately dropped to his knees before Lu Ming. Previously, he had asked Lu Ming to kneel down, but now he had knelt down himself. Following this, Lu Ming threw out 2 punches in succession. The terrifying force sent the other 2 young men flying, causing them to vomit mouthfuls of blood. At that instant, 2 of the young men with cultivation of the 5th layer martial dominator realm from the Silver Dragon Valley were sent flying, while the last one knelt before Lu Ming. The others nearby were dumbfounded. Lu Ming had grown stronger. His strength was even stronger than when he had killed Yin Feng. How shocking! Was he really a cultivator from a desolated island? He was unbelievably strong. They finally knew why the valley leader of the Cloud Dragon Valley had recruited Lu Ming as his disciple. The valley leader had recognized Lu Ming's talent. Buzz! At that instant, a shocking aura burst out from Ding Mao's body, causing a terrifying pressure to crush Lu Ming's figure. Bang! It felt like a huge mountain was crushing onto Lu Ming's figure. 7th layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming's heart shuddered slightly. Ding Mao was a 7th layer martial dominator realm expert, a high-ranked martial dominator realm expert. Lu Ming, how bold of you to injure 3 disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley, and now you're attacking again. This person should be punished severely. I'll cripple your cultivation and hand you over to the Dragon Punishing Palace. Ding Mao snapped coldly as he took a step forward. A dragon's roar could be heard from his body. Following this, Ding Mao grabbed at Lu Ming's figure with his claw. In the process, Ding Mao's palm and arm emitted a brilliant silver glow, as a layer of silver dragon scales appeared on them. 13 accumulating blows. A long spear of the martial dominator realm appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shudder, the spear transformed into a beam of light that pierced forward. Ding! The spear stabbed into Ding Mao's palm. Lu Ming felt an incomparably terrifying energy surge toward the spear, causing it to bend slightly. But in an instant, 10 bursts of power erupted from the long spear, forming an incomparably sharp aura, wanting to pierce through Ding Mao's palm. Ding Mao's expression changed and he roared, his terrifying power exploding out. Bang! Lu Ming was shaken by this force and his body flew out. He crashed heavily into the wall of a snow mountain at the edge, causing the snow mountain to explode with a rumbling sound. But at the same time, Ding Mao also took a step back. 7th layer of the Martial Emperor realm, as expected of a high-level Martial Emperor. How powerful! With a thought, Lu Ming felt the blood and qi in his body churning. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This brat, killing intent exploded from Ding Mao's body. His hand was trembling slightly. The dragon scales on his palm had been shattered, and a trace of blood could be seen. His palm was almost pierced through by Lu Ming's spear. A dragon's roar could be heard. The silver glow on Ding Mao's body became even brighter, as if he had turned into a silver dragon, lunging at Lu Ming. At that instant, a giant hammer flew toward them from the entrance of the floating platform. The hammer tore through the air with a terrifying roar, aiming at Ding Mao. Ding Mao's expression changed greatly. He could not care less about Lu Ming. He let out a roar and threw his palms at the hammer. Don't. Ding Mao's palms collided with the hammer, resulting in 2 deafening vibrations. The terrifying sound waves caused many of the weaker cultivators to turn pale and retreat. The hammer was sent flying by Ding Mao, But Ding Mao himself was also sent flying back 100 meters. Only then did he land on the ground, his hands trembling. Bang! Bang! From the direction of the entrance, a tall and sturdy figure rushed over and caught the iron hammer. Every step he took caused the ground to rumble. How arrogant of the Silver Dragon Valley! A 7th-layer martial emperor dares to attack my junior brother, a 3rd-layer martial emperor. How embarrassing! The bulky figure spoke with a booming voice. The person was a young man with a bulky figure, who was 2 heads taller than Lu Ming. His muscles bulged like a ferocious dragon. He was holding a giant hammer in his hand. However, the hammer was quite unique, as its handle was longer than a person's body, while its head was the size of a water jar, giving it a shocking appearance. Ding Mao glanced at the young man and said coldly, "Tianchu, 7th senior brother." Lu Ming's heart shuddered. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley had only recruited 3 core disciples in the past 10 years. They were him, Xuaningxin, and Tianchu, Lu Ming's 7th senior brother. "It's your grandpa Tianchu." Tianchu let out a grin, before glancing at Lu Ming and saying, "So you're my 9th junior brother, Lu Ming? Impressive. Thanks for your help, 7th senior brother." Lu Ming let out a smile. "Ha, don't mention it. I'll teach these sons of bitches a lesson." Tianchu let out a grin and glanced at Ding Mao with a ferocious look. Come, do you think you're that impressive? Let your grandpa Tianchu have some fun with you." "Tianchu, if you dare to interfere, I'll take you down too." Ding Mao said coldly. "How are you going to take me down?" Tianchu wore a ferocious look as his muscles bulged as he stomped his foot on the ground. Bang! Tianchu's figure sprang toward Ding Mao like a ferocious dragon, while the giant hammer in his hand was swung in his direction. Rumble! It was as if the giant hammer had penetrated the rift, resulting in a terrifying gust of wind. A silver glow burst out from Ding Mao's body as a layer of silver dragon scales appeared on his body. A pair of silver gloves appeared on his hands. The gloves of a martial dominator weapon. Silver Dragon Battle Fist. Ding Mao uttered a roar as he lashed out with both fists. Ding Mao's fist collided with the giant hammer, causing the sky to tremble vigorously. Tianchu and Ding Mao's figures shuddered violently as they were knocked backward. Following this, they uttered furious roars and collided with one another once again. Peak 5th-layer martial dominator realm with a 6th-grade domain. Senior brother Tianchu, such a powerful strength. Lu Ming observed from the side and was secretly astounded by Tianchu's strength. A cultivation of the peak 5th-layer martial dominator realm with a 6th-grade domain was able to fight against Ding Mao, who was a 7th-layer martial dominator realm. It seems like none of my senior brothers and sisters are easy to deal with. Lu Ming wore a smile. Kill, 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 kill. At that instant, Tianchu let out a roar as he became more excited as the battle progressed. It was as if he had transformed into a ferocious dragon as he lashed out at Ding Mao with his giant hammer. Gradually, Ding Mao was at a disadvantage as he was suppressed by Tianchu. Tianchu has become stronger. The people of the Cloud Dragon Valley are indeed crazy. Indeed, it's too terrifying. That Xuaningxin, Lu Ming and the Cloud Dragon Valley are all crazy. Their strength is too shocking. I've heard that none of the 9 disciples of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master are easy to deal with. The people of the Dragon Valley began to discuss among themselves. Chapter 1503. Tianchu had completely gained the upper hand in the battle. Bang! Following a loud explosion, Ding Mao was sent flying by Tianchu's hammer. He slid a few hundred meters on the ground, leaving a long ditch behind him. Ding Mao's arms trembled vigorously as a trail of blood ran down from his lips. Ding Mao was injured. He was no match for Tianchu. A high-level martial emperor of the 7th layer of the martial emperor realm was no match for a peak martial emperor. Many people looked at Tianchu in shock. Lu Ming, a 3rd-layer martial dominator, could easily crush a 5th-layer martial dominator. And now, Tianchu, with a cultivation of the peak 5th-layer martial dominator, was suppressing a 7th-layer martial dominator. The disciples of the Cloudy Void Valley were utterly terrifying. Is this all you've got? So this is the strength of a 7th-layer martial dominator? How ordinary. The people of the Silver Dragon Valley are arrogant and disrespectful, but they are all trash. Tian Shui swung his giant hammer, causing it to emit a disdainful sound. Ding Mao wore an unpleasant expression, but he could not refute it. The truth was that he was no match for Tian Shui. The faces of the disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley reddened, but no one dared to say a word. Lu Ming, I'll let you go this time. Let's go. Ding Mao glared at Lu Ming coldly. With a cold snort, he turned and walked toward the exit of the floating platform. The disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley, including Yinqing, were planning to leave too. Wait. Lu Ming snapped. Ding Mao halted and glanced at Lu Ming. What do you want? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I'm not talking to you. I'm looking for him. Lu Ming glanced at Yinqing and said, You owe me 500,000 contribution points. Pay me the full amount before you leave. In your dreams? Yinqing yelled furiously. Previously, he had been forced to his knees by Lu Ming with a single blow. It was such a great humiliation that he could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. Don't even think about it. You lost 500,000 contribution points to me in a bet, and you want to go back on your word? I've said it before. If you don't pay up today, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming's voice was cold. I told you, I was just saying it casually. Yinqing said coldly. Haha, just saying? So what you Silver Dragon Valley people say is all bullshit? Fine, if you admit it, everyone in the Silver Dragon Valley is spouting nonsense, and I'll pretend it never happened. Lu Ming said. Yinqing was tongue-tied. How could he admit to this? This wasn't just about him, it was about the whole Silver Dragon Valley. The Valley Lord, the Elders, and some geniuses were in the Silver Dragon Valley. How could he represent the Silver Dragon Valley? If he really admitted it, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Silver Dragon Valley in the future. A bet? Are there any witnesses? Ding Mao said coldly. Everyone here is a witness. Lu Ming scanned the scene. Is that so? Who's a witness? Ding Mao scanned the crowd and revealed a hint of threat. Since you're a witness, you'd better not lie. Tell the truth. Tian Shui said from the side. He scanned the crowd like a savage beast and said, If I find out who's lying, my hammer is too slippery and I can't hold it properly. Don't blame me if such a big hammer suddenly falls from above your head when you're outside. As he spoke, Tian Shui's hand slipped and the water tank-like hammer fell to the ground. Boom! The ground rumbled and a deep pit was formed. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Many people gasped. The ground was very hard, but it was terrifying that Tian Shui's hammer could make such a dent in the ground. The weight of the hammer was too shocking. If it landed on a person's body, the person's bones would definitely be broken. Those with a weak cultivation would be smashed to death. They had a bet. A timid voice was heard. It was the same timid young lady from before. This made Ding Mao's eyes turn cold. That's right. They bet on who could step onto the higher floating platform. The higher the platform, the winner. In the end, Lu Ming won. That's true. At this moment, the others started to speak. Firstly, they were afraid of Tian Shui. Secondly, the people from Silver Dragon Valley were too overbearing and they were unhappy. When the others at the scene spoke, Yinqing's face turned ghastly. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to admit defeat. Hand over your contribution points. Otherwise, you can stand still and take a blow from my hammer. Tian Shui grinned. Yinqing trembled. What a joke. Taking a blow from Tian Shui? Wouldn't that be courting death? Since you've lost, hand over your contribution points. At this moment, Ding Mao spoke coldly. He had suffered some injuries in the battle with Tian Shui and needed to go back to heal. Moreover, it was Yinqing's contribution points, not his. He wanted to leave this place quickly so as not to embarrass himself. Yinqing was about to cry. However, since Ding Mao had spoken, he had to hand over his contribution points today even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. In the end, Yinqing had no choice but to transfer 500,000 contribution points to Lu Ming's Identity Jade Token. Lu Ming's Identity Jade Token had an extra 500,000 contribution points. Yinqing's heart was bleeding. He only had 500,000 contribution points in total. Now, he was left with only a fraction. Let's go. Ding Mao snorted coldly and left with the rest of the Silver Dragon Valley. Thank you, 7th senior brother, for your help. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Tian Shui. How we're brothers. Why are you being so polite? Tian Shui laughed. When I returned, I heard about junior brother's deeds. You killed Yin Zhang's precious grandson in front of him. How satisfying. You're a real man. I wanted to look for you for a drink, but you weren't around. Hence, I came to the floating platform to cultivate. I didn't expect to bump into you, ha. Tian Shui laughed heartily. Isn't it easy to drink? I just earned a lot of contribution points. I can drink at any time. Lu Ming laughed. Tian Shui's character was similar to Yan Kuangtu's. Lu Ming had a good impression of him. All right, I'll be waiting, Tian Shui said. At this moment, Lu Ming walked towards the timid girl and said, Thank you for speaking out earlier. May I know your name? I'm Su Lei, the young girl said. Her voice was still timid and very Burmese. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming knew that Su Lei was a disciple of Purple Dragon Valley. Junior brother, they said that you won the bet against Yinqing. Which platform did you step on? Tian Shui asked curiously. I just passed the 6th platform and came down. Lu Ming said. Past the 6th platform? Can you continue? Tian Shui asked curiously. I should be able to. Lu Ming said. He had integrated the chaotic domain into the 13 strikes, which greatly increased his power. It was quite easy for him to pass the 6th platform. Lu Ming reckoned that he should be able to handle it if he stepped on the 7th platform. You can step on the 7th platform with a level 3 domain. That's sick. Chapter 1504. Lu Ming smiled bitterly as he rubbed his nose. Isn't the other party a freak to be able to suppress Ding Mao with his cultivation of level 5 Martial King realm? Junior brother Lu Ming, why don't we have a competition to see who can step onto more floating platforms and kill more heavenly law mutated beasts? What do you think? Tian Shui's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. I've long heard that senior brother Tian Shui likes to battle and is bloodthirsty. It seems like it's true. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he nodded and said, Sure. Then let's do it. Tian Shui was excited. Lu Ming nodded and went to the counter to pay another 200,000 mid-grade origin stones. Every time he stepped onto a floating platform, he would have to pay 200,000 mid-grade origin stones. It was indeed expensive, but the effect was also shocking. To Lu Ming, it was definitely worth it. Of course, it wasn't worth it for those with low domain level to come here because they would be blasted off after stepping onto 1 or 2 floating platforms. Their harvest might not even be worth 200,000 mid-grade origin stones. Those who came here to cultivate were usually above level 4 or those who had reached a bottleneck in their domain. After Lu Ming paid the origin stones, he and Tian Shui each chose a floating platform and stepped onto the first floating platform. Just like before, the two of them sat cross-legged and were enveloped by inscriptions. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry as he killed the heavenly law mutated beasts and comprehended the chaotic domain. Tian Shui did the same. Their speed was almost the same. They passed through the first floating platform at almost the same time and stepped onto the second floating platform, then the third floating platform. They went up one floating platform after another. After passing through the 6th floating platform, Lu Ming's chaotic domain had reached the limit of level 3 and was only a step away from level 4. Next, he could start to break through to level 4. The 7th floating platform, level 7 domain, how strong will it be? Standing on the 6th floating platform, Lu Ming muttered. Hi, junior brother, I'll go first. At the side, Tian Shui laughed and took a step forward, stepping onto the 7th floating platform. Lu Ming smiled and stepped onto the 7th floating platform. He then sat down cross-legged and inscriptions covered Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared on the Heavenly Law battlefield. A Heavenly Dao rare beast appeared. It had 7 golden marks on its forehead, and a powerful aura surged toward Qin Nan. In the next moment, the Heavenly Law beast arrived in front of Lu Ming. Boom! A spear appeared in Zhang Xian's hand, and with a sweep, it landed on the body of the mutated beast. Boom! The exotic beast was immediately sent flying, falling a few hundred meters away. However, it immediately shook its head and stood up again, completely fine. So strong. Lu Ming's heart trembled. A grade 7 Heaven's Path mutant beast was far stronger than a grade 6 one. Even if he were to use his full strength, he still wouldn't be able to kill it. At this time, more heavenly law beasts appeared and pounced on Lu Ming. His long spear vibrated as Lu Ming charged into the horde of strange beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Xian's long spear swayed, forming numerous spear shadows that continuously struck the heavenly law beasts. The heavenly law beasts were sent flying like sandbags, but they were all fine. They shook their heads and stood up again, pouncing on Lu Ming. The long spear turned into a rainbow light, and with a burst of power, it pierced through a heavenly law beast. However, this heavenly law beast wasn't dead yet, and it continued to entangle Lu Ming. When the other heavenly law beasts attacked, Lu Ming could only retreat. However, he was still scratched by one of the mutated beasts, and he felt a tearing pain. The long spear that pierced through the heavenly law beast turned back into the primal chaos domain and dissipated. Then, it condensed in Lu Ming's hand. At the same time, 7 golden marks flew into Lu Ming's body. The mutated beast that was pierced through was finally dead. This won't do. I'll be injured if I kill one. It'll be very difficult for me to get to the 7th floating platform. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If he used this method of exchanging injuries, he would be killed before he could kill all the mutated beasts. Once he was killed here, his consciousness would return to his body, and it would be equivalent to a failure. The 13 strikes of storing power isn't enough. It's only equivalent to the 2nd level. If it's equivalent to the 3rd or 4th level, I'll be able to burst out with the power of the 6th or 8th level. Then, passing this floating platform won't be a problem. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry to kill the mutated beasts. Instead, he used the mutated beasts to cultivate the 13 strikes of storing power and slowly integrated the 13 strikes of storing power into the primal chaos domain. The mutated beasts were sent flying one by one, but they stood up again. The long spear was like a dragon, and the sky was filled with spear shadows. More than 100 mutated beasts attacked, but they couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense. After an unknown period of time, bang, a mutated beast was swept away by Lu Ming's spear, and half of its body exploded. It stood up and swayed a few times before falling down again. 7 golden marks flew into Lu Ming's body. The 3rd level, the power of the 6th level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The 13 strikes of storing power broke through again, and its power increased greatly. Originally, he had cultivated the 13 strikes of storing power to the 5th level and could unleash the power of the 10th level. Now that he was simply integrating it into the primal chaos domain, the difficulty was much lower and the speed was much faster. With a sweep of the spear, the power of the 6th level was stacked together, and the power suddenly increased by 6 times. Bang! One of the beasts was sent flying and exploded into pieces. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's long spear was like a true dragon, constantly bombarding the mutated beasts. The mutated beasts were killed one by one, and densely packed golden marks flew towards Lu Ming and into Lu Ming's body. Not long after, when Lu Ming stabbed the last mutated beast with his spear, his consciousness returned to his body. Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Tianchu. He realized that Tianchu's body was emitting a golden light and was refining the golden marks. Tianchu passed it earlier than Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. This was normal. After all, Tianchu's domain had already reached the 6th level. Moreover, Tianchu's domain was no small matter, and its power was very strong. It was normal for him to pass it earlier than him. Lu Ming immediately began to refine the heaven path imprint that he had obtained earlier. Half a day later, Lu Ming completely refined the heaven path imprint. I still haven't broken through. It seems that it's not easy to break through the 4th level domain. Lu Ming shook his head. He looked at Tianchu and saw that Tianchu was looking at him. Junior brother is really amazing. You can actually pass the 7th floating platform with a 3rd level domain. I'm impressed. Tianchu grinned. Senior brother is the amazing one. I still lost to senior brother. Lu Ming smiled. Huh, Junior brother, do you still want to pass the 8th floating platform? If you want to pass the 8th floating platform, then I, your senior brother, will directly admit defeat to you. Tian Shui laughed straightforwardly. No. Lu Ming shook his head. Chapter 1505. After all, his chaotic domain was only at the 3rd level. Even if his attack power was strong, his defense would be weak. He would probably be killed after 1 or 2 attacks. Lu Ming wasn't confident that he wouldn't be attacked by 108 mutated beasts. Unless his chaotic domain reached the 4th level, he wouldn't have the confidence to challenge the 8 floating platforms. Senior brother, I need some time to digest it. You can continue. Lu Ming clasped his fists and said, "Ha, go." Tian Shui laughed. Lu Ming jumped down from the floating platform and flew towards the snow mountain. He had already challenged the heaven-span floating platform twice, absorbing and refining a large number of heavenly Dao imprints. These heavenly Dao imprints were refined in one go, and he needed time to properly digest them. When he stepped onto the heaven-span floating platform again, the effects would be much better. If he kept challenging the floating platform and absorbing the heavenly Dao imprints, not only would the effect not be good, there might even be problems. Hence, caves were opened on the snow mountain for the cultivators of the Dragon God Valley to digest and refine their heavenly Dao imprints. Lu Ming entered an empty cave, closed the door, and sat down cross-legged. His chaotic domain spread out as he quietly comprehended. A few days later, Lu Ming walked out of the cave and stepped on the floating platform again. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. After a month of hard work, his chaotic domain finally made a breakthrough and reached the 4th level. Its power increased greatly. This made Lu Ming sigh. The difficulty of breaking through his chaotic domain was indeed shocking. In a month he had spent tens of millions of mid-grade origin stones, which were equivalent to 100,000 contribution points. Finally, his chaotic domain broke through. After the breakthrough, Lu Ming didn't leave and continued to cultivate on the floating platform. The chaotic domain had broken through to level 4 and its power had increased tremendously. Lu Ming had also integrated the 13 accumulated strikes perfectly into the chaotic domain. Every move could unleash an attack of tenfold. He had successfully cleared the 8th floating platform and his cultivation speed had increased by a few notches. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Lu Ming's chaotic domain gradually approached the peak of the 4th level. At this time, Lu Ming had no choice but to leave. That was because the floating platform was about to close. The floating platform required a large amount of energy to operate. Moreover, it had to be closed for maintenance every once in a while. Otherwise, the energy would be insufficient and the floating platform would have problems. It would be closed for 2 to 3 months. In fact, the floating platform would be closed for a few months after it was opened for 3 months. Junior brother, let's return to the Cloud Void Valley. Tianjie walked to Lu Ming's side. For the past few months, Tian Shui had been cultivating on the floating platform. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. The power of his domain was also getting more profound. Some time ago, he even broke through to level 7. Like Lu Ming, he had also cleared the 8th floating platform. Lu Ming smiled. The two of them flew towards the Cloud Dragon Valley together. They met Xuanixin as soon as they returned to Cloud Space Valley. Xuanixin gritted her teeth and stared at the two. "No, junior sister. We were about to go for a drink. We came back to call you." Tian Shui quickly quibbled. "Big Shui, don't call me junior sister. I'm not the youngest anymore. Lu Ming is the youngest. He's our junior brother." Xuanixin glanced at Tian Shui and said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and changed the topic. "Senior sister, you said you had something to ask us. What is it?" "Ah, I almost forgot. I want to ask you to go to Tsung Mountain. The treasure sorting assembly will begin in less than 2 months. Many of the younger generation are rushing to Tsung Mountain." Xuanixin said. "It's starting so soon. I almost forgot." Tian Shui scratched his head and smiled. "Treasure sorting assembly?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "Junior brother, you don't know yet. Let me tell you." Seeing the puzzled look on Lu Ming's face, Xuanixin's interest was piqued. She acted like a senior sister and explained to Lu Ming. As the name suggests, the treasure sorting assembly of the Tsang province is to decide which sect will keep the 2 ancient treasures. Every 3 years, the 13 top sects of the Tsang province will gather in the Tsang mountain and send out their younger generation to compete in a series of competitions. In the end, the sect that wins first place will continue to keep the 2 ancient treasures. After 3 years, the treasure sorting assembly will be held again to decide who will keep the 2 ancient treasures. Xuanixin explained. Lu Ming was enlightened. So that was the case. It was held once every 3 years. Whoever was more powerful would be able to keep the 2 ancient treasures for another 3 years. I wonder what kind of treasure it is that the 13 top sects are so interested in it? Lu Ming asked. Xuanixin said, I heard that one of them is a fragment of the suppressing prison monument. A fragment of the suppressing prison monument? Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming had never thought that one of the treasures would be a fragment of the suppressing prison monument. Didn't the Heavenly Divinity sect have a fragment of the suppressing prison monument? Could it be that the sect that won last time was the Heavenly Divinity sect? Junior brother also knows about the fragment of the suppressing prison monument. Although the suppressing prison monument is a legendary treasure that is said to be able to suppress all evil, it's broken and can't exert much of its power. It's said that if all the fragments can be combined, there will be a great secret. There's another treasure that's the key. It's also the focus of all the sections. It's said that this treasure contains the secret to becoming a martial emperor. Xuanixin said, the secret to becoming a martial emperor. Lu Ming was even more shocked. That's right. It's a pity that these 2 treasures have been in the hands of the sects for so many years, but none of the sects have been able to obtain them. However, none of the sects would give up. They all want to keep the treasures in their hands and continue to study them. The Heavenly Divinity sect has won first place several times in a row. Xuanixin. The Heavenly Divinity sect indeed. Lu Ming nodded his head as his eyes flickered passionately. He was more interested in the fragment of the suppressing prison monument. Although he was curious about the other treasure that was related to the secret to becoming a martial emperor, he was not too interested in it. The sects had been studying it for so many years without any success. He did not think that he would be able to discover any secrets. Senior sister, are we going to the Tsang mountain to take part in the trial? Lu Ming asked. Of course not. Xuanixin shook her head and said, the sects have already decided on the candidates for the trial. They are all powerful cultivators among the younger generation. Some have even reached the peak martial dominator realm, while the weakest among them has reached the 7th layer martial dominator realm. Those below the 7th layer martial dominator realm are not qualified to take part in the trial. Even if they do, it's useless. Chapter 1506. Although those below the 7th layer martial dominator realm are not allowed to participate, many people will be there to spectate. After all, it's a grand event held once every 3 years in the Tsang continent. Some of the top geniuses of the Tsang continent will be there. It's beneficial for one's cultivation to witness their battles. Besides, the top 10 young geniuses of the Tsang continent will be there too. Xuanixin said. Her eyes flickered with a hint of yearning. The top 10 young geniuses of the Tsang continent? Lu Ming mumbled. The top 10 young geniuses of the Tsang continent were the strongest among the younger generation of the Tsang continent. It was said that each of their cultivations had reached the peak martial dominator realm, granting them a shocking strength. Bai Ni belonged to the younger generation. It was said that the top genius among the younger generation of the Dragon God Valley was one of the top 10 young geniuses. Let's go then. I'd like to witness it too. I missed it 3 years ago due to my cultivation. I can't afford to miss it this time. Tian Shui said. Sure, let's go. Lu Ming and Xuanixin nodded. The 3 flew out of the Cloud Dragon Valley. As they left the outer valley of the Dragon God Valley, Tian Shui waved his hand, summoning a sky-piercing shuttle. It was a long journey to the Tsang mountain, thus it was most suitable to take the sky-piercing shuttle. The 3 entered the sky-piercing shuttle. The interior of the sky-piercing shuttle was spacious, with runes flashing on its surface. There was a crystal glass at the front that reflected the scenery outside. Let's go. Tian Shui uttered a roar and activated the sky-piercing shuttle. The sky-piercing shuttle sprang into the sky at a shocking speed. Through the crystal glass, one could see endless mountains and rivers flashing past. It's so comfortable to have a sky-piercing shuttle, Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The sky-piercing shuttle could be activated with an origin stone. It was extremely convenient to cultivate and travel at the same time. Lu Ming had long wanted to buy one, but the price of a sky-piercing shuttle was too high. He could not afford even the lowest-grade sky-piercing shuttle. Little junior brother, it will take you half a month to get to Tsang Mountain, even if you take the sky-piercing flying shuttle. You can practice here, Tian Shui said. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them each chose a spot and sat down cross-legged. Time flew, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, the void-piercing flying shuttle shook violently, and it stopped. Someone was attacking the sky-piercing shuttle. Lu Ming and the other two were shocked. They hurriedly ended their cultivation and looked outside through the crystal glass. In front of them, there were more than 10 figures standing there, looking at them coldly. Among the dozen or so figures, there were old men and middle-aged men. They all wore black robes and had fierce looks on their faces. You dare to attack my breaking sky shuttle? You're courting death. Tian Shui angrily shouted, opened the door of the flying shuttle, and rushed out. Lu Ming and Xuanixin hurriedly followed him out. Who dares to attack my breaking sky shuttle? You're courting death. Tian Shui roared angrily as his ferocious gaze swept over the dozen people. So it's just a few brats and chicks. Ha, our luck is not bad. Now hand over the piercing sky shuttle and scram. A burly man shouted. It turned out that they were here to rob the piercing sky shuttle. Trying to rob my breaking sky shuttle? Tian Shui stared at the burly man coldly. Nonsense, didn't you hear what I said? Piss off at once, and leave your storage rings behind. Otherwise, you'll all die here. The burly man snapped as a powerful aura was emitted from his body. 7th layer Martial Dominator Realm. This burly man possessed a cultivation of the 7th layer Martial Dominator Realm. No wonder he did not treat them seriously. The people behind the burly man were not weak either. They were all at least 4th layer Martial Dominator Realm. Leader, why waste your time talking to them? Just kill them. That chick is not bad. Leave her for us to enjoy. Behind the burly man, a skinny middle-aged man's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he glanced at Xuanixin. Courting death, junior brothers and sisters, leave this guy to me. I'll leave the rest to you, Tian Shui said. Saying this, a giant hammer appeared in his hand as he walked toward the burly man with a ferocious look. A 5th layer Martial Dominator Realm Cultivator dares to challenge me? Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. A giant saber appeared in the burly man's hand. He took a step forward and appeared above Tian Shui, before slashing at him. You're the one who's going to die. Tian Shui snapped furiously as he swung his giant hammer at the burly man. Clang! The giant hammer and the saber collided, resulting in a loud explosion. The burly man's body shuddered violently as he was sent flying a few hundred meters in the air. How is this possible? The burly man yelled in disbelief. His opponent was only a 5th layer Martial Dominator Realm Cultivator, but he was able to send him flying with a single blow. He could even feel his arm trembling, causing him to almost vomit blood. 2 months ago at the sky-towering floating platform, Tian Shui was already able to suppress Ding Mao. Even though they were both at the 7th layer Martial Dominator Realm, Ding Mao was obviously stronger than the burly man. Furthermore, Tian Shui's domain had now reached the 7th layer, thus his strength was even stronger. He could easily defeat the burly man. That's all you've got? I haven't even used half of my strength. Tian Shui charged at the burly man with his giant hammer. Let's go together. The burly man yelled. Kill! Instantly, the other cultivators unleashed their auras and charged at Tian Shui. Xuanixin took a step forward and appeared in front of a 6th layer Martial Dominator Realm expert. She threw a punch forward, which shattered the expert's defense and blasted him into pieces. Meanwhile, Lu Ming dashed forward. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shudder, 7 or 8 spear rays were fired, each with the strength of a 10th layer attack. Unstoppable, unstoppable. The 8 cultivators, regardless of whether they were at the 4th layer, 5th layer, or 6th layer martial dominator realm, were all pierced through by Lu Ming's spear rays, killing them in the air. Devour. Next, Lu Ming clenched his left fist in the air and a terrifying devouring power erupted, shrouding these corpses. The blood and vital essence of the other party were all devoured by Lu Ming. They turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the 3rd layer martial dominator realm, he had reached the 4th layer martial dominator realm. Coupled with the terrifying strength of the 13 stored strikes, it was easy for him to kill ordinary 6th layer martial dominators. Lu Ming activated his devouring power and continued to refine the energy in his body. His cultivation was rising rapidly. During this period, he had been cultivating the chaotic territory and was about to reach the peak of the 4th layer. Therefore, his cultivation was rising rapidly. While Lu Ming was refining the energy, Xuaningxin had also finished her battle. The others were all killed by Xuaningxin. What a powerful combat strength! Xuaningxin's cultivation was also at the peak of the 5th layer martial dominator realm, but her combat strength was astonishing. She could kill ordinary 6th layer martial dominators as easily as cutting vegetables. Don't waste it! Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and devoured all the blood essences of the people Xuaningxin had killed.